public declarations adopted in the wake of the Kornilov affair by virtually all units of the Petrograd garrison were similarly explicit. Thus, at an emergency meeting on August 28, 2,500 soldiers from 4 key military units based in the capital, the Preobrazhensky, Litovsky, and Volinsky Guards regiments, and the 6th Engineer Battalion, passed a resolution insisting that the government be drawn exclusively from representatives of the revolutionary classes. On August 31, the same soldiers, after reasserting the call for a government made up representatives of the workers and poorer peasants, proclaimed bluntly then any coalition will be fought by all loyal sons of the people just as they fought Kornilov. No less outspoken were the soldiers of the 2nd Machine Gun Regiment, who the same day expressed their views about Kornilov and the immediate tasks of a new government in the following terms: "We brand Kornilov and his supporters traitors. We haven't had any confidence in Kornilov since April 21, when that brave general directed artillery to be rolled out on the palace square to quiet our comrade workers. This conspiracy must be crushed with all possible severity, and we machine gunners place ourselves completely at the disposal of the Central Executive Committee. We insist on the immediate arrest and trial of the counter-revolutionary commanding staff and the abolition of capital punishment, to become effective after the execution of General Kornilov and his supporters. We demand the restoration of revolutionary regiments that have been broken up and the dissolution of counter-revolutionary shock battalions, the Union of St. George Cavaliers, the Union of Officers of the Army and Navy, the Military League, etc. The only way out of the present situation lies in transferring power into the hands of the working people. We demand the immediate liberation of our comrades arrested on July 3 to 5 and their replacement in prison by the conspirators, for example, Guchkov, Purishkevich, and the counter-revolutionary officers. As regards foreign affairs, we insist on a decisive break with both Russian and Allied imperialism and a campaign for peace without annexations and indemnities on the basis of the self-determination of nations. Soldiers' pay should be increased to 20 rubles. The necessary funds should be obtained by confiscating excess profits from plant and factory owners. We will fight for all of these revolutionary measures to the last machine gunner, and the government that carries them out will have our full support. On September 1st, 200 soldiers assigned to the Electrotechnical Officers' School resolved that the replacement of Kornilov with Alexeyev changed nothing, and that the politics of compromise with the bourgeoisie and landowners must and did lead inevitably to the Kornilov conspiracy. In order to avert another counter-revolutionary attack, these soldiers insisted on the necessity of transferring all power to representatives of the workers, soldiers, and peasants under the control of their elected organizations. A mass meeting of soldiers from the Petrogradsky Guards Regiment 2 days later called for the creation of a new cabinet, made up exclusively of socialists who have suffered in prisons for the people's cause and who have wasted the best years of their lives in far-off Siberia. Like the 2nd Machine Gun Regiment, the soldiers from the Electrotechnical School and the Petrogradsky Guards Regiment also demanded death for Kornilov and his followers. Not surprisingly, bitterness toward Kerensky and the desire for an immediate change in government after the Kornilov experience were nowhere stronger than among the radicalized Baltic sailors. On August 30th, the crew of the Petropavlovsk, who had voted earlier to execute officers refusing to pledge loyalty to the revolution, agreed that death is the most appropriate punishment for Kornilov. The resolution they adopted asserted that only the democracy, in the person of its finest representatives, the executive committees of the Soviets of Workers, Soldiers, and Peasants' Deputies, can save the country. Consequently, all power must be transferred into the hands of the Soviets. Experience has shown, the resolution continued, that coalitions of responsible ministries of any kind are incapable of leading the country out of the critical situation in which it finds itself. It is the direct responsibility of the Soviet to take power into its hands, and we will gladly submit to such a government and obey all its orders with pleasure. Distinctly more critical of the moderate socialists was a resolution on the current moment, adopted overwhelmingly at a joint meeting of the Helsingfors Soviet, the Regional Executive Committee of the Army, Fleet, and Workers in Finland, and representatives of Army and ship committees from the Helsingfors area on September 2nd. Concluded the resolution, up to now, not only has the Central Executive Committee neglected to pursue a policy of furthering the revolution, by supporting the politics of compromise with the bourgeoisie, it has strengthened the position of the counter-revolution. This kind of behavior must cease. We emphatically insist that the Central Executive Committee refrain from pledging confidence to any coalition ministry with the bourgeoisie, and that it immediately convene the Second All-Russian Congress of Workers, Soldiers, and Peasants Deputies, i.e., to create a Soviet regime, to register their protest against Kerensky's proclamation of a non-democratic republic while forming a directory and conducting negotiations with the bourgeoisie. Members of 19 Baltic Fleet ships committees, meeting jointly on September 6, recommended that ships of the fleet fly red battle flags until the promulgation of all reforms associated with a democratic form of government. Centrobalt endorsed this method of protest the following day, after which the red flags were raised. The mood of the Baltic sailors at this time was also expressed in a lead editorial entitled "Enough of Past Errors" by V. Maslenikov in Izvestia Kronštatskogo Sovita. The politics of compromise with the bourgeoisie is what has brought us to this tragic pass. The compromisers had faith in people who wailed hypocritically about the impending ruin of the country and who did everything according to their own recipe. All the warnings of the proletariat and of the parties which did not abandon it proved justified. Yet, it turns out that this is not enough. What is this, political blindness or a conscious attack on the revolution? This cannot be. Our task now is to say emphatically, we have had quite enough compromise. All power to the working people. On August 29, the Kronstadt Soviet adopted a set of demands to be presented in the Central Executive Committee by Kronstadt's representative there. Drawn up by the Bolsheviks and immediately endorsed by the SR and Menshevik internationalists, the main SR and Menshevik factions in Kronstadt, these demands were patterned after the moderate resolution on the current moment, which Lunacharsky had introduced at the Executive Committee's meeting the night of August 27 to 28 and which had called for a decisive rupture with the capitalists, the transfer of power into the hands of revolutionary workers, peasants, and soldiers, and the creation of a democratic republic. Kronstadt's ideal remained a democratic Soviet government in which all socialist groups would work together effectively in pursuit of a revolutionary program, precisely as the socialists had been doing locally in the Kronstadt Soviet since March. The Kronstadt sailors were heartened by the prospect that the Kornilov experience might serve to bring the moderate socialist leadership of the All-Russian Executive Committees back into the revolutionary fold. This hopeful attitude was expressed by deputies to the Kronstadt Soviet in their response to a report on the latest developments in Petrograd presented to them by Holdin on August 29. After lashing out at Kerensky for indecisiveness in combating Kornilov, Holdin, in the course of his account, related that when Tsereteli had declared to the Central Executive Committee that this was a time not for compromise but for strong military action, Chernov had embraced him in a gesture of solidarity. The Kronstadt deputies greeted with stormy applause this sign of moderate socialist unity in defense of the revolution. It is worth noting that even workers in industrial plants that heretofore had been Menshevik and SR strongholds, as well as soldiers in some of the more politically restrained regiments of the garrison, for example, those which initially had remained neutral and subsequently had taken the lead in helping to suppress the July uprising, now turned against the government. What is more, even some of the military personnel rushed from the front to the capital after the July days now joined the ranks of the opposition. The political resolutions passed at this time were inspired by no single party or organization. Some were proposed by Bolsheviks, others by Menshevik internationalists or left SRs, and still others by individuals or representatives of interest groups with no identifiable political affiliation. These statements varied greatly in regard to specifics. Some called for the creation of a government representing workers, soldiers, and peasants. Others, perhaps a majority, insisted on transfer of power to the Soviets or creation of a revolutionary government responsible to the Soviet, often coupling such demands with a call for another National Congress of Soviets. However, common to virtually all were concerned that Kornilov and his supporters be dealt with harshly so as to avoid further attacks by the counter-revolution, aversion to political collaboration with the propertied classes in any form, and attraction for the immediate creation of some kind of exclusively socialist government which would bring an end to the war. It is evident that to many, including Bolsheviks, the swift defeat of Kornilov appeared to confirm the immense potentialities of all socialist groups working together. Such a large representative number of statements are available for study, either in the contemporary press or in published document collections, and they are corroborated so strongly by other kinds of evidence, that it is fair to conclude that among Petrograd workers and soldiers and Baltic sailors who expressed themselves politically in any way, these sentiments were by now nearly universally shared. Such were the pressures under which members of the All-Russian Executive Committees labored as they assembled to consider the government question late on the afternoon of August 31st. This session, which with adjournments lasted until the early morning of September 2nd, merits consideration as one of the most important meetings of the Soviet leadership between February and October 1917. Prior to the October days, at any rate, this seems to have been the moment when the Mensheviks and SRs came closest to breaking with the liberals and adopting much more radical policies, which might significantly have altered the revolution's course. Early in the discussion, Kamenev proposed that the deputies adopt a broad policy statement on the government question, which, while relatively moderate in content and tone, nonetheless constituted a fundamental, decisive break with previous Soviet policy. Kamenev himself had composed the statement, and it had been endorsed at an earlier caucus of Bolshevik Central Committee members with representatives of the Bolshevik fractions in the All-Russian Executive Committees and the Petrograd Soviet. It began with a forthright repudiation of the politics of compromise and irresponsibility, which made it possible for the military high command and the institutions of government to become breeding grounds for the instrument of a conspiracy against the revolution. The statement called for the exclusion from the government of the cadets and all representatives of propertied elements, and affirmed that the only viable course open to the democracy was to create a national government made up of representatives of the revolutionary proletariat and peasantry, whose first task would be to proclaim a democratic republic. Other basic tasks of this new government would be confiscation of manorial lands without compensation and their transfer to peasant committees in advance of the Constituent Assembly, proclamation of workers' control over industrial production, nationalization of key branches of industry, and the proposal of a universal democratic peace. Among measures for immediate implementation, the resolution called for an end to all repression directed against the working class and its organizations, abolition of capital punishment at the front and restoration of full freedom for political agitation and activity on the part of democratic organizations in the army, a purge of the counter-revolutionary commanding staff within the military, recognition of the right to self-government of minority nationalities living in Russia, immediate convocation of the Constituent Assembly, and abolition of all class privileges. The resolution's emphasis on the formation of a revolutionary government to create a democratic republic, rather than a dictatorship of the proletariat and poorer peasantry, was obviously Kamenev's work and represented an accurate reflection of programmatic views regarding the development of the revolution consistently held by Bolshevik moderates. At the same time, Kamenev's statement was a succinct and powerful formulation of the political aspirations of Petrograd workers and soldiers as expressed in the wake of the Kornilov experience. In presenting the resolution to the executive committees, Kamenev appealed for the maintenance of the unified revolutionary front which had emerged in the course of the struggle against Kornilov, placing particular emphasis on the crucial role of the Soviets, which had served as the mortar binding all fundamentally democratic forces during the crisis. He contended that no one can say that there exists at the present time any organization more powerful than the Soviets. It is extremely important to note that while the policy statement proposed by Kamenev was universally interpreted as an appeal for transfer of political power to the Soviets, Kamenev himself did not insist on this, evidently envisioning the possibility of a socialist cabinet which would include representatives of such democratic institutions as the trade unions, zemstvos, municipal dumas, and cooperatives which were not nominally part of the Soviet. As he observed toward the close of his remarks, the Bolshevik fraction is concerned not with the purely technical aspects of forming a government, but rather with the elements to be included in such a government. Are they of like mind in their understanding of the immediate tasks, and will they be able to march in step with the democracy? Because of a conflict with a previously scheduled session of the Petrograd Soviet, the Executive Committee's meeting was adjourned at 7:30 p.m. without having voted on the Kamenev resolution. Further discussion of the government question was tabled until the following evening. Kamenev's resolution was next presented at the late-night meeting of the Petrograd Soviet on August 31st, the first meeting of that body in 10 days. Political attitudes in the Petrograd Soviet had been shifting leftward throughout the month of August. This was a reflection both of the growing misgivings on the part of incumbent deputies regarding the existing political situation and of the changing composition of the Soviet, as moderately inclined deputies elected in March and April were recalled and replaced by factory and garrison representatives with more militant views. This transformation was immediately apparent on August 31st. The agenda opened with reports on the latest political developments. Boris Bogdanov, a Menshevik, brought the deputies up to date on the work of the Committee for Struggle Against the Counter-Revolution. Responding to the anger and impatience of his listeners, Bogdanov focused on the committee's efforts to strengthen and unite the left and to prevent the government from coming to terms with Kornilov. At each indication of forcefulness on the committee's part, both in counteracting Kornilov and in dealing with Kerensky, the deputies burst into applause. On the question of a new government, Tsereteli publicly acknowledged, for the first time, the difficulty of including cadets in the cabinet. However, he defended in the strongest terms coalition with representatives of other bourgeois groups. The democracy by itself would be helpless to deal with economic disintegration, he argued, and this situation would play into the hands of the counter-revolution. Tsereteli's remarks were frequently interrupted by vociferous protests and jeers which prompted the chairman, Chkits, finally to blurt, "The Soviet still has enough power to throw disruptors out the door." Kamenev, by contrast, was spiritedly cheered when he presented his policy statement and repeated the attack on coalition politics that he had made earlier to the executive committees. Steklov also brought the deputies to their feet when he expressed solidarity with Kamenev. The SR spokesman Boldarev broke with previous moderate socialist policy by proposing that the executive committees construct a new cabinet. Boldarev introduced a resolution which provided that such a government might include representatives of some bourgeois groups, although not the cadets, and that it would be responsible to a provisional revolutionary parliament. But even this compromise was coolly received. After several hours of further heated debate on the pros and cons of creating an exclusively socialist government, at about 5 a.m., September 1st, the deputies rejected the resolution of the SRs and adopted as a political platform the statement offered by Kamenev. The vote on the Kamenev proposal was 279 deputies in favor, 115 opposed, with 51 abstentions. In assessing the significance of this Bolshevik success, it is important to note that the number of deputies present and voting on this occasion constituted a relatively small fraction of the Petrograd Soviet's total membership. This was at least partly because many military representatives were still on duty with their regiments, defending the capital against Kornilov. It is also true that many rank-and-file left Mensheviks and SRs with no organizational loyalty to the Bolsheviks sided with the Bolsheviks on this issue. Nonetheless, as suggested earlier, the vote of the Petrograd Soviet on August 31st reflected a gradual, although by no means negligible, leftward shift in the deputies' orientation. It is worth recalling in this connection that on March 2nd a Bolshevik resolution opposing assumption of power by the provisional government received a mere 19 votes in the Petrograd Soviet, while a resolution sponsored jointly by the Mensheviks and SRs pledging qualified support for the government attracted 400 votes. On April 2nd, when membership in the Petrograd Soviet more nearly approximated its full strength, a Bolshevik resolution opposing endorsement of the Liberty Loan Drive, in effect a referendum on the war, received 112 votes, while a Menshevik SR resolution supporting the drive received 2,000 votes. In the wake of the April crisis a month later, when the deputies had to adopt a position on socialist participation in the cabinet, 100 deputies voted for a Bolshevik resolution which opposed participation, while Menshevik SR strength held firm at 2,000. Popular support for the Bolshevik program rose on the eve of the July days, and this was reflected to a limited extent in the Petrograd Soviet. Thus, on June 20th, a moderate socialist resolution endorsing the Kerensky offensive received 271 negative votes, with 39 abstentions. But the August 31st session marked the first occasion on which a clear majority of the deputies present voted with the Bolsheviks on any political issue. Adoption of the Kamenev resolution, which embodied a fundamental reorientation of priorities and goals, necessitated reorganization of the entire Petrograd Soviet leadership, a factor of immense subsequent importance to the development of the revolution. In the short run, however, inasmuch as the direct authority of the Petrograd Soviet was limited to the capital, the still uncertain decision of the All-Russian Executive Committees on the government question was naturally of more far-reaching significance. Responsibility for the immediate fate of the government was in their hands. The All-Russian Executive Committees resumed their discussion of the government question late on the evening of September 1st, at about the time Kerensky announced the creation of a directory. A procession of leading Mensheviks and SRs, among them Skoblev and Bogdanov, spoke against the Bolshevik position and urged that the existing government be supported, at least until the Democratic State Conference. The right Menshevik Mark Liebert ridiculed the very notion that the democracy could go it alone, declaring, "The cadets have been thrown from the chariot, but let us take heed lest we end up in it by ourselves. Avksentiv actually hailed the directory and asked that it be supported in every way possible. Chernov declared emphatically that no SR would join a government which included cadets. He did not, however, dismiss the possibility of forming a coalition with representatives of other bourgeois circles. Sergei Znamensky, on behalf of the Trudoviks, also defended the principle of coalition, insisting, "We should not create a purely socialist ministry. There are social and political groups apart from the cadets that can walk arm in arm with us." Besides the Bolsheviks, only Martov adopted a significantly more radical stance. He espoused the creation of an all-socialist ministry responsible to a democratic parliament. Ryazanov and Kamenev attempted to rebut the moderate socialists. With reference to a comment made earlier by Skoblev, Ryazanov remarked, "It has been argued there that the mood in Petrograd is not representative of the rest of Russia. But people in the provinces watch what is going on in Petrograd closely. And when we tighten the noose around the neck of the counter-revolution, there is no doubt we will find broad support among them. If one rejects coalition with the cadets, we are left with the commercial, industrial, and banking circles, which, as is now evident, nourish the yellow press. It is high time to take into consideration the fact that the Soviets represent the majority of the Russian people. Let the Soviets select a provisional government responsible to them which would lead the country to a quick convocation of the Constituent Assembly. Only the Constituent Assembly can conclude peace, enact necessary reforms, and bring us closer to a socialist restructuring of society." For his part, Kamenev, referring to the announcement of a directory, complained acidly that the executive committees have been hit with another blow from Kerensky. Their significance has been reduced to nothing. "I would hope," he continued, "that you will repel this blow as you repelled Kornilev's attack. Political duty demands that we declare that this government is not intended to serve the needs of the democracy but of Kerensky. We see in what has occurred the consequences of a regime based on personal dictatorship and total irresponsibility. The proletariat, peasantry, and army must state that there is no place for this in the Russian Revolution." Tseretelli attempted to counter these arguments with the comment that, "We are convening a broad democratic conference. And if it turns out that apart from us there are no other vital elements in the country, we will take power into our own hands." This was as close as Tseretelli and his supporters were to come toward acknowledging the possibility of forming an exclusively socialist government. In the early morning hours of September 2nd, the exhausted deputies voted upon and rejected the declarations of both the Bolsheviks and Menshevik internationalists and adopted, instead, a resolution sponsored jointly by the Mensheviks and SRs. The approved resolution endorsed the early convocation of a democratic state conference to arrive at a final decision on the government question and, in the meantime, called for continued support of the existing regime as formed by Kerensky. Although in retrospect the executive committee's decision to go along temporarily with the directory appears to have been a particularly fateful step, it would obviously have been very difficult for the moderate socialists to have acted otherwise. Support for the course proposed by the Bolsheviks would have required the Mensheviks and SRs to repudiate their policies of the preceding 6 months and abandon their ideal of creating a democratic government representing all classes. It would have signified willingness on their part to form a new political regime and to take full responsibility for maintaining civil order, administering the economy, providing essential food and fuel supplies and services, and satisfying mounting mass demands for immediate social reform and peace. Further, adoption of the Bolshevik resolution would have indicated the moderate socialists' readiness to attempt these tasks without the help of, indeed faced with certain opposition from liberal political leaders, industrialists, and large landowners, as well as the military command. Finally, for the Mensheviks and SRs to have united with the Bolsheviks, as Kamenev and Ryazanov eloquently advocated, would have meant forming an alliance with elements of dubious reliability whose political goals were often less compatible with their own than were those of the liberal bourgeoisie. If one takes into consideration the Bolsheviks' past behavior, coupled with the German military threat and the prevailing economic and social chaos, it is perhaps not so difficult to understand why the main body of Mensheviks and SRs, despite their by now almost universal disdain for Kerensky, resisted popular pressures for an immediate change in government. The political effects of the Kornilov experience were enormous. For the time being, the rightist movement was, of course, shattered. Kornilov, the darling of the right, was under house arrest in Mogilev. Because of their behavior both before and during the crisis, the cadets were widely suspected, to some extent unfairly, of having been in league with Kornilov. In the aftermath of the affair, they were temporarily excluded from the cabinet, much maligned and deeply demoralized. Milyakov and Kokoshkin departed for the Crimea as if fleeing arrest. Maklikov became ambassador to France, and numerous other cadets retreated to their summer homes in the country. Cadet politics virtually ground to a halt. Because of internal disputes in regard to the nature and makeup of the future government, the Mensheviks and SRs were scarcely in better shape. Fundamental differences of opinion on the key political issues of the day among leading Mensheviks emerged with particular clarity at a meeting of the Bureau of the Central Executive Committee on September 4. In the course of an acrimonious debate on the goals of the Democratic State Conference, scheduled to open in mid-September, the defensist Bogdanov joined the Menshevik internationalists Martov and Sukhanov in arguing the case for the formation of an exclusively democratic regime. The coming conference must be turned into a constituent assembly for the democracy, insisted Bogdanov, and the government formed their maid responsible to the conference. Such ideas seemed preposterous to Chkits, the Central Executive Committee chairman. Along with Liebert, he underscored the importance of including at least some representatives of propertied elements in any future government, as well as at the Democratic State Conference. Dan and Tseretelli took a middle position between the Bogdanov and Chkits factions, acknowledging that the primary purpose of the conference was to arrive at a definitive solution to the government question and expressing readiness to abide by the conference's decision on the matter, whatever it might be. Tseretelli, who personally preferred a coalition, voiced regret that an assembly of all the democratic groups to be represented at the conference had not been convened earlier, adding that, if the vote is for a Soviet regime, then we can risk it. Similar arguments were also tearing the SRs apart at this time. Thus, while a still influential conservative SR faction headed by Avksentiv insisted on the necessity of preserving a broadly representative coalition government including cadets, the former Minister of Agriculture, Chernov, wanted nothing more to do with the cadets. Yet Chernov was equally opposed to the idea of an exclusively socialist government, sharing with many right Mensheviks the hope of attracting into the cabinet representatives of the bourgeoisie, excepting the cadets, who would be willing to cooperate with socialists in realizing a meaningful reform program. Meanwhile, well to the left of Chernov was an increasingly vocal and powerful left SR faction, now almost an independent party, which adamantly rejected any kind of coalition with the bourgeoisie. During the second week in September, the left SRs gained control of the local SR committee in Petrograd. Simultaneously, they launched a campaign for the convocation of a National Congress of Soviets and the creation of a homogeneous socialist government responsible to the democracy. The SR organization, to use Oliver Radke's words, had entered the final stage of disintegration. Not surprisingly, the Kornilov affair also made a shambles of whatever modest success Kerensky had achieved since early July in restoring governmental authority and strengthening the army. The Soviets, now distinctly more radical in outlook, emerged from the crisis with their popularity among the masses immeasurably enhanced. Revolutionary Russia was more widely saturated than ever before with competing grassroots political organizations and revolutionary committees. Workers had become more militant and better organized, and significant numbers of them had obtained weapons. At the same time, democratic committees in the army, by virtue of their leading role in organizing soldiers against the Kornilov movement, were rejuvenated. Within the Petrograd garrison, control of many regimental committees passed from more moderate elements into the hands of the Bolsheviks. Whatever moral authority officers still possessed among the troops was badly damaged by the Kornilov experience. During the first half of September, a second purge of officers suspected of harboring counter-revolutionary sentiments was carried out in many units, and, in the meantime, the execution of even the simplest orders became very difficult. The government endeavored to reverse these developments. On September 1st, for instance, Kerensky issued a directive to all military commanders, commissars, and army organizations to put a halt to political activity among the troops, but the order seems to have had no discernible impact. 3 days later, Kerensky published a decree dissolving all ad hoc revolutionary committees established during the Kornilov crisis, which included the Committee for Struggle Against the Counter-Revolution. The decree served merely to exacerbate relations between Kerensky and the Soviet leadership. No sooner had the order become public than the Committee for Struggle went into session, this in itself an act of civil disobedience, and adopted a carefully worded resolution expressing confidence that, in view of the still threatening situation, all local revolutionary committees would continue to operate with their previous energy and restraint. While the government strived in vain to cope with these difficulties, the disintegration of the economy continued apace. In Petrograd, the problems of unemployment, food and fuel shortages, and inflation now became significantly more acute. During these days as well, Kerensky's personal reputation was virtually destroyed. To the defeated right, it appeared that, because of either personal ambition or lack of courage, Kerensky had betrayed Kornilov. Meanwhile, to the left and to the masses of Petrograd workers and soldiers, it appeared that Kerensky was part and parcel of the counter-revolution. In a valuable unpublished memoir, Wojtyński, then Commissar of the Northern Front, focused attention on this factor, recalling that every soldier knew that the conflict between Kerensky and Kornilov had been preceded by negotiations between them, and that discussed in these negotiations were the imposition of capital punishment, the curbing of soldiers' committees, the return of power to officers, in short, a return to the ways of the old regime. Consequently, to the average soldier, the Kornilovщина appeared as a conspiracy against himself and against the revolution on the part of the military high command and Kerensky. Among the competitors for power in 1917, then, it is clear that the winners in the Kornilov affair were the Bolsheviks. The defeat of Kornilov testified to the great potential power of the left and demonstrated once again the enormous attraction of the Bolshevik program. Yet it seems questionable to argue, as some do, that Kornilov's defeat made Lenin's victory inevitable. The mass mood was not specifically Bolshevik in the sense of reflecting a desire for a Bolshevik government. As the flood of post-Kornilov political resolutions revealed, Petrograd soldiers, sailors, and workers were attracted more than ever by the goal of creating a Soviet government uniting all socialist elements. And in their eyes, the Bolsheviks stood for Soviet power, for Soviet democracy. In any case, the July uprising and the subsequent reaction had demonstrated the risks inherent in relying on the mood of the masses. Moreover, the entire history of the party from the February Revolution on suggested the potential for programmatic discord and disorganized activity existing within Bolshevik ranks. So that whether the party would somehow find the strength of will, organizational discipline, and sensitivity to the complexities of the fluid and possibly explosive prevailing situation requisite for it to take power was, at this point, still very much an open question. All power to the Soviets! Through these last critical days of August, Lenin remained underground in Helsingfors, the capital of Finland. In Finland, part of the Russian Empire since 1809, national aspirations complicated and greatly intensified the ferment which followed the collapse of the Tsarist regime. Helsingfors was also the main base of the Baltic Fleet, within which the Bolsheviks were especially active and influential. As elsewhere in Russia, political and social antagonism and popular support for extreme left programs rose sharply in Finland in the late summer and early fall of 1917. The Third Regional Congress of Soviets of the Army, Fleet, and Workers in Finland, which met in Helsingfors on September 9 to 12, elected a permanent executive committee, the Regional Executive Committee of the Army, Fleet, and Workers in Finland, made up almost exclusively of Bolsheviks and left SRs. Under the chairmanship of the ultra-radical Bolshevik Ivar Smilga, this committee proclaimed itself the highest political authority in Finland. During his stay in Helsingfors, Lenin had some contact with local social democratic leaders. And it seems that the strength of the left and the increasingly explosive political situation in Finland helped to shape his thinking about the further development of the revolution generally. But for the most part, Lenin remained absorbed by revolutionary politics in Petrograd. Shortly after the move from Razlov to Finland on August 9, he had been able to arrange fairly reliable communications with the Central Committee, as well as delivery of newspapers from Petrograd, which usually arrived toward evening the day after publication. Apart from devouring and reflecting on the news, he seems to have divided his time between completing the state and revolution and writing political commentaries for the Bolshevik press. Lenin first learned of General Kornilov's threat to Petrograd on August 28. Not until late on the 29th did he obtain the previous day's papers containing initial substantial accounts of the developing crisis. Even then, he had not received copies of the Bolshevik Rabinowitch, so that he was almost completely in the dark regarding his party's behavior. Nonetheless, on the morning of the 30th, as he anxiously awaited further news from Petrograd, he drafted a letter formulating tactical recommendations to the Central Committee which foreshadowed a significant, albeit temporary, shift in outlook on the development of the revolution. Lenin's initial response to the threat of a rightist dictatorship was that the existing political situation had suddenly been fundamentally altered and that the tactics of the party would have to be revised accordingly. No longer did he dismiss rumors of a counter-revolutionary conspiracy as a carefully thought-out ploy on the part of the Mensheviks and SRs, as he had during the Moscow Conference. Instead, Lenin urged Bolsheviks to join in the fight against Kornilov. Remaining silent on the crucial question of how closely it was permissible for party members to cooperate with majority socialists in defense preparations, he cautioned merely that Bolsheviks ought neither to support Kerensky directly nor, for the time being, to seek to overthrow him. Rather, they were to use every opportunity to expose Kerensky's weaknesses and shortcomings and to apply pressure on the government to fulfill such partial demands as the arrest of Milyakov, the arming of workers, the summoning of naval forces to Petrograd, the dissolution of the State Duma, the legislation of land transfers to the peasants, and the introduction of workers' control in the factories. Both the tacit acceptance of coordination with other groups to combat Kornilov and the emphasis on applying pressure for the fulfillment of partial demands were departures from Lenin's previous insistence that the Bolsheviks remain aloof from the Mensheviks and SRs and that the organization of the direct seizure of power by the proletariat at the earliest possible date was the party's primary task. As we have seen, this was precisely the position adopted during the last days of August by most party leaders in Petrograd. Lenin's unexpected approval of their course of action was reflected in a postscript which he added to his letter to the Central Committee late on the evening of the 30th, after receiving a new batch of papers from Petrograd, including copies of Rabinowitch. Having read 6 issues of Rabinowitch after this was written, he appended, I must say our views fully coincide. The shift in Lenin's thinking that followed the outbreak of the Kornilov affair was even more pronounced in an article on compromises, which he wrote on September 1st and which was received in Petrograd 2 days later. Indeed, it is difficult to interpret this essay as anything other than a retreat from the major assumptions underlying Lenin's directives to the Sixth Congress: the demise of the Soviets as revolutionary institutions, the irrevocable bankruptcy of the Mensheviks and SRs, and the absolute necessity for the seizure of power by force. Stimulated by Kerensky's obvious weakness and isolation, impressed by the power demonstrated by the Soviets in the struggle against Kornilov, and intrigued by the apparent growth of hostility to further collaboration with the cadets among Mensheviks and SRs, Lenin now endorsed the possibility of returning to the peaceful pre-July tactical program urged all along by party moderates. Specifically, he proposed a compromise with the majority socialists which went roughly as follows. For the time being, the Bolsheviks would give up their demand for the transfer of power to a government made up of representatives of the proletariat and poorer peasantry and officially return to the pre-July slogan, all power to the Soviets. In return, the Mensheviks and SRs would take power into their own hands and form a government responsible to the Soviet. Political power would be transferred to local Soviets everywhere in Russia. The Bolsheviks would remain outside the government and would be guaranteed full freedom to campaign on behalf of their own program. In essence, on compromises was an expression of readiness to forego the use of armed force and instead to compete for power within the Soviets by political means if the Mensheviks and SRs broke with the bourgeoisie. Lenin now maintained that such a course could in all probability secure the peaceful advance of the whole revolution and provide exceptionally good chances for great strides in the world movement towards peace and the victory of socialism. On September 3rd, as Lenin was about to send on compromises to Petrograd, he learned of the creation of the Directory, of the fundamental reluctance of a majority of moderate socialists to sanction the formation of an exclusively socialist government, and, to the contrary, of their efforts to organize a new coalition cabinet with representatives of the bourgeoisie from outside the cadet party. Under the influence of these reports, Lenin added a brief postscript to On Compromises in which he observed pessimistically, after reading Sunday's papers, I say to myself, perhaps it is already too late to offer a compromise. Yes, to all appearances, the day when by chance the path of peaceful development became possible has already passed. Yet even now Lenin did not wholly abandon the idea of a peaceful course. During the first week and a half of September, his interest in a possible compromise was evidently kept at least partially alive by continuing, well-publicized wrangling within Menshevik and SR ranks regarding a future government and festering antipathy between Kerensky and the moderate socialist leadership of the Soviet, as reflected, for example, in the stubborn resistance of the Committee for Struggle to Government attempts at dissolving revolutionary committees created during the Kornilov crisis. At any rate, Lenin returned to the question of a possible compromise with the moderates and the nonviolent development of the revolution in 3 subsequent articles of this period: The Tasks of the Revolution, The Russian Revolution and Civil War, and One of the Fundamental Questions of the Revolution. In The Tasks of the Revolution, written around September 6, although not published until the end of September, Lenin elaborated in some detail on the political scheme that he had first proposed in On Compromises. By seizing full power, he contended, the Soviets could still today, and this is probably their last chance, ensure the peaceful development of the revolution, peaceful elections of deputies by the people, and a peaceful struggle of parties inside the Soviets. In One of the Fundamental Questions of the Revolution, written a day or two later, but published on September 14, Lenin expounded upon the supreme importance of state power in the development of any revolution and the new significance which he attached to the immediate transfer of all power to the Soviets. The question of power cannot be evaded or brushed aside because it is the key question determining everything in a revolution's development. The whole issue at present is whether the petty bourgeois Democrats have learned anything during these great, exceptionally eventful 6 months. If not, then the revolution is lost, and only a victorious uprising of the proletariat can save it. If they have learned something, the establishment of a stable, unwavering power must be begun immediately. Only Soviet power could be stable and not be overthrown even in the stormiest months of the stormiest revolution. Only this power could ensure a continuous and broad development of the revolution, a peaceful struggle of parties within the Soviets. Directing his attention to the Mensheviks and SRs, Lenin went on to explain the meaning of the slogan "All Power to the Soviets," as he had resurrected it in On Compromises. The slogan "Power to the Soviets" is very often incorrectly interpreted to mean a cabinet of the parties of the Soviet majority. Not so. Power to the Soviets means radically reshaping the entire old state apparatus, that bureaucratic apparatus which hampers everything democratic. It means removing this apparatus and substituting for it a new popular one, i.e., a truly democratic apparatus of Soviets, i.e., the organized and armed majority of the people, the workers, soldiers, and peasants. It means allowing the majority of the people initiative and independence not only in the election of deputies, but also in state administration, in effecting reforms and various other changes. Only a Soviet regime, he suggested, would possess the courage and decisiveness to institute a grain monopoly, impose effective controls over production and distribution, restrict the issue of paper money, ensure a fair exchange of grain for manufactured goods, etc. All measures required by the unprecedented burdens and hardships of the war and the unparalleled economic dislocation and danger of famine. Such a government, steering a firm course, he explained, would in effect be the dictatorship of the proletariat and poorer peasantry, whose necessity he had pointed to in the April Theses. This government would deal forcefully with Kornilov and his cohorts and would complete the democratization of the army at once. Lenin assured his readers that 2 days after its creation, 99% of the army would be enthusiastic supporters of this dictatorship. It would give land to the peasants and full power to the local peasant committees, and hence would be certain of peasant support. Only a strong, popularly based government, Lenin contended, would be capable of smashing the resistance of the capitalists, displaying truly supreme courage and determination in the exercise of power, and securing the enthusiastic, selfless, and heroic support of the masses both in the army and among the peasants. Immediately transferring power to the Soviets, he insisted, was the only way to make further progress gradual, peaceful, and smooth. In the Russian Revolution and Civil War, the last essay of the series, probably completed on September 9th and published on September 16th, Lenin sought to allay the fears of the moderate socialists that breaking with the bourgeoisie would precipitate a bloody civil war, arguing that, to the contrary, the growing indignation and bitterness of the masses ensured that further dalliance in the creation of a Soviet government would make inevitable a workers' uprising and a civil war which, while bloody and to be avoided if at all possible, would in any case result in the triumph of the proletariat. Only the immediate transfer of all power to the Soviets would make civil war in Russia impossible, he explained. A civil war begun by the bourgeoisie against an alliance of the Bolsheviks with the socialist revolutionaries and Mensheviks, against the Soviets of workers, soldiers, and peasants' deputies, is inconceivable. Such a war would not last even until the first battle. In support of this line of reasoning, Lenin pointed to the helplessness of the bourgeoisie during the Kornilov affair. At that time, he declared, the alliance of Bolsheviks, SRs, and Mensheviks scored a victory over the counter-revolution with an ease heretofore never achieved in any revolution. It is indicative of the spirit of freewheeling debate within the Bolshevik organization in 1917 that even Lenin's new moderation was not accepted without opposition. By the time On Compromises was received by Bolshevik leaders in Petrograd, the All-Russian executive committees had formally rejected the Bolsheviks' August 31st declaration. To the editors of Rabinowitch put, the kind of compromise envisioned by Lenin seemed impracticable. One member of the editorial board, Grigory Sokolnikov, later recalled that On Compromises was initially rejected for publication. Upon Lenin's insistence, the decision was reconsidered, and the article was published on September 6. Objections to the views expressed in On Compromises also emerged among members of the consistently militant Bolshevik Moscow Regional Bureau and among some of the more radical leaders of the Petersburg Committee, who, having rallied to Lenin's side on the question of breaking with the moderate socialists entirely and preparing for an eventual independent armed seizure of power at the 6th Congress little more than 4 weeks earlier, were clearly dumbfounded by this latest abrupt shift in Lenin's outlook. Such a reaction on the part of some local leaders in Petrograd emerged during an evaluation of the current moment by the Petersburg Committee on September 7, the day after the publication of On Compromises. Representing the Petersburg Committee's Executive Commission, the outspoken Slutsky opened this discussion. While accepting Lenin's contention that the masses and the moderate socialists had been pushed leftward and that to some extent even the Soviets had been rejuvenated by the Kornilov experience, he rebelled at the thought of rapprochement with the Mensheviks and SRs, arguing that the party's main tasks were to restrain the masses from premature action and to prepare to use the Soviets as combat centers in the seizure of power. Later in the discussion, responding to arguments upholding Lenin's point of view, Slutsky again took the floor. As in the factories, so among the poverty-stricken peasants, we see movement leftward, he declared. For us to consider compromise now is ludicrous. No compromises. Our revolution is not like those which occurred in the West. Ours is a proletarian revolution. Our task is to clarify our position and to prepare unconditionally for a military clash. In a similar vein, G.F. Kalman, an independent thinker who had been among the party's hotheads in July, rejected the idea that the Soviets and the Mensheviks and SRs had somehow been fundamentally transformed by the Kornilov affair. Their leftward swing, he insisted, does not give us reason to believe the Soviets will take a revolutionary path. Our position should stay the same. Our goal is not to go arm in arm with the Soviet leaders, but to try to tear more revolutionary elements away from them and mobilize them behind us. Interestingly, the remarks of the Central Committee's representative to the Petersburg Committee, Bubnov, seemed closer to the sentiments of Slutsky and Kalman than to the ideas expressed by Lenin in On Compromises. It is difficult to gauge the extent of such feelings among members of the Petersburg Committee at this time because the discussion of the current moment at the September 7th meeting ended without the adoption of a resolution. In any case, as in the pre-July period, a peaceful course was compatible in the short run with the programmatic views both of right Bolsheviks like Kamenev, who considered Russia unprepared for a socialist revolution, and for the time being looked no further than to the construction of a broadly based, exclusively socialist coalition government including Bolsheviks' creation of a democratic republic and the convocation of the Constituent Assembly, and of those like Lenin, Trotsky, and local-level Bolshevik leaders in Petrograd, to whom transfer of power to the Soviets and a Menshevik SR government were seen as a transitory stage in the development of the socialist revolution, one which would quickly lead to the establishment of a dictatorship of the proletariat and poorer peasantry. It is clear that among a majority of the Central Committee the course proposed by Lenin struck a responsive chord. And, under the Central Committee's direction, the Petrograd Bolsheviks during the first weeks in September concentrated less on deepening the gulf between them and the moderates, or preparing the masses for an early armed seizure of power in the spirit of Lenin's directives to the 6th Congress, than on tasks consistent with the possibility of a peaceful development of the revolution. In particular, They devoted their energies to winning the support of still wavering elements in the Menshevik SR camp to the principle of breaking completely with the bourgeoisie, further expanding and consolidating the party's influence in mass organizations, most importantly in the Petrograd Soviet, and assuring the largest possible party representation in the coming Democratic State Conference, now scheduled for mid-September and designated by the Mensheviks and SRs as the forum in which the question of coalition and the nature of a new government would be finally settled. For the Bolsheviks, competition for influence in the Petrograd Soviet required particular attention. Less than half of those eligible to vote in the Soviet had been present for the sensational August 31st session at which a majority voted support for the Bolshevik political program. A high percentage of the absent deputies were soldiers, among whom SR influence had been very great heretofore, then still occupying defensive positions outside the capital. Thus, it is not surprising that the moderate socialists played down the import of the August 31st Bolshevik triumph and looked to its early reversal. The issue that SR Menshevik strategists picked for a direct test of relative strength in the Soviet was the future makeup of the Petrograd Soviet's Presidium. From its inception in March, the Presidium had been composed exclusively of Mensheviks and SRs. Among its members were Chkits, Tseretelli, Chernov, Dan, Skoblev, Gotz, and Anisimov, the moderates' best known and most authoritative public figures. These luminaries now declared their intention of resigning en masse if the vote of August 31st was not formally repudiated and the old leadership given a vote of confidence. This strategy put the Bolsheviks in a perilous position because it was possible, even likely, that they could not command enough votes to win such a contest of personal prestige. Yet a reversal of the August 31st vote and a pledge of confidence in the Mensheviks and SRs would mean a serious setback in the party's recently successful drive for broader mass support. To avoid the possibility of such a defeat, the Bolsheviks attempted to diffuse the political significance of the vote on the Presidium by focusing attention on procedural matters. Specifically, they argued that it was unfair for the Presidium to be composed, as it had been in the past, exclusively of representatives of the majority. Instead of choosing between opposing political programs and in effect letting the winners form the Presidium, as the moderates proposed, the Bolsheviks suggested that the democratic procedure would be to reconstruct the Presidium on a proportional basis, adding an appropriate number of members from previously unrepresented groups. This plan appeared quite reasonable to the many deputies who leaned to the left but who might be reluctant to side with the Bolsheviks at the cost of wholly repudiating their own leaders. In an effort to appeal to these wavering deputies, Kamenev, arguing before the Petrograd Soviet in favor of proportional representation, declared, "If coalition with the cadets was acceptable to the Mensheviks and SRs at the Moscow State Conference, surely they can engage in coalition politics with the Bolsheviks in this organ." The crucial test vote on procedures for the reorganization of the Presidium took place at the start of the Petrograd Soviet session on September 9th. The Bolshevik position received a narrow majority. Lenin was subsequently to criticize the Bolshevik leadership in the Soviet for championing proportional representation in the elections to the Presidium, viewing their action as merely another instance of his followers accepting an unnecessary degree of cooperation with other socialist groups at the expense of their own goals. The soundness of the proportional representation tactic, however, was borne out later at the same session when debate on another Bolshevik proposal revealed that the Bolsheviks did not yet have a dependable majority in the Petrograd Soviet. In this case, changes proposed by the Bolsheviks in the basis upon which soldiers were to be represented in the Soviet were opposed by a majority, and the Bolsheviks were forced to withdraw their resolution at the last minute to avoid its certain defeat. Ultimately, the party's sensitive strategy in the Petrograd Soviet worked to Bolshevik advantage. When the results of the September 9th vote on proportional representation were announced, the majority socialists who had comprised the old Presidium walked out in a huff, and on September 25th the leadership of the Petrograd Soviet was completely reorganized. Making up the new Presidium were 2 SRs, 1 Menshevik and 4 Bolsheviks: Trotsky, Kamenev, Rykov, and Fedorov. Trotsky replaced Chkits as chairman. Concurrently, the Bolshevik leadership was also devoting considerable attention to preparations for the Democratic State Conference. In a cable of September 4th to 37 subordinate party committees throughout the country and in a follow-up letter the next day, the party leadership had underlined the significance of a strong representation at the conference. Bolsheviks were advised to become thoroughly familiar with the makeup of the conference and, wherever possible, to work for the election of party members. All delegates elected with Bolshevik support were to report to the headquarters of the Bolshevik Soviet fraction at Smolny for orientation immediately upon arrival in the capital. Hopes that the Democratic State Conference would repudiate coalition politics and initiate steps to form a new, exclusively socialist government were dealt a blow with the announcement of the conference's composition. Workers, soldiers, and peasants' soviets, municipal dumas, army committees, trade unions, and a dozen lesser institutions were to be represented at the conference by some 1,198 delegates. But the proportion of seats allotted to urban workers and soldier soviets and trade unions, institutions in which the Bolsheviks were strongest, was low in comparison with the representation given rural peasant soviets, zemstvos, and cooperatives, still dominated by the moderates. Even so, the Bolsheviks did not completely give up the hope that the conference might create a socialist government. At a meeting on September 13, the Central Committee assigned Trotsky, Kamenev, Stalin, Miliutin, and Rykov to draw up an appropriate platform for presentation to the conference. Based in part on Lenin's writings of early September, the resulting platform was predicated on the assumption that a peaceful development of the revolution was still possible and that a revolutionary government could and should be created by the conference. Like Lenin's on compromises, the Bolshevik platform for the Democratic State Conference was basically an appeal to previous supporters of coalition politics to break definitively with the bourgeoisie and an expression of faith in the Soviets as organs of revolutionary government. The platform declared bluntly that the Bolsheviks had not tried to take power against the organized will of the majority of the working masses and would not. In language similar to Lenin's, it was affirmed that with full freedom of agitation and the continuous renovation of the Soviets from below, the struggle for influence and power would take place within the Soviets. At the same time, the platform differed from on compromises in not specifically excluding the possibility that the Bolsheviks would participate in a Soviet government. This appears to have been the result of Kamenev's influence. On the eve of the Democratic State Conference, it became apparent that the extreme left's apprehension regarding the probable composition of the conference was well-founded. Of the arriving delegates willing to declare a political preference, 532 turned out to be SRs, of whom 71 were left SRs. 530 were Mensheviks, of whom 56 were internationalists. 55 were popular socialists, and 17 affirmed that they had no specific party affiliation. Only 134 were Bolsheviks. Still, in preliminary discussions at individual party caucuses and at meetings of delegates by institutional affiliation, it was immediately revealed that on the crucial question of further coalition with non-socialist parties, there was no consensus among the moderates. The major divisions over this issue, which had first appeared in the wake of the Kornilov crisis, had, if anything, deepened. The uneasiness of many Menshevik and SR leaders previously loyal to the provisional government was voiced by the Menshevik Bogdanov, who commented on the opening day of the conference. At this terrible time, we must recognize without equivocation that we don't have a governmental authority. We have had a continuous reshuffling of the cabinet, governmental leapfrog in no way distinguishable from that of Tsarist times. The result of these never-ending ministerial switches has been total ineffectiveness, for which we ourselves are responsible. Thus, as the Democratic State Conference got underway, there were at least a few encouraging signs for Bolshevik leaders in Petrograd who still held out hope that a majority of delegates might vote to break with Kerensky and create a homogeneous socialist government. This lingering hope was voiced by Zinoviev in a front-page editorial titled, "Our Triumph and Our Tasks," published in the September 13th issue of Rabinowitch AUDIOBOOK, and no doubt circulated among the arriving delegates. The chief question now confronting every revolutionary is whether or not there remain possibilities for the peaceful development of the revolution and what needs to be done to strengthen these possibilities. And it is necessary to answer that any such possibilities hinge on the adoption of a specific compromise, a definite agreement between the working class, once and for all following our party, and the masses who make up the petty bourgeois democracy and who follow the SRs and Mensheviks. An agreement with the petty bourgeois democracy is desirable and, under conditions which are well known, possible. The All-Russian Conference convening shortly could still open the way for such a peaceful outcome. The Democratic State Conference opened in the Alexandrinsky Theater, now the Pushkin Theater, on the night of September 14th. The famous old hall, its loges, orchestra, and balconies crammed with delegates from all over Russia, took on an appearance quite unknown in Tsarist days. The red plush upholstery of the seats and boxes blended with the crimson sea of revolutionary banners. On stage, the curtains were raised to reveal a set depicting a large hall with several doors flanked by artificial junipers and palms. The conference presidium was seated behind a long, narrow table extending across the stage. Before the table stood a lectern draped with red bunting and bearing a sign cautioning, "No smoking." The Bolsheviks' hopes for the creation of a new government at the Democratic State Conference were voiced in the formal opening address made in the party's behalf by Kamenev at the first conference session, and in comments by Trotsky to a caucus of the Bolshevik delegation the following afternoon. In his lengthy speech, Kamenev declared that the record achieved by the various cabinets over the preceding 6 months made it impossible to retain any confidence in the policies proposed by Kerensky. Kamenev insisted that conditions had deteriorated to such a tragic state that time for further experiments with coalition government had run out. The government's failure to squelch the counter-revolutionary movement in the army, as well as actions taken in regard to agriculture, food supply, and the conduct of foreign affairs, he argued, were errors not of this or that minister-socialist, but of the political influence of the bourgeoisie as a class. There has not been a single revolution in which the realization of the ideals of the workers did not provoke the terror of counter-revolutionary forces. If the democracy is unwilling to take power now, it must honestly tell itself, "We don't have confidence in our own powers, and so you Burishkins and Kishkins must come and take charge of us. We don't know how to do it. You can write a program to satisfy the working democracy, but it is pure utopianism to believe that such a program would be pursued genuinely and honestly by the bourgeoisie. The only possible course is for state power to be transferred to the democracy, not to the Soviet of Workers' and Soldiers' Deputies, but to that democracy which is well enough represented here. We must establish a new government and an institution to which that government must be responsible." Trotsky, in his orientation to Bolshevik delegates alone, explained that insofar as possible, their primary aim should be to convince the conference to reject coalition with the privileged classes and to take the organization of a new government into its own hands. If successful, this would be the first step in the transfer of power to the Soviets. It is worth noting that while Kamenev was speaking out for the creation of a broad, democratic coalition government, reflective of the various groups invited to the Democratic State Conference, and against an exclusively Soviet regime, Trotsky urged the transfer of full power to the Soviets. This important distinction bespoke fundamentally different views on the development of the Russian Revolution, which were soon to erupt into one of the bitterest and most important internal controversies in the history of Bolshevism. In the context of the present discussion, however, the crucial point is that both Kamenev and Trotsky, along with most Petrograd Bolsheviks, viewed positively the work of the Democratic State Conference and the prospects for peaceful development of the revolution. In view of the Bolsheviks' prevailing moderation at this time, and considering that since early September Lenin himself had been lending encouragement to such an approach, one can imagine the shock experienced by the top Bolshevik leadership when, on September 15th, they received 2 letters written by Lenin between September 12th and 14th in which he completely abandoned the moderate positions embodied in "On Compromises" and summoned the Bolsheviks to take upon themselves the preparation of an immediate armed uprising. There appear to have been a number of mutually supporting reasons for this outwardly dramatic shift. On the one hand, factors such as the strong position of the extreme left in Finland, the winning of majority support for the Bolshevik program in the Petrograd and Moscow Soviets and in a number of other regional Soviets, the massive expansion of social upheaval among land-hungry peasants in the countryside, the continuing disintegration of the army at the front and the soldiers' increasingly insistent demands for immediate peace, and signs of revolutionary unrest in the German fleet seem to have encouraged Lenin to hope that seizure of power by the Bolsheviks would have strong support in the cities and would no longer be solidly opposed by the provinces and the front, and that the creation of a genuinely revolutionary government in Russia would serve as a catalyst for mass rebellions in other European countries. And, of course, as Lenin began to sense the possibility of a quick resolution to the problem of creating an extreme left government, his interest in compromise with the moderate socialist parties cooled. On the other hand, somewhat contradictorily, Lenin also seems to have become genuinely alarmed that the government might somehow still manage to deflate the revolution by negotiating a separate peace, surrendering Petrograd to the Germans, manipulating elections to the Constituent Assembly, or provoking a disorganized popular insurrection. He also seems to have worried that if the party delayed too long, it would begin to lose influence among the masses and become powerless to halt Russia's slide into complete anarchy. The first of Lenin's 2 explosive letters, this one addressed to the Central, Petersburg, and Moscow committees, began, The Bolsheviks, having obtained a majority in the Soviets of workers' and soldiers' deputies in both capitals, can and must take state power into their own hands. They can because the active majority of revolutionary elements in the two chief cities is large enough to carry the people with it, to overcome the opposition's resistance, to smash it, and to gain and retain power. The Democratic State Conference, he insisted, represents not a majority of the revolutionary people, but only the compromising upper strata of the petty bourgeoisie. Why was it necessary for the Bolsheviks to assume power at this very moment? Because, affirmed Lenin, the impending surrender of Petrograd will make our chances 100 times less favorable. Selecting the precise moment for the start of an uprising would be up to local leaders on the spot. What the top Bolshevik leadership had to do at once was to take advantage of the presence in Petrograd of what amounted to a party congress to set the task of organizing an armed uprising in Petrograd and Moscow, the seizure of power, and the overthrow of the government. By taking power in Moscow and Petrograd at once, it didn't matter to him which came first. Lenin concluded, "We shall win absolutely and unquestionably." In his second letter, which bore the title Marxism and Insurrection, and was addressed to the Central Committee alone, Lenin argued that treating insurrection as an art was not blankism as alleged by present-day opportunists, but a fundamental tenet of Marxism. To be successful, he wrote, insurrection had necessarily to rely not upon conspiracy or upon a party, but upon the proletariat, and it had to be based on a revolutionary upsurge of the people. A final condition was that a successful insurrection had to be timed to occur when the activity of the advanced ranks was at its height, while, on the other hand, vacillations within the enemy camp were strongest. Affirming that refusal to treat insurrection as an art once these preconditions existed was a betrayal of Marxism and of the revolution. Lenin went on to explain why an immediate insurrection was the order of the day. He contrasted the existing situation with conditions prevailing in July, observing that at that time the Bolsheviks had still lacked the support of the proletariat. Now, as a result of the persecution of the Bolsheviks and the Kornilov experience, the party had majorities in the Soviets in both Moscow and Petrograd. In July there had been no countrywide revolutionary upsurge, but such an upsurge had followed the Kornilov revolt. Finally, earlier there had not been serious wavering among the Bolsheviks' enemies, while now there was a significant degree of vacillation. We could not have retained power politically on July 3rd to 4th, Lenin concluded, because before the Kornilov revolt, the army and the provinces could and would have marched against Petrograd. Now the picture is entirely different. All the objective conditions exist for a successful insurrection. Toward the end of Marxism and Insurrection, Lenin demanded that the Central Committee consolidate the Bolshevik group at the Democratic State Conference, without fearing to leave the waverers in the waverers' camp. It was to draw up a brief declaration, the briefer and the more trenchant the better, emphasizing in no uncertain manner the irrelevance of long speeches and of speeches in general, the need for immediate action to save the revolution, the absolute necessity for a complete break with the bourgeoisie, for the removal of the present government in its entirety, and for the immediate transfer of all power to revolutionary Democrats, headed by the revolutionary proletariat. The Bolsheviks, having read this declaration, and having appealed for decisions and not talk, for action and not resolution writing, were to dispatch their entire group to the factories and barracks, at the same time treating insurrection in a Marxist way as an art, and without losing a single moment, the Bolsheviks were to organize a headquarters of insurgent detachments, distribute forces, move the reliable regiments to the most important points, surround the Alexandrinsky Theater, occupy the Peter and Paul Fortress, and arrest the general staff and the government. They were to mobilize the armed workers and call them to fight the last desperate fight, occupy the telegraph and telephone exchanges, establish headquarters in the Central Telephone Exchange, and connect it by telephone with all the factories, regiments, and points of armed conflict. Not surprisingly, the initial response of Bolshevik leaders in Petrograd to these messages was strongly reminiscent of the one which had been accorded Lenin's earlier letters from afar. "We were all aghast," Bukharin was to recall a few years later. Hastening from the Alexandrinsky Theater to their own headquarters, members of the Central Committee met in emergency secret session the evening of September 15th to discuss the letters. Present were not only those Central Committee members normally in Petrograd and responsible for the day-to-day direction of the party, that is, Bubnov, Dzerzhinsky, Yaffe, Miliutin, Sverdlov, Sokolnikov, Stalin, and Uritsky, but also Kamenev, Kalantai, and Trotsky. This was Trotsky's second Central Committee meeting since his release from jail. The Moscow Bolsheviks Bukharin, Lamov, Nagin, and Rykov, and Stepan Shamian, Central Committee representative of the Bolshevik organization in the Caucasus. Copies of Lenin's letters had been distributed to most of those in attendance prior to their deliberations. The published protocol of the ensuing discussion is extremely fragmentary. The committee agreed on the advisability of scheduling an early meeting specifically devoted to tactical questions. A suggestion by Stalin that Lenin's letters be circulated was rejected, despite the fact that the first letter was specifically addressed to the Petersburg and Moscow committees, as well as to the Central Committee. To the contrary, most of those present were apparently concerned above all that they be quietly destroyed. Bukharin later maintained that the Central Committee considered burning the letters and, indeed, unanimously agreed to do so. According to the official protocol, the committee voted to preserve only one copy of each letter and to take steps to prevent a movement into the streets. Lamov later pointed to one of the Central Committee's overriding concerns at this time. "We are apprehensive about what would happen if the letters reached the Petrograd workers and the Petersburg and Moscow committees, because this would have immediately introduced enormous discord into our ranks. We were afraid that if Lenin's words reached the workers, many would doubt the correctness of the position adopted by the whole Central Committee. As an additional safeguard, the Central Committee concluded its discussion on September 15 by charging members assigned to working with the military organization and the Petersburg Committee, Sverdlov and Bubnov respectively, with responsibility for ensuring that no appeals for immediate action along the lines demanded by Lenin were made in barracks and factories. For the time being, then, Lenin's appeals for the overthrow of the provisional government were unceremoniously turned aside. Virtually the only change in the public behavior of the Bolsheviks at the Democratic State Conference after receipt of Lenin's messages was that Trotsky, for one, began to play down the possibility of the conference's forming a government as the first step toward the transfer of power to the Soviets. Instead, he now categorically insisted on the transfer of political power directly to the Soviets. This subtle but important shift was reflected at a caucus of conference delegates from workers' and soldiers' Soviets on September 18. There Trotsky got into a heated argument with Martov, who spoke in favor of the creation by the conference of a broad socialist government including representatives of all the major groups invited to the Democratic State Conference. Countering Martov, Trotsky contended that the composition of the Democratic State Conference was such that endowing it with complete governmental power would be a rash step. Rather, it was absolutely necessary to transfer power to the Soviets, which had fully proved themselves to be a powerful, constructive political force. Bolshevik efforts to prevail upon conference delegates to break with the bourgeoisie and take the first steps toward the creation of a revolutionary government were not terminated. The party's formal statement on the government question, the platform which had been authorized by the Central Committee on September 13 and which, as we have seen, was modeled in part after Lenin's on compromises, was formally read to a session of the conference on September 18. That night, in response to Bolshevik appeals, 150 delegates from Petrograd factories and military units staged a demonstration outside the Alexandersky Theater in support of the creation of an exclusively socialist government. Thus, instead of withdrawing from the conference and going to the masses with a call to rise, as Lenin advised, the party was mobilizing workers and soldiers to apply pressure on the Democratic State Conference to pursue a more radical course. For Lenin, the presentation of the Bolshevik platform to the Democratic State Conference was an unmistakable sign of the party leadership's rejection of the assumptions contained in his mid-September letters. No doubt Lenin was even more disturbed upon reading the September 16 edition of Rабочий Путь, which featured his earlier essay, The Russian Revolution and Civil War, with its author identified. Not only had the Central Committee taken steps to ensure that the party at large would not be influenced by his appeals for an immediate uprising, but it also was circulating his more moderate views of the previous week, inevitably conveying the impression that they constituted his thinking at the moment. At this point, Lenin decided to return at once to Petrograd despite the fact that the Central Committee had expressly forbidden him to do so, ostensibly out of fear for his safety. On September 17 or shortly thereafter, without the Central Committee's authorization, Lenin traveled from Helsingfors to Viborg, within 80 miles of the capital, and advised Krupskaya and Sverdlov, although not the Central Committee, of his determination to return to Petrograd. Meanwhile, at the Democratic State Conference, delegates had spent the better part of 4 days, September 14th to 18th, in group meetings, party gatherings, and official sessions turning over all questions relating to the nature of the future government. A formal vote on this issue was held on September 19th, and it turned out to be a complete fiasco for everyone concerned. According to procedures worked out in advance by the conference presidium, the delegates were first to register their views on coalition in principle. Next, they were asked to vote on two proposed amendments. One, that elements of the Cadet Party and other groups which had been involved in the Kornilov affair be excluded from participation in the coalition. And two, that the entire Cadet Party be excluded. Finally, the delegates were to vote on the entire resolution as amended. In an initial roll call vote which lasted 5 hours, the principle of coalition with the bourgeoisie was accepted by a count of 766 in favor, 688 opposed, with 38 abstentions. This vote confirmed Bolshevik apprehensions regarding the makeup of the conference. Representatives of workers and soldier soviets and trade unions had voted overwhelmingly against coalition, but they were overpowered by large majorities of the more numerous deputies from peasant soviets, military committees, zemstvos, and cooperatives who supported coalition. Next, the conference acted on the two proposed amendments. On behalf of the Bolsheviks, Trotsky spoke in support of both, as did Martov for the Menshevik Internationalists and Boris Kamkov for the Left SRs. To the dismay of many, though obviously not all, of those who favored coalition in principle, both amendments were passed. The entire resolution as amended, that is, the acceptance of coalition in principle but with the exclusion of the Cadet Party as well as other groups that had supported Kornilov, satisfied almost no one. The Bolsheviks, of course, opposed the resolution. They were joined by large numbers of coalition supporters who simply could not imagine the creation of a viable coalition government without the cadets. Only 183 delegates voted for the resolution as amended, with 813 opposed and 80 abstentions. Thus, 4 days of the most intense discussion and debate had fully revealed the fundamental difference of opinion among democratic groups, but had settled absolutely nothing regarding the makeup of the future government. The relationship of the socialists to the government was, if anything, more confused than it had been before the contradictory voting of September 19th. That such a situation could not continue was abundantly clear to the Presidium of the Democratic State Conference. Upon its insistence, before adjournment of the session of September 19th, conference delegates resolved not to disperse until mutually acceptable conditions for the formation, functioning, and program of a new government were somehow agreed upon. The following day, the Presidium scheduled formal discussions aimed at breaking the existing impasse. Participating in this gathering were Presidium members and representatives of the various parties and groups attending the Democratic State Conference. Their bitter debates on the government issue lasted from morning until early evening. Tseretelli, pointing to the deep divisions which had emerged within the democracy the previous day in regard to the question of coalition, argued that the democracy by itself could not organize a viable government. He was joined by Gotz and Avksentiv, who stressed once again the importance of maintaining some kind of political alliance with the bourgeoisie. Kamenev was the Bolsheviks' chief spokesman at this meeting, contending unconvincingly that the formation of a coalition government had been decisively rejected the previous day. He pressed the case for a homogeneous democratic ministry. To calm the fears of the moderates in regard to what the Bolsheviks' attitude toward such a government might be, he added categorically, "We will not overthrow such a government. We will support it insofar as it pursues a democratic policy and leads the country to the Constituent Assembly." After the delegates had talked themselves hoarse, a formal vote was taken on the question of coalition. 50 delegates voted in favor, 60 were opposed. In view of this continuing, almost even split, Tseretelli suggested a somewhat different tack. He proposed that an attempt be made to come to a consensus regarding the political program to be pursued by the future government and to leave the precise character of the cabinet to the discretion of a permanent representative body which would be selected by the conference and to which the government would be responsible until the convocation of the Constituent Assembly. This course was subsequently adopted. With regard to the program to be pursued by a new government, most delegates expressed solidarity with the Soviets' August 14th program. Only the Bolsheviks voiced opposition. But the Bolsheviks joined the rest of the participants in this meeting in supporting the creation of a permanent representative body. Kamenev hoped that this new institution would be homogeneous, that a significant proportion of its membership would come from workers and soldier Soviets, and hence that it would be less resistant to breaking with the bourgeoisie than the Democratic State Conference. It became clear almost immediately, however, that any such hope was ill-founded. With the Bolsheviks again alone in opposition, the participants in this meeting went on to agree that the new permanent body, it was initially christened the Democratic Council but was referred to more often as the pre-parliament, should include both representatives of groups at the conference and propertied elements. This was a direct reversal of the previous day's voting pattern. At the September 19th session, the delegates had begun by approving coalition in principle and then had eliminated any practical possibility of actually creating a coalition government by rejecting cadet participation. Then, on September 20th, an ad hoc meeting of delegates, after initially rejecting coalition, adopted a resolution indirectly reintroducing the possibility of political cooperation with representatives of the bourgeoisie, not excluding the cadets. Proponents of coalition were quick to seize upon this opportunity. At a conference plenum late the same night, September 20th, Tsereteli introduced a resolution subsequently passed, which shifted responsibility for a final decision on the government question to the pre-parliament. Among other things, this resolution provided that the future government would work to realize the program of August 14th, that it would pursue an energetic foreign policy aimed at concluding a general peace, and that it would be responsible and accountable to a permanent representative body which, pending convocation of the Constituent Assembly, would reflect the popular will. The resolution specified that this representative body, the pre-parliament, was to be made up of delegates to the Democratic State Conference. The resolution contained nothing specific about the participation of the bourgeoisie in either the pre-parliament or the future government. However, it tacitly endorsed the possibility of another coalition with the vague statement that if bourgeois elements were to be drawn into the government, the permanent representative body would be enlarged by the inclusion of bourgeois groups. The resolution specified that, under those circumstances, the predominance of democratic elements would have to be maintained. Finally, the resolution provided for the selection of 5 conference delegates. This figure was later doubled, to begin negotiations aimed at facilitating the construction of a government in accordance with these provisions. These delegates were to report to the Democratic Council on the results of their efforts, which were to be subject to confirmation by the Council. Thus, the long-anticipated Democratic State Conference ended in what amounted to an evasion. A few as yet unnamed representatives were to be made responsible for somehow devising an acceptable solution to the cabinet crisis which more than 1,000 delegates to the conference from all over Russia had been unable to resolve. In part because opponents of further cooperation with the bourgeoisie would have no part of formal discussions with Kerensky, the conference negotiating team was inevitably dominated by prominent proponents of coalition politics from the Soviet, people like Tsereteli, Avksentiv, Gotz, and Chkits, along with representatives of cooperative and zemstvo groups, who viewed the participation of authoritative segments of the bourgeoisie in the government as absolutely essential for Russia's survival. This delegation met in acrimonious bargaining sessions with Kerensky, other cabinet ministers, representatives of the Cadet Central Committee, and business and industrial figures from Petrograd and Moscow on September 22nd to 24th. As was to be expected, spokesmen for the bourgeoisie were unwilling to accept the Soviets' program of August 14th as the basis for government policy. While not totally opposed to the idea of a pre-parliament, they insisted that legally only the provisional government had the authority to create such an organ, and that, in any case, under no circumstances could a new cabinet be responsible to the pre-parliament. In other words, that the latter could be no more than an advisory body. At the same time, Kerensky was absolutely adamant on the need to form another coalition cabinet. For practical purposes, then, members of the delegation from the Democratic State Conference were faced with the choice of backing down on the more controversial planks in the August 14th program and tacitly acknowledging the government's primacy over and independence of the pre-parliament, or breaking with Kerensky and giving up the prospect of bringing representatives of the bourgeoisie into the government. Predictably, they opted for the first alternative. In a sense, the tactics that Tsereteli's delegation pursued in the complex political negotiations of September 22nd to 24th were the opposite of those employed by Tsereteli at the Democratic State Conference. At the conference, Tsereteli had managed to gain an agreement that allowed for the possibility of a coalition by putting aside the question of the precise makeup of the cabinet and focusing attention on the program to be pursued by the government irrespective of its composition. Now, in the face of firm resistance both to the August 14th program as the basis for policy and to the responsibility of the government to the pre-parliament, Tsereteli was forced to de-emphasize these considerations and, instead, to stress the critical importance of an alliance between the democracy and the bourgeoisie as the only possible basis for solving Russia's ills. During the last phase of the negotiations of September 22nd to 24th, the August 14th program was revised and softened so as to make it palatable to the cadets. At this time, it was agreed that the government would quickly prepare and issue a decree formally establishing the pre-parliament, and that this institution, now renamed the Council of the Republic but still referred to most often as the pre-parliament, would be composed of the 367 delegates already selected from the Democratic State Conference plus up to 150 representatives of the property classes. It was also understood that legally this would be a purely advisory body and, most important, that it would have no formal jurisdiction over the government. Late on the night of September 23rd, the pre-parliament, as originally formed at the close of the Democratic State Conference, met and handily rejected a Bolshevik declaration presented by Trotsky repudiating the Tseretelli delegation's negotiations as a betrayal of the will of the masses and calling for the creation of a genuinely revolutionary government. Instead, by a narrow margin, the pre-parliament passed a resolution introduced by Dan tacitly endorsing the new arrangements. Having done this, the delegates adjourned to await formal reconstitution by the provisional government of an expanded assembly. The way was now open for Kerensky to name formally a new coalition cabinet, and he did so on September 25th. The new cabinet included the cadets Alexander Konovalov, Kishkin, Sergei Smirnov, and Anton Kardashev. While technically a majority of the ministers were socialists, the key foreign ministry remained in the hands of Tereshchenko. Konovalov was named Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Industry, and Kerensky stayed on as head of the government and Commander-in-Chief of the Army. On September 21st, the day after the Democratic State Conference adopted Tseretelli's resolution sanctioning discussions with Kerensky on the formation of a new government, but before the results of these negotiations were known, the Bolshevik Central Committee met to consider the party's immediate political course. What was perhaps most striking about this meeting was that even now, in the face of the Democratic State Conference's failure to break with the politics of coalition, Lenin's recommendation that the urban masses be called to arms was given absolutely no consideration. To be sure, this was probably due partly to the influence of right Bolsheviks such as Kamenev, Rykov, and Nagin. But the fact remains that even party officials who fully shared Lenin's fundamental assumptions regarding the necessity and feasibility of an early socialist revolution in Russia were skeptical of successfully mobilizing the masses behind the immediate bayonet charge envisioned by Lenin. In part because of their continuing interaction with workers and soldiers, leaders like Trotsky, Bubnov, Sokolnikov, and Sverdlov possessed what appears to have been a realistic appreciation of the limits of the party's influence and authority among the masses, and of the latter's attachment to the Soviets as legitimate democratic organs in which all genuinely revolutionary groups would work together to fulfill the revolution. Also, as a result of the Kornilov experience, they were much less concerned than Lenin about Kerensky's capacity to damage the left. Consequently, they now began to associate the seizure of power and the creation of a new government with the convocation in the near future of a National Congress of Soviets, this to take advantage of the legitimacy of the Soviets in the eyes of the masses. It should be added that in the wake of the Democratic State Conference, right Bolsheviks also supported the early convocation of a Congress of Soviets and paid lip service to the slogan, "All power to the Soviets." The essential difference between Leninists in spirit, like Trotsky, and right Bolsheviks, like Kamenev, was that while the former looked to a Soviet Congress to transfer power to a government of the extreme left pledged to immediate peace and a radical program of internal change, the latter viewed a Congress of Soviets as a vehicle for building a broader, stronger alliance of democratic groups, which might, at the most, form a caretaker all-socialist coalition government, pending convocation of the Constituent Assembly. Hence, the central issue that divided the party leadership in Petrograd as the Democratic State Conference drew to a close was not the organization of an immediate popular uprising, which everyone in the coterie of high Bolsheviks privy to Lenin's most recent recommendations seems to have rejected categorically, or the immediate convocation of a Congress of Soviets, which all accepted. Rather, it was whether to stage a formal walkout from the Democratic State Conference and whether to participate in the pre-parliament, the former in its last hours and the latter in the process of formation and scheduled to open on September 23rd. To the Kamenev faction, taking advantage of the end of the Democratic State Conference and the proceedings of the pre-parliament to discredit coalition politics and to maintain alliances with wavering elements in the Menshevik SR camp was an essential counterpart to the consolidation, at the coming Congress of Soviets, of the strongest possible broad socialist bloc. Meanwhile, to party leaders of Trotsky's persuasion, demonstratively withdrawing from the Democratic State Conference and boycotting the pre-parliament constituted the necessary prelude to utilizing a Congress of Soviets to break decisively with conciliatory groups, transfer power to the Soviets, and strike out anew on a revolutionary path with whatever other genuinely revolutionary groups were willing to go along. At its morning meeting on September 21st, the Bolshevik Central Committee adopted something of a compromise on the question of the Democratic State Conference. It was decided not to pull out of the conference formally but rather to register a protest against the actions of the coalitionists by recalling the Bolshevik members of the conference presidium. Then, the Central Committee voted 9-8 not to participate in the pre-parliament. Because of the almost even split on this issue, it was agreed that a final decision regarding a boycott of the pre-parliament would be left to the discretion of a joint meeting of the Central Committee with the Bolshevik delegation to the Democratic Conference, to be held as soon as the delegates could be gathered. This assembly, in size roughly equivalent to a party congress, met later the same day. Trotsky acted as spokesman for those in favor of a boycott and Rykov for those opposed. Stalin, among others, sided with Trotsky. Kamenev, Nagin, and Ryazanov supported Rykov. Trotsky later remembered that the ensuing debate was long and extremely heated. When the matter came to a vote, the earlier Central Committee decision was reversed, a major setback for the left. The assembled party representatives from all over Russia voted 77-50 in favor of participation in the pre-parliament. The decision was immediately confirmed by the Central Committee. 2 days later, on September 23, under prodding from the Bolsheviks, the Central Executive Committee met with delegates to the Democratic State Conference from provincial Soviets, and it was agreed to convene a nationwide Congress of Soviets in Petrograd on October 20th. With the Congress of Soviets now scheduled, the Bolsheviks adopted a major policy statement setting forth the relationship of the party's activities in the pre-parliament to the campaign underway for transfer of power to the Soviets at the coming Congress. According to this statement, adopted on September 24th at a joint meeting of the Central Committee, representatives of the Petersburg Committee, and the Bolshevik pre-parliament delegation just formed, the primary task of the party in the prevailing situation was to mobilize the broad masses in support of the transfer of power to the Soviets and to strengthen and expand the political authority of the Soviets to the point where it rivaled that of the government. In this connection, party members were to focus attention on strengthening ties among local Soviets, firming up contacts with other worker, soldier, and peasant revolutionary organs, arranging the re-election of national and local Soviet executive organs still controlled by moderates, holding regional Soviet congresses, and, of course, ensuring that the All-Russian Congress of Soviets would, indeed, be held. Activity in the pre-parliament, the statement emphasized, was to be strictly subordinate to the requirements of this mass struggle. Meanwhile, developments in the Petrograd Soviet reflected the degree to which the formation of the Third Coalition Cabinet, together with worsening economic conditions, was working to the advantage of the extreme left. On September 25th, the new Bolshevik-dominated Presidium officially took office. To roars of approval, Trotsky again assumed leadership of the Petrograd Soviet, the position he had held in 1905 when he had first distinguished himself as a powerful revolutionary tribune. In accepting the post of chairman, Trotsky harked back to those earlier days, recalling that then, the Petrograd Soviet was experiencing a moment of crisis which ended in defeat. Now we feel distinctly stronger. Yet the list of new ministers published in the evening papers attests to the fact that the revolution has reached another critical point. We are certain that the work of the new Presidium will be accompanied by a new rise in the development of the revolution. We belong to different parties and have our own work to conduct, but in directing the work of the Petrograd Soviet we will observe the individual rights and complete freedom of all fractions. The arm of the Presidium will never be used to stifle a minority. Not long after Trotsky's pledge to direct the work of the Petrograd Soviet in a democratic spirit, the Bolsheviks put before the deputies a resolution authored by Trotsky expressing the unwillingness of Petrograd workers and soldiers to support the new coalition. Passed immediately by an overwhelming vote, the resolution expressed certainty that the entire revolutionary democracy would greet the formation of the new government with the demand, "Resign." Sustained by this unanimous voice of the genuine democracy, the All-Russian Congress of Soviets would replace the coalition with a genuinely revolutionary government. This basic orientation toward the creation of a new government at the Congress of Soviets was to shape the Bolsheviks' activity throughout the latter part of September. This was the line taken, for example, by Rabinowitch put during this period. Beginning on September 27th, each day's edition carried the banner headline, "Prepare for the Congress of Soviets on October 20th. Convene regional congresses immediately." Zinoviev expressed this outlook in a front-page editorial on September 26th, condemning the newly announced coalition government, the so-called September Bloc. In our view, the all-powerful authority over the Russian land is the Congress of Soviets opening on October 20th. By the time the Congress convenes, if it is able to meet at all, the experience with this new coalition will have failed and wavering elements will at long last associate themselves with our slogan, "All power to the Soviets." Each day will witness a growth in our force. Each step of the September Bloc will demonstrate the validity of our point of view. The party's new tactical course was neatly reflected in an appeal to workers and soldiers published in Rabinowitch put on September 30th. It had evidently been written by Zinoviev and formally discussed and endorsed by the entire Central Committee. Titled "Before the Congress of Soviets," this appeal warned that the counter-revolution would go to any lengths to prevent the convocation of the nationwide Soviet Congress and the Constituent Assembly. In these circumstances, workers and soldiers were to be vigilant, at the same time making every effort to ensure the selection of Congress delegates opposed to coalition. Be on your guard, comrades. Don't rely on anyone but yourselves. Don't waste even an hour. Start getting ready for the Congress of Soviets. Convene regional congresses. Take care to see that enemies of coalition are sent to the Congress. Don't become involved in any kind of separate direct action. Let's concentrate all our energies on preparations for the Congress of Soviets. It alone will assure that the Constituent Assembly will be convened and carry forth its revolutionary work. Central Committee of the RSDRP. Lenin's campaign for an insurrection. Judging by proceedings in the Petrograd Soviet and by the tenor of political resolutions appearing in the left press at the end of September, Petrograd workers and soldiers responded enthusiastically to the idea of an early Congress of Soviets to create a revolutionary government. The same cannot be said of Lenin, who was convinced that the party leadership in Petrograd was letting slip the last golden moments when the provisional government could be overthrown with ease. First from Vyborg and subsequently from the apartment of Margarita Fofanova, on the northernmost edge of the Vyborg district, just off the rail line from Finland, where he was living secretly, he delivered a series of slashing rebukes to his followers in the capital. These were coupled with ever more insistent demands that the provisional government be overthrown without further delay. The first of these verbal assaults took the form of an essay intended for publication in Rabinowitch put entitled "Heroes of Fraud and the Mistakes of the Bolsheviks." It began with a scathing denunciation of the Democratic State Conference, the majority socialists and Kerensky, and ended with a thoroughgoing critique of the Bolsheviks themselves. Wrote Lenin, "The Bolsheviks should have walked out of the Democratic State Conference. 99% of the Bolshevik delegation should have gone to the factories and barracks." The Bolsheviks, it turned out, had an erroneous attitude toward parliamentarianism in moments of revolutionary and not constitutional crisis, and a mistaken attitude toward the socialist revolutionaries and Mensheviks. Comrade Zinoviev made a mistake in writing about the Commune ambiguously, to say the least, so that it appeared that the Commune, although victorious in Petrograd, might be defeated, as in France in 1871. This is absolutely untrue. If the Commune were victorious in Petrograd, it would be victorious throughout Russia. It was also a mistake on his part to write that the Bolsheviks did right in proposing proportional representation in the Presidium of the Petrograd Soviet. And Comrade Kamenev was wrong in delivering the first speech at the conference in a purely constitutional spirit when he raised the foolish question of confidence or no confidence in the government. Written as the Democratic State Conference drew to a close, "Heroes of Fraud and the Mistakes of the Bolsheviks" was published in Rabinowitch put on September 24th under the title "Heroes of Fraud," and with all direct criticism of the Bolsheviks edited out. Between September 22nd and 24th, Lenin worked on another newspaper essay, From a Publicist's Diary, which took the form of a daily journal. A portion of the entry for September 22nd reads, "The more one reflects on the meaning of the so-called Democratic Conference, the more firmly convinced one becomes that our party committed a mistake in participating in it. We must boycott the pre-parliament. We must leave it and go to the Soviet of workers, soldiers, and peasants' deputies, to the trade unions, to the masses in general. We must call them to the struggle. We must give them a correct and clear slogan. Disperse Kerensky's Bonapartist gang with its fake pre-parliament. The Mensheviks and socialist revolutionaries, even after the Kornilov revolt, refused to accept our compromise of peacefully transferring power to the Soviets. They have again sunk into the morass of mean and filthy bargaining with the cadets. Down with the Mensheviks and socialist revolutionaries. Ruthlessly expel them from all revolutionary organizations. No negotiations, no communications with these friends of the Kishkins, the friends of the Kornilovite landowners and capitalists. The next day, September 23rd, Lenin recorded, "Trotsky was for the boycott. Bravo, Comrade Trotsky." Boycottism was defeated in the Bolshevik group at the Democratic Conference. Long live the boycott! We cannot and must not under any circumstances reconcile ourselves to participation. A group at one of the conferences is not the highest organ of the party, and even the decisions of the highest organs are subject to revision on the basis of experience. We must strive at all costs to have the boycott question solved at a plenary meeting of the Central Committee and at an extraordinary party congress. There is not the slightest doubt that there are noticeable vacillations at the top of our party that may become ruinous. The editorial board of Rabinowitch AUDIOBOOK, composed of Sokolnikov, Trotsky, Kamenev, Stalin, and Volodarsky, suppressed from a publicist's diary entirely, and instead on September 26 began publication of The Tasks of the Revolution, one of the articles written during Lenin's period of moderation in early September, when he had been seriously considering the possibility of compromise with the moderates. Lenin's patience was nearing the breaking point. On September 27, he wrote a long letter to Smilga giving vent to his frustrations and encouraging Smilga to take the initiative in preparing the overthrow of the government. Kerensky is obviously entering into an understanding with the Kornilovites to use troops to put down the Bolsheviks. And what are we doing? We are only passing resolutions. It is necessary to agitate inside the party for an earnest attitude towards an armed uprising. This letter should be typed and delivered to comrades in Petrograd and Moscow. Take advantage of your high position, i.e., as chairman of the Regional Executive Committee of the Army, Fleet, and Workers in Finland. Devote exclusive attention to the military preparation of the troops in Finland plus the fleet for the impending overthrow of Kerensky. Why should we tolerate 3 more weeks of war and Kerensky's Kornilovite preparations? Lenin returned to this theme 2 days later, very likely the day of his return to Petrograd, in an essay, "The Crisis Has Matured." Here he propounded the thesis that developments in all the major European countries indicated that the worldwide proletarian revolution was at hand, that the advantageous circumstances in which the Bolsheviks in Russia found themselves placed a special burden upon them, and that the Bolsheviks would be miserable traitors to the proletarian cause if they delayed seizing power any longer. In the last part of the essay, directed to members of the Bolshevik Central, Moscow, and Petersburg committees but not intended for publication, Lenin penned his most withering critique of the policies being pursued by his party's leadership. He even tendered his resignation from the Central Committee. He wrote, "We must admit that there is a tendency among the leaders of our party which favors waiting for the Congress of Soviets, and is opposed to taking power immediately. That tendency must be overcome or the Bolsheviks will cover themselves with eternal shame and destroy themselves as a party. To wait for the Congress of Soviets is idiocy, for the Congress will give nothing and can give nothing. We have thousands of armed workers and soldiers in Petrograd who could at once seize the Winter Palace, the General Staff Building, the telephone exchange, and the large printing presses. If we were to attack at once, suddenly, from 3 points, Petrograd, Moscow, and the Baltic Fleet, the chances are 100 to 1 that we would succeed with smaller sacrifices than on July 3rd to 5th. In submitting his resignation, Lenin offered the following explanation. In view of the fact that the Central Committee has even left unanswered the persistent demands I have been making for such a policy, the overthrow of the government, ever since the beginning of the Democratic Conference, in view of the fact that the central newspaper is deleting from my articles all references to such glaring errors on the part of the Bolsheviks as the shameful decision to participate in the pre-parliament, the admission of the Mensheviks to the presidium of the Soviet, etc., etc., I am compelled to regard this as a subtle hint at the unwillingness of the Central Committee even to consider this question. A subtle hint that I should keep my mouth shut, and as a proposal for me to retire. I am compelled to tender my resignation from the Central Committee, which I hereby do, reserving for myself freedom to campaign among the party rank and file and at the party Congress. For it is my profound conviction that if we wait for the Congress of Soviets and let the present moment pass, we will ruin the revolution. There is no evidence that this resignation was ever formally considered by the Central Committee, and, as we shall see, Lenin was soon to participate in the deliberations of that body as if it had never been submitted. Lenin's campaign for support within the party at large began 2 days later, October 1st, with a letter addressed jointly to the Central, Moscow, and Petersburg committees, and also to Bolshevik members of the Petrograd and Moscow Soviets. Lenin pointed to repression by the government of revolutionary unrest among the peasantry, mutinies in the German Navy, and the apparent beginnings of widespread revolutionary disturbances there, Bolshevik victories in local elections in Moscow and increases in Bolshevik support among soldiers, and major labor disputes involving railway and postal workers, as evidence that procrastination is positively criminal, that the Bolsheviks have no right to wait for the Congress of Soviets and must take power at once. By so doing, they would save the world revolution, save the Russian Revolution, and save the lives of hundreds of people at the front. At the same time, Lenin prepared an appeal to workers, peasants, and soldiers, obviously intended for the broadest mass circulation. It read in part, "Comrades, look around you, see what is happening in the countryside, see what is happening in the army, and you will realize that the peasants and soldiers cannot tolerate it any longer. Kerensky is again negotiating with the Kornilovite generals and officers to lead troops against the Soviets of Workers' and Soldiers' Deputies, to prevent the Soviets from obtaining power. Go to the barracks, go to the Cossack units, go to the working people and explain the truth to them. If power is in the hands of the Soviets, there will be a workers' and peasants' government in Russia. It will immediately, without losing a single day, offer a just peace to all belligerent peoples. If power is in the hands of the Soviets, the landowners' estates will immediately be declared the inalienable property of the whole people. No, not one more day are the people willing to suffer postponement. Down with the government of Kerensky, who is conniving with the Kornilovite landowning generals to suppress the peasants, to fire on the peasants, to drag out the war. All power to the Soviets of Workers' and Soldiers' Deputies. Indications that the Central Committee could no longer successfully contain the dissemination of Lenin's appeals, indeed, that they were already having an impact on lower party organizations, appeared in the first days of October. One of Lenin's appeals for action had come into the possession of the Moscow Regional Bureau, firmly controlled by the militant wing of the Bolshevik organization in the Moscow area, at the end of September. At a meeting of the Central Committee on October 3rd, Lomov, a member of the Bureau and a candidate member of the Central Committee, delivered a formal report on behalf of the Bureau aimed at bringing pressure to bear on the Central Committee to initiate preparations for the seizure of power. Lomov expressed concern that in the Moscow area the mood was extremely tense, that the Bolsheviks had majorities in many Soviets, and that the masses were insistent on concrete action. Meanwhile, party members were simply marking time. The Central Committee heard Lomov out but declined to discuss his report. At roughly the same time, on October 3rd or 4, several of Lenin's appeals also reached militant leaders of the Bolshevik Petersburg Committee. In the pre-July period, the leadership of the Petersburg Committee frequently had stood significantly to the left of the Central Committee on issues relating to the development of the revolution and on occasion had acted quite independently in deciding major policy questions. This had led to friction between the Petersburg Committee and the Central Committee, and in the aftermath of the July uprising the two organs apparently had reached a tacit understanding of sorts. The Petrograd organization would not make decisions potentially affecting the entire country without first obtaining the consent of the Central Committee, while, for its part, the Central Committee would attempt to ascertain the Petersburg Committee's views before making major policy decisions. To facilitate coordination between the two committees, Bubnov had been delegated to represent the Central Committee in the Petersburg Committee. Upon receipt of Lenin's letters, the leadership of the Petersburg Committee learned for the first time that the Central Committee had grossly violated this tacit agreement. Not only had it rejected Lenin's proposal to organize an armed uprising without consulting the Petersburg Committee, it had actively endeavored to conceal and misrepresent Lenin's views throughout the second half of September. As it turned out, the Petersburg Committee's 9-man executive commission was divided between a strong majority responsive to Lenin's appeals and a vocal minority that considered them premature. Nonetheless, the Central Committee's censorship of Lenin's views enraged executive commission members to a man. The commission's initial response was a formal request to the Central Committee for an immediate meeting between the Central Committee and representatives from Petersburg and Moscow to discuss the party's future tactical course. This request, dispatched on October 5th, no doubt played a role in prompting the Central Committee to reassess its policies. Within the Central Committee itself, however, a shift in outlook regarding strategy and tactics was already taking place. The pre-parliament, now thoroughly restructured, was due to reconvene on October 7th, and at a meeting of the Central Committee on October 5th, proponents of a boycott insisted that the question of participation be reconsidered. Now that the pre-parliament contained propertied elements and, in any case, had little political power, only Kamenev, of those present on October 5th, could find any merit in taking part. By a vote of all against one, it was agreed that the party would stage a walkout from the pre-parliament at its opening session. Naturally appalled at this decision, Kamenev immediately submitted a formal memorandum to the Central Committee contending that withdrawal from the first session oriented the party's tactics in an extremely dangerous direction, and requesting to be relieved of all responsibility for representing the party in the Soviet Central Executive Committee and other political organs. Quite likely at Kamenev's insistence, the boycott issue was discussed further at a meeting of the arriving Bolshevik pre-parliament delegation on the afternoon of October 7th. As on September 21st, arguments in this assembly of Bolshevik representatives from subordinate party organizations throughout the country dragged on interminably and were at times extremely heated. Trotsky again presented the main case for a boycott. In opposition, members of the more conciliatory wing of the party, Kamenev and Ryazanov among them, no longer advocated participation in the pre-parliament but urged merely that a withdrawal be postponed until the emergence of a serious issue which would provide clear justification for a walkout. In the end, however, by a very narrow margin, the delegation endorsed an immediate boycott. Meanwhile, without waiting for a response from the Central Committee, the Executive Commission called together the full Petersburg Committee expressly to discuss Lenin's letters. This meeting was convened on October 5th at the Petersburg Committee's regular Narva district meeting place at the same time as the Central Committee, gathered at Smolny, was debating a boycott of the pre-parliament. The Executive Commission had agreed that this session should be closed to all but regularly elected district representatives. Hence, improperly accredited party members were preliminarily asked to leave. Lenin's letter of October 1st calling for the immediate overthrow of the government was then read aloud, after which Yuka Rakia took the floor on behalf of the Executive Commission to deliver a formal report on the current moment. Rakia had been among the Petersburg Committee's ultra-radicals on the eve of the July uprising and was one of those imprisoned in its aftermath. He now acted as spokesman for the Executive Commission majority sympathetic to Lenin's appeals. In arguing the case for an immediate insurrection, Rakia focused particular attention on conditions in his native Finland. The mood of the troops in Finland, he declared, was solidly Bolshevik. Political power was effectively in the hands of the Bolshevik Regional Committee. The Regional Committee was at war with the Provisional Government, and the situation was such that it had to either surrender its position or go further. There were rumors regarding the disarmament of Kronstadt, he added, and an explosive situation was developing there. For these reasons he insisted that the party was in a life-or-death situation and urged that discussion focus exclusively on Lenin's recommendations and on technical matters connected with the preparation of an insurrection. The intense but always sober and pragmatic Volodarsky rose next, to voice the concerns of the Executive Commission minority, which remained skeptical of the efficacy of immediate action. Volodarsky urged his listeners to weigh their steps carefully. "We have a responsibility to the working class," he argued. "At present the army gets 80% of the bread, 9/10 of the meat, etc. And no measures can help this." In Volodarsky's estimate, the demoralization of the army at the front was also reason for pause. "At the front," he declared, "there is nothing but tiredness. The soldiers want an end to the war. We say that if our peace terms are not accepted, we will fight the imperialists. But the army will not take part in a revolutionary war. Volodarsky also expressed doubt regarding the party's concrete military support both locally and in the country at large. Petrograd and Finland are not all of Russia, and yet even here we do not have sufficient strength compared with what can be mobilized against us from the front. If we could just hope to have bread for 10 to 15 days, if we could raise allowances, this would increase our influence and allow for the possibility of rousing the army. But the way things stand, we would not be able to do this. These are the toughest months for procuring food supplies. Even if the entire countryside supported us and agreed to furnish bread, we would still have no means of transporting it. Volodarsky asserted that the revolutionary situation abroad was another factor that called for delay. Only revolutionary outbreaks in the West can save us, he declared. The revolutionary movement is growing among Western European workers, and if we do not force developments, this ally will only increase in strength. While recommending caution, Volodarsky took pains to disassociate himself from the policies advocated by the party's right and to suggest that his differences with Lenin centered upon tactics rather than goals. Even at the Democratic Conference, he observed, I was against participation in the pre-parliament. We made an unpardonable error. The correct revolutionary path is to reject compromises but not to force developments. At the same time building up fighting strength so that power can be taken when it is inevitable and unavoidable. The hard thing, he contended, was not to seize power, but to keep it. We must show the masses that our path, the course along which we came to power, is the only right one, he concluded. We must understand that taking power, we will be forced to lower wages, to increase unemployment, to institute terror. We do not have the right to reject these methods, but there is no need to rush into them. Mikhail Lashevich, the only other member of the Executive Commission who can be identified definitively as sharing Volodarsky's views, now rose to support his colleague. Since 1906, Lashevich had been immersed almost totally in revolutionary activity. He had been drafted in 1915, and the midsummer of 1917 found him attached to the rebellious 1st Machine Gun Regiment. On the eve of the July days, he was perhaps the only Bolshevik activist among the machine gunners who was genuinely alarmed about the prospect of an early insurrection. Lashevich had devoted much of his time to work in the Petrograd Soviet, where he was elected chairman of the Bolshevik fraction. At the 6th Bolshevik Party Congress, along with Volodarsky, he was among those staunchly defending the Soviets as revolutionary institutions against the attacks of the Leninists. On the present occasion, he was similarly forthright, articulating practical concerns which subsequent events showed to have been shared by others, but which at this point relatively few were willing to voice. Lashevich acknowledged that the revolution had reached a critical moment, but warned his listeners against trying to move too far too fast. We have heard reports from all regions, and because of this the situation facing Russia is clear to us, he said, referring to reports made in the Petrograd Soviet and at the Democratic State Conference. It has become apparent that the Russian economy, both industry and food production, is close to ruin. The Mensheviks themselves have acknowledged that revolutionary measures will be required to check this rush into disaster. Even the immediate conclusion of peace will not prevent the crash. Power is coming to us, this is a fact. We must accept it even though there is a 98% chance that we will be defeated. But must we take power now? I believe we ought not force matters. By taking power now, we will turn elements against us that are bound to come our way later. Wavering elements are increasingly coming to recognize the necessity of revolutionary measures which we began advocating 2 months ago. Lenin's strategic plan limps on all 4 legs. Let's not fool ourselves. We will not be able to furnish bread. The likelihood is great that we will not be able to provide peace. While the war is going on, I don't expect a revolution in Germany. An immediate decree transferring land to the peasants would probably raise the spirit of the masses, but even then they probably would not go to fight. We must coolly take cognizance of all this when we make our decision. Lenin hasn't given us a sufficient explanation of why it is necessary to seize power now, before the Congress of Soviets. The Congress of Soviets will provide an apparatus, and if the delegates are in favor of taking power, it will be a different question. I agree with Ba-dee-ya that we must prepare. We stand on a volcano. I wonder as I wake up each morning, has it already erupted? Boki, the secretary of the Petersburg Committee, now interrupted the discussion to read aloud 5 theses written by Lenin a day or two earlier. They were intended primarily for consideration at a city party conference scheduled to open on October 7th. In the theses, Lenin had outlined his argument against participating in the pre-parliament and tying the overthrow of the government to the Congress of Soviets, and had reiterated the necessity of organizing an armed uprising as quickly as possible. Under the influence of Lenin's militant stand, several speakers rose to attack the views of Volodarsky and Lashevich and to defend those of Lenin. Karatanov commented sarcastically, "Volodarsky and Lashevich have been infected by the atmosphere at Smolny. As a political party, we are aiming for power, and I think we have come to a time when we can realize this aim." Ba-dee-ya took the floor once again. "I thought all of us were revolutionaries," he declared. "But when I heard Volodarsky and Lashevich, I began to wonder." Taking issue with the claim that a Bolshevik government would founder because of inability to maintain industrial production and provide essential food supplies, Ba-dee-ya expressed the opinion that much of Russia's economic distress resulted from the sabotage of industrialists, a problem that would be eliminated by a revolutionary government. Moreover, he insisted that in delaying the seizure of power, the Bolsheviks were alienating, rather than acquiring, support. The Petersburg Committee's discussion had by now been going on for many hours. At the conclusion of the Central Committee meeting, which had taken place simultaneously, Bubnov, Sokolnikov, and Smilga went at once to the Petersburg Committee meeting, still in progress upon their arrival. All 3 were, of course, much closer to Lenin than to Kamenev in political sentiment, a fact which they immediately made clear. Indeed, their primary concern was to ascertain how local-level leaders in closest touch with workers and soldiers felt the masses would respond to the Bolshevik boycott of the pre-parliament, which the Central Committee had just decided upon, and how and when, in their view, power might most easily be seized. If any participants in this meeting, apart from Volodarsky and Lashevich, were inclined to argue against an immediate insurrection, the militancy of Bubnov, Sokolnikov, and Smilga probably inhibited them from taking the floor. Although no member of the Petersburg Committee suggested initiating an uprising at once, as Lenin seemed to have been recommending, many of the most influential Petersburg Committee members, among them Latsis, Kalinin, Molotov, and Grigory Evdokimov, spoke in support of a militant course. The indefatigable Latsis pointed to Russian naval defeats in the Baltic and expressed fear that the destruction of the Baltic fleet was imminent, a development which would make the seizure of power significantly more difficult. Kalinin insisted somewhat ambiguously that the question of seizing power was now before the party, and all that remained was the difficult question of ascertaining the proper moment for attack. Molotov spoke in a similar vein. "Presently we are on the eve of an overturn. Our task now is not to restrain the masses but to select the most opportune moment for taking power into our own hands." Towards the close of the meeting, Ba-dee-ya proposed that, before adjourning, the Petersburg Committee should attempt to arrive at a decision regarding preparation of an uprising. However, Volodarsky advised that passage of a formal resolution be delayed until the convocation 2 days hence of the much larger citywide party conference. This proposal was apparently acceptable to the majority, for the published record breaks off abruptly at this point. Not long after the full Petersburg Committee had dispersed, however, the Executive Commission made a start at implementing Lenin's recommendations. As Latsis later explained, while it was necessary to be ready for serious combat, so far no systematic preparations had been made. The Executive Commission now delegated 3 of its members, Yakov Fenigstein, Ivan Moskvin, and Latsis, to initiate an evaluation of the party's military strength and, in general, to prepare district committees for action against the government. All this, records Latsis, was undertaken without informing the Central Committee. Word of what the Executive Commission was up to did not take long to reach the Central Committee, whose members, it will be recalled, had been apprehensive about the potentially explosive reaction of radically inclined local-level leaders from the time they had received Lenin's mid-September letters. The committee met at once to discuss the problem. The published record of this meeting on October 7th is brief, indicating only that Bubnov reported the formation by the Executive Commission of a bureau to ascertain the mood of the masses and to establish close contact between them and party centers, and that after considering and discussing the importance of proper coordination and precise information, it was decided to create a bureau attached to the Central Committee for information concerning the struggle against the counter-revolution. Trotsky, Sverdlov, and Bubnov were designated as the Central Committee's representatives in this bureau. Nevsky and Podvoisky from the military organization and Latsis and Moskvin from the Petersburg Committee were subsequently named to the bureau as well. There is no evidence that the bureau functioned actively. For the time being, the Central Committee's primary objective in establishing such a body seems to have been to undercut the operation initiated by the Executive Commission. On the evening of October 7, Kerensky and his cabinet, representatives of the Allied Diplomatic Corps, nearly 500 delegates from all parts of Russia, and a large contingent of journalists gathered in the stately white and crimson hall of the Mariinsky Palace, the former meeting place of the Imperial State Council, for the ceremonial opening of the pre-parliament. Befitting the times, the imperial crest over the speaker's tribune and a centennial portrait of the State Council by Repin were discreetly concealed behind red draperies. Most of the audience was in place when the 53 Bolshevik delegates arrived, directly from their heated deliberations at Smolny. This first session was given over largely to patriotic declarations and appeals to law and order by Kerensky, by the aging populist Ekaterina Breshko-Breshkovskaya, as senior member of the pre-parliament, and by Avksentiv, its chairman. As the session drew to a close, Trotsky demanded the floor for an emergency announcement. Mounting the speaker's platform, Trotsky launched into a denunciation of the provisional government and the pre-parliament as tools of the counter-revolutionary bourgeoisie, and warned that the revolution was on the verge of being crushed. Obviously choosing his words more for the benefit of Petrograd workers and soldiers than for his immediate audience, he sounded a ringing battle cry. At a time when Wilhelm's troops are threatening Petrograd, the government of Kerensky and Konovalov is preparing to flee Petrograd. Leaving the Provisional Council, we are appealing to workers, soldiers, and peasants of all Russia for vigilance and fortitude. Petrograd is in danger, he roared, struggling to be heard over a storm of protests from the center and right. The revolution and the people are in danger. The government is intensifying this threat and the ruling parties are helping it. Only the people can save themselves and the country. We turn to the people. All power to the Soviets. All land to the people. Long live an immediate, just, democratic peace. Long live the Constituent Assembly. The Bolshevik delegates now rose from their seats and filed out of the hall to the accompaniment of hoots and jeers. "Bastards!" someone shouted. "Go to your German trains!" hollered another in the audience, as the last of the Bolsheviks disappeared through the door. Predictably, Trotsky's inflammatory declaration and the Bolsheviks' demonstrative walkout from the pre-parliament created a sensation, touching off a wave of speculation regarding the party's next move. Literally everywhere, noted a reporter for Novaya Zizna on October 8. In long queues, among people casually congregating in the streets, in trolleys, rumors are circulating about an uprising being prepared by the Bolsheviks. Still, it is unlikely that anyone took special notice when, on the evening of October 10, members of the Bolshevik Central Committee, bundled in heavy coats against the late fall chill and a drizzly rain, slipped out of Smolny one by one to attend a strategy session in a secret meeting place across the Neva, far out on the Petersburg side. This was to be Lenin's first direct confrontation with the Central Committee since his return from Finland. It had been carefully organized by Sverdlov at Lenin's behest. By an ironic twist of fate, the gathering was to be held in the apartment of the left Menshevik Sukhanov, that unsurpassed chronicler of the revolution who had somehow managed to turn up at almost every important political meeting in Petrograd since the February Revolution. But on this occasion Sukhanov was not in attendance. His wife, Galina Flaxerman, a Bolshevik activist since 1905 and in 1917 a member of the staff of Izvestia and an aide in the Central Committee Secretariat, once had offered Sverdlov the use of the Sukhanov flat should the need arise. It was a roomy apartment with several entrances, so the comings and goings of a large number of people would not attract particular attention. Sverdlov had decided to make use of this location for the October 10 meeting. For her part, Flaxerman ensured that her meddlesome husband would remain away on this historic night. "The weather is wretched, and you must promise not to try to make it all the way back home tonight," she had counseled solicitously as he departed for work early that morning. At the start of the October 10 Central Committee meeting, while a few latecomers straggled in, Sverdlov disposed of routine business and also passed on some disturbing late reports filtering into the party's offices of counter-revolutionary plots allegedly being hatched on the Northern Front and at Western Front headquarters in Minsk. Sverdlov noted that these rumors had not yet been confirmed and suggested that one feasible way of dealing with any incipient plots in Minsk was to seize military headquarters there. He added that pro-Bolshevik troops in Minsk were also available for dispatch to Petrograd. Lenin soon appeared. Clean-shaven and wearing a wig, he looked every bit like a Lutheran minister, Kollontai later recalled. By 10 p.m. at least a dozen of the Central Committee's 21 members, including Lenin, Bubnov, Dzerzhinsky, Zinoviev, Kamenev, Kollontai, Lamov, Sokolnikov, Stalin, Trotsky, Uritsky, and Yakovleva, were seated around the Sukhanov's dining room table in the dim illumination provided by a hanging lamp. Their attention soon turned to the main item of business, the current moment. Lenin began the discussion with an impassioned plea for immediate action which lasted nearly an hour. At the outset, he reproached his associates for indifference toward the question of an uprising. The party, he charged, should have concerned itself with the technical side of this problem long ago. In support of his claim that time was of the essence, Lenin again expressed certainty that the government was about to surrender Petrograd to the Germans as a means of stifling the revolution. Apparently, unfounded rumors that Kerensky was contemplating giving up Petrograd without a fight circulated widely at this time, but it is difficult to say whether Lenin actually believed such a step likely or was merely trying to make the strongest possible case for immediate action. Referring to other vague rumors of a possible peace settlement at Russia's expense and indications of revolutionary unrest abroad, he also insisted that the international situation provided another reason for the Bolsheviks to take the initiative at once. Echoing the arguments advanced in some of his earlier letters, Lenin went on to compare the prevailing situation with the time of the abortive July uprising, concluding that in the intervening period the Bolsheviks had made gigantic strides in building up support. The indifference of the masses to revolutionary action could be explained by their boredom with words and resolutions. The majority is with us now, Lenin insisted, and the political situation is fully ripe for the transfer of power. It was now crucial to discuss the technical aspect of the overthrow of the government. Yet instead, like the defensists, the Bolsheviks were inclined to think of the systematic preparation of an uprising as something akin to a political sin. To wait for the Constituent Assembly, which obviously won't be with us, said Lenin, was senseless and would only complicate the task. Lenin wound up his remarks with some concrete suggestions about how and when the insurrection against the government should start. The party must use the Northern Region Congress of Soviets opening at Smolny the next morning, as well as the proposed offer of soldiers from Minsk and the raid of military headquarters there, for the beginning of decisive action. The official published account of the debate following Lenin's appeal is brief and very incomplete. The remarks of Kamenev and Zinoviev, Lenin's main opponents, are not reflected in the official record at all. References to this meeting in other contemporary documents and descriptions in several published memoirs reveal that the discussion was passionate and tense, that it lasted through the night and into the early morning, and that eventually virtually everyone present spoke. Lamov and Yakovleva apparently reported on the tactical views of Bolshevik leaders in Moscow and on the political situation in the Moscow area generally. Uritsky voiced grave concern about the party's reliable military strength in Petrograd, yet asserted somewhat contradictorily that if the Bolsheviks were bent on an uprising then it was necessary to begin making definite preparations for it. Sverdlov, drawing upon information flowing into the Central Committee Secretariat, reported on conditions elsewhere in Russia and evidently strongly supported the idea of an insurrection. Late at night, the assembled leaders were badly shaken by an insistent knock at the door. The caller turned out to be Flaxerman's brother Yuri, a military school cadet and also a Bolshevik, who had come to help with the samovar. Not long after this momentary fright, Kamenev and Zinoviev, the latter sporting an unaccustomed beard and with his curly hair clipped short, tried their best to counter Lenin's arguments, attacking the idea of an armed uprising on both theoretical and practical grounds. As he had at the April conference, Kamenev, now joined by Zinoviev, underlined the importance of the petty bourgeoisie in the development of the Russian Revolution. As the two put it in a summation of their arguments which they later prepared, the Russian working class, by itself, could not complete the present revolution. We simply cannot lose sight of the fact that between us and the bourgeoisie there is an enormous third camp, that of the petty bourgeoisie. This camp joined with us during the Kornilov affair and brought us victory. It will ally with us again more than once. But for the time being it is closer to the bourgeoisie than to the Bolsheviks. Kamenev and Zinoviev also voiced skepticism regarding Lenin's assumptions that a majority of the Russian population now backed the Bolsheviks and that the international proletariat was in the main for the Bolsheviks. In their view, a majority of Russian workers and a significant percentage of soldiers supported the Bolsheviks. But everything else is questionable. They suggested, for example, that if elections to the Constituent Assembly were held in the prevailing circumstances, a majority of peasants would vote for the SRs. As for the soldiers who now supported the Bolsheviks, they would run away should the Bolsheviks be forced to conduct a revolutionary war. Granting some validity to Lenin's argument that it would be more difficult for the German government to fight against a revolutionary Russia which proposed a democratic peace, they nonetheless considered it unlikely that such a handicap would deter the Germans. At the same time, as far as Kamenev and Zinoviev were concerned, the idea that the Bolsheviks in Russia could count on significant aid from revolutionary workers abroad was without foundation. While conceding that there were important signs of growing revolutionary unrest in Germany and Italy, they insisted that it was a long way from this to any kind of active support for a proletarian revolution in a Russia which had declared war on the entire bourgeois world. Moreover, if the Bolsheviks in Russia were to suffer defeat, the revolutionary movement abroad would be dealt a major blow. The outbreak of serious revolutions in Europe would make it obligatory for Bolsheviks in Russia to take power at once, they argued. Only after the beginning of this upheaval abroad would the success of a proletarian revolution in Russia be assured. Such a time was coming, they acknowledged, but it most definitely had not yet arrived. Finally, Kamenev and Zinoviev contended that Lenin's assessment of Bolshevik strength and of the government's isolation and weakness in Petrograd was vastly exaggerated. Neither workers nor soldiers were bursting for a fight, while, in any case, the military troops at the government's disposal were far stronger than those supporting the revolution. Moreover, supported by the Central Executive Committee, the provisional government would almost certainly request help from the front. In view of this, the party would be forced to fight in circumstances very different from those at the time of the struggle against Kornilov. Then the party had fought alongside the SRs and Mensheviks and even some close allies of Kerensky. Now it would be necessary to take on the Black Hundreds, plus the Cadets, plus Kerensky and the Provisional Government, plus the Central Executive Committee and the SRs and Mensheviks. For the party, the consequences of such a struggle would be inevitable defeat. As an alternative to the immediate uprising advocated by Lenin, Kamenev and Zinoviev urged that the party adhere to a nonviolent political course, a defensive posture aimed at acquiring the strongest possible representation for the masses at the Constituent Assembly. Countering Lenin's contention that if allowed more time, the government would successfully torpedo the Constituent Assembly, they expressed certainty that the bourgeoisie was too weak to implement its counter-revolutionary objectives, or even to effectively manipulate elections to the Constituent Assembly. Maintained Kamenev and Zinoviev. Through the army, through the workers, we have a revolver pointed at the temple of the bourgeoisie. If it even considered attempting to do away with the Constituent Assembly, it would again push the petty bourgeois parties to us and the revolver would be triggered. Sympathy for the Bolsheviks would continue to grow while the Cadet Menshevik SR bloc would gradually disintegrate. Support for the party in the Constituent Assembly, working in conjunction with the Soviets, would be so strong that the Bolsheviks' enemies would be forced to make concessions at every step or risk the creation of a majority bloc of Bolsheviks, left SRs, non-party peasant representatives, and the like that would put through the party's program. The only way such a scenario might be disrupted, Zinoviev and Kamenev concluded, would be if the party initiated an untimely insurrection such as that proposed by Lenin, thereby subjecting the proletariat to attack from the entire counter-revolution allied with the petty bourgeois democracy. In sum, these were the arguments advanced by Kamenev and Zinoviev. Perhaps in a broader party forum, such as that assembled in Petrograd during the Democratic State Conference, they might even now have attracted strong support. But such potential sympathizers as Nagin and Rykov were not present at the historic gathering of October 10th, and everyone else sided with Lenin. Apart from Kamenev and Zinoviev, differences among Central Committee members on this occasion no longer revolved around fundamental theoretical issues or the question of whether or not to overthrow the provisional government and transfer power to the Soviets, but centered on how soon and in what manner this might be done and whether or not it was necessary to associate an uprising with the Congress of Soviets. In the resolution which Lenin proposed at the close of the October 10th meeting, these issues were somewhat blurred. Hastily scratched out with the gnawed end of a pencil on a sheet of paper torn from a child's notebook, it read in part, The Central Committee acknowledges that the international situation as it affects the Russian Revolution, as well as the military situation, and the fact that the Proletarian Party has gained majorities in the Soviets. All this, coupled with the peasant insurrection and the swing of popular confidence to our party, and finally the obvious preparations for a second Kornilovщина, makes armed insurrection the order of the day. Recognizing that an armed uprising is inevitable and the time fully ripe, the Central Committee instructs all party organizations to be guided accordingly and to consider and decide all practical questions from this standpoint: the Northern Region Congress of Soviets, the withdrawal of troops from Petrograd, the action of comrades in Moscow and Minsk, etc. This call to arms was adopted by a vote of 10-2. Kollontai remembered that as soon as the vote was taken, the prevailing tension evaporated and everyone suddenly felt starved. Yuri Flaxerman produced the samovar, along with some cheese, sausage, and black bread, and the hungry group immediately pounced on the food. Arguments continued for a bit, Kollontai recalled, but they were now interspersed with humor and good-natured jibes at Kamenev and Zinoviev. Thus ended this historic meeting between Lenin and the Bolshevik Central Committee. Historians in the Soviet Union frequently have viewed the night of October 10th as the moment when doubts about a militant revolutionary course within the Central Committee were, for practical purposes, eliminated, after which Bolshevik organizations everywhere set about energetically preparing a popular armed uprising along the lines urged by Lenin. This interpretation does not accurately describe the circumstances. The Central Committee resolution of October 10th, which left the exact character and timing of an insurrection to the discretion of subordinate Bolshevik organizations, did not resolve the very profound differences of opinion regarding revolutionary tactics that still existed between Lenin and other party leaders more acutely attuned to the specific political situation prevailing in Petrograd. As we shall see, these tactical divergences were to have great significance in the subsequent development of the revolution. This is not to suggest that the Central Committee meeting of October 10th was unimportant. The October 10th resolution on the current moment made the seizure of power the order of the day. For the Bolsheviks, this constituted a major advance over the corresponding resolution at the 6th Congress, which had merely acknowledged the necessity of an armed uprising, as well as a formal reversal of the orientation toward a peaceful development of the revolution which had shaped the party's policies throughout September. While Kamenev and Zinoviev now watched in dismay, word of the Central Committee's decision and call to arms was spread to key party committees around the country. Looking back over the period between the Kornilov affair and the decision of October 10th, one can see that, as in April, chief responsibility for this drastic transformation in the outlook of the party's top hierarchy belongs to Lenin. It was Lenin who, over a period of several weeks, alternately cajoled, pressured, and threatened his colleagues, and who, by force of argument and personal authority, ultimately succeeded in turning a majority of the Central Committee toward an insurrectionary course. This major personal victory of Lenin's should be borne in mind as we turn to a consideration of political developments in Petrograd and intra-party disputes over tactics between October 10th and the Bolshevik seizure of power. Few modern historical episodes better illustrate the sometimes decisive role of an individual in historical events. Obstacles to an uprising. The Bolshevik Central Committee's bitterly debated decision to make the seizure of power the order of the day was not reflected at once in Rabochiye Put, the party's main newspaper. The banner headline, "Comrade Workers, Soldiers, and Peasants, Prepare for the Congress of Soviets opening October 20th," displayed beside the paper's masthead daily since September 27th, was for the time retained. This does not mean, however, that the October 10th resolution was without immediate effect. Behind the scenes, Bolsheviks supporting the party's new, ultramilitant course now mounted a concerted effort to prepare an armed uprising at the earliest possible moment. Attention was initially centered chiefly on the Northern Region Congress of Soviets, which met in Petrograd from October 11th to 13th. As Latsis later recorded, the plan was that the Northern Congress, would declare itself the government, and this would be the start. One of the many regional assemblies of Soviets convened in various parts of Russia in preparation for the coming All-Russian Congress. The Northern Region Congress brought together 94 delegates representing Army and Navy committees and local Soviets, primarily from northwestern Russia. Chaired by Krylenko and solidly leftist, the Congress included among its participants 51 Bolsheviks, 24 left SRs, for Maximalists, a small terrorist offshoot of the SR party, one Menshevik internationalist, and only 10 SRs, 4 Mensheviks, had departed the Congress shortly after it opened. It was this apparent strength of the extreme left that led Lenin and other party leaders to view the Congress as a suitable institution around which to organize Kerensky's overthrow. Apparently, the Bolshevik-led Regional Executive Committee of the Army, Fleet, and Workers in Finland, which scheduled the Northern Region Congress and arranged for it to be held in Petrograd rather than Helsingfors, also viewed the Congress as an appropriate institution for the initiation and legitimization of an insurrection. Plans for the Congress were made after the Regional Executive Committee's chairman, Smilga, received Lenin's letter of September 27, in which he had been urged to personally take the initiative in preparing the overthrow of the government. In an article on the Northern Congress published in Ba-dee-ya put on October 8 and in the Kronstadt Proletarsko Delo 2 days later, Smilga declared that the Congress would in all likelihood have to assume a tremendously important role in the political life of the country. It is no secret to anyone, he went on to assert, that defensists of all varieties are conducting a furious campaign against the All-Russian Congress of Soviets, and that if we passively await the 20th, there will be no Congress. It is necessary to rebuff the onslaught of the defensists, not only with words but with deeds. The crisis is growing with extraordinary speed. The current status can last only for a few days. In this moment, the Regional Congress can have enormous significance. On October 7th, even before the Central Committee agreed to prepare an insurrection, participants in a city-wide conference of Petrograd Bolsheviks were primed for the possibility that the Northern Region Congress would initiate action against the government. Subsequently, on the morning of the 11th, Kalantai informed conference participants of the resolution passed by the Central Committee, pointing, no doubt, to the key role envisioned for the Northern Region Congress. In a message of October 8 to Bolsheviks participating in the Northern Region Congress, Lenin insisted that delegates would be traitors to the International if they limited themselves to mere resolutions. We must not wait for the All-Russian Congress of Soviets, which the Central Executive Committee may put off until November, Lenin inveighed. Only the immediate movement of troops from Finland and the Baltic Fleet can save the Russian and world revolutions. These forces can and must march on Petrograd, smash the Kornilovite regiments, rouse both capital cities, initiate mass agitation for a government which will immediately give land to the peasants and make proposals for peace, overthrow Kerensky's government and establish such a government. Procrastination would be fatal. 2 days later, at the October 10th meeting of the Central Committee, Lenin had urged the party to make use of the Northern Region Congress of Soviets for the beginning of decisive action. Word of the Central Committee's decision to organize an uprising was conveyed to Bolshevik delegates at the Northern Region Congress upon their arrival at Smolny the morning of October 11th. Indeed, it appears that during the early sessions of the Congress, these delegates were led to believe that directives to start an insurrection could be expected momentarily. One of the secretaries of the Congress, the Kronstadt Bolshevik Boris Breslav, later remembered that as the Congress opened, many of its participants assumed that it would become the center for an uprising. They were under the impression that the Central Committee's signal to come out would be received at any minute. Such thinking was encouraged by Sokolnikov in a report on the current moment delivered on behalf of the Central Committee at an initial meeting of the party's fraction at the Northern Congress on the morning of October 11th. Sokolnikov's message boiled down to the following: the moment when it is necessary to go into battle for the triumph of the Soviets throughout the country has arrived. It is no accident that the Congress has been moved to Petrograd, for it may be that it will have to be the organization that will start an uprising. The atmosphere at the Northern Region Congress of Soviets became greatly heated early in the proceedings when Antonov announced that political prisoners still in the Crosses prison had begun a hunger strike. In response, the delegates passed an appeal to the prisoners. Halt your hunger strike and marshal your strength, because the hour of your liberation is close at hand. Yet, despite this beginning, the Bolshevik leadership held back from actually summoning the delegates to help organize the overthrow of Kerensky. Instead, the Congress adjourned late on October 13th after passage of a fairly moderate joint Bolshevik left SR resolution which in effect tied the creation of a Soviet government to the All-Russian Congress of Soviets. The failure of the Northern Region Congress to trigger an uprising can be explained by several related factors. For one thing, Bolshevik military organization leaders, who since April had had chief responsibility for preparing the seizure of power, raised what in retrospect seemed to have been justified doubts regarding the party's readiness for an armed uprising. During the preceding weeks and months, as we have seen, the Bolsheviks had directed their attention almost entirely to activities consistent with the peaceful development of the revolution. Relatively little effort had been devoted, in either the barracks or the factories, to the kind of careful technical preparation needed to support a party-organized insurrection. Bolshevik control in units of the Petrograd garrison involved in the July days had not yet been restored. Many of the worker Red Guard units created during the Kornilov crisis had since disintegrated. Not until mid-October was an effort begun to coordinate and train Red Guard units on a citywide basis. Then, too, nothing had yet been done to assure the cooperation of rail workers so that the capital would not be immediately cut off from the rest of the country in the event of an insurrection. Nevsky had such problems in mind when, in a candid early memoir, he wrote that, educated by the bitter experience of the July days, the military organization at this time delayed and carefully considered its actions. There was much that was not yet prepared, much that had to be adjusted, much to be corrected, and here and there we found flagrant deficiencies. Nevsky went on to acknowledge that, for these reasons, he and Podvoisky firmly insisted that the start of any uprising be delayed for about 2 weeks. Elsewhere he later commented, "We had to pour cold water on all those ardent comrades who were straining for a fight, not having an idea of all the difficulties connected with an uprising. An assessment applicable most of all to Lenin." A second factor impelling Bolshevik party strategists to delay an insurrection against the provisional government was that local leaders in closest day-to-day contact with the masses now voiced similarly grave concern about the possibility of mobilizing sufficient numbers of Petrograd workers and soldiers in support of an armed uprising in advance of the Congress of Soviets, which since September 23 had been trumpeted with increasing volume by Bolsheviks, left SRs, and Menshevik internationalists alike, as the appropriate forum for the legitimate settlement of the government question. Particularly strong reservations along this line appear to have emerged at the citywide Bolshevik conference on October 10, at a conference of party representatives from Petrograd province, that is, from outlying towns, on October 1, and at a meeting between members of the Military Organization Bureau and representatives from units of the Petrograd garrison which took place during the second week of October. According to the recollections of Alexander Shotman, an official of the provincial organization and a confidant of Lenin who had been active in the Russian Social Democratic movement from the days of the Petersburg Union of Struggle, majorities at all three gatherings opposed an uprising before the Second Congress of Soviets. Actually, the staunchly radical complexion of the Northern Region Congress notwithstanding, by the evening of October 12 it was probably evident that winning majority support for an immediate insurrection would be virtually impossible even there. In the first place, while Trotsky, Sokolnikov, and other supporters of the Central Committee's October 10 resolution were exploring how this decision might best be implemented, Kamenev and Zinoviev were working desperately to prevent the initiation of an uprising, certain that an immediate party-organized insurrection could end only in a far more serious disaster than that following the July uprising, and believing, not unjustifiably, that a majority of party leaders in the country might well support this view. After the Central Committee meeting on October 10, they dispatched a summary of their arguments against the seizure of power to major party committees throughout the country and to the Bolshevik fractions in the Central Executive Committee, the Petrograd Soviet, and the Northern Region Congress of Soviets. "We are deeply convinced," they wrote, "that to declare an armed uprising now would be to risk the fate not only of the party but of the world revolution. There is no doubt that there are times in history when the downtrodden class must acknowledge that it is better to be defeated than to surrender without a struggle. Is the Russian working class in this kind of position now? No, and 1,000 times no. In Petrograd, Kamenev and Zinoviev personally lobbied for postponement of precipitous revolutionary action among local party leaders generally and among deputies to the Northern Region Congress of Soviets in particular. At the Northern Region Congress, the left SRs, who shared in full the reservations of Kamenev and Zinoviev regarding an armed uprising, also actively opposed use of the Congress to overthrow the government. At this time, the left SRs were interested most of all in facilitating the creation of a broadly representative, exclusively socialist government at the coming Second All-Russian Congress of Soviets. As was the case with Ba-dee-ya put, every issue of the left SR newspaper's Znamya Truda from September 27 on carried the banner headline, "Comrades, prepare for the All-Russian Congress of Soviets." Unlike Ba-dee-ya put, however, The editors of Znamia Truda consistently coupled this message with the sternest warnings against early armed action against the provisional government. Sergei Mstislavsky expressed this message in a lead editorial on October 13. A coming out by the workers and soldiers would be a monstrous crime. An attack not on the provisional government but on the Soviets. And because of this, those who appeal to the masses for action, for the seizure of power, deceive. Their appeal is a cry not for the triumph of the people's will, but for its self-destruction. Mstislavsky's colleague Boris Kamkov later explained the policies pursued by left SRs in the capital at this time. In the wake of the Democratic State Conference, after it became clear that the defensists were unwilling to break with the politics of coalition, we looked to the All-Russian Congress of Soviets to assume the task of organizing a new government. In our agitation in military barracks and factories, we emphasized the necessity of being prepared to provide organized armed support to the All-Russian Congress of Soviets in case the Kerensky regime did not recognize the authority of the newly organized socialist government. A few days before the All-Russian Congress, however, it became clear to those of us working in factories and barracks that the Bolsheviks were mobilizing their forces not simply to defend the government established by the Congress, but rather to seize power in advance of the Congress. And in this matter we departed very drastically from the Bolsheviks. Their course seemed to us both dangerous and senseless. After coalition had so bankrupted itself, after it had become an empty shell and the very word coalition had become a term of abuse in worker and soldier circles, and when among workers and peasants it was impossible to find a single solid group which would defend coalition government, it seemed to us that it would be possible to rid ourselves painlessly of this skeleton by action of the All-Russian Congress of Soviets. At the same time, we believed that if this were done in another way, say by means of the seizure of power in Petrograd before the Congress, this might appear to be adventurous, as the seizure of power not by the Soviets but by one political party. It seemed to us that this would immediately complicate the situation and make it impossible to avoid civil war. The difficulties which the lobbying efforts of Kamenev and Zinoviev, coupled with the opposition of the left SRs, posed for Bolshevik leaders seriously exploring the possibility of organizing an insurrection at the Northern Region Congress of Soviets can be easily understood if one bears in mind that the left SRs, together with the SRs and Menshevik internationalists, could probably count on close to 35 of the 90 votes in the Congress. Thus Kamenev and Zinoviev had only to sow reservations about the wisdom of an uprising among less than a dozen of the remaining 55 Bolshevik and Maximalist delegates to prevent immediate action, and there is no doubt that had the matter come to a vote, they would have had little difficulty in doing so. Actually, as the Northern Region Congress drew to a close, what seems to have worried its participants most was the possibility that the Central Executive Committee might manage to have the All-Russian Congress postponed or cancelled altogether on the grounds that it was interfering with preparations for the Constituent Assembly. Consequently, one of its last acts was to adopt an appeal to the masses emphasizing the importance of the All-Russian Congress and its assumption of power as the sole means of assuring that a properly elected Constituent Assembly would be convened without further delays. The deputies also created a permanent executive committee. There is no doubt that some Bolshevik members of this committee viewed it primarily as an insurrectionary organ. Thus, Antonov later recalled reaching an agreement with Smilga immediately after the Northern Congress to the effect that Smilga would return to Helsingfors to organize detachments of sailors, infantry, and artillerymen for the support of an uprising, while Antonov would direct the committee's work in Petrograd. According to Antonov, the forces mobilized by Smilga were to be dispatched to Petrograd upon receipt of a telegram reading, "Send the regulations." Antonov makes it clear, however, that these arrangements were made privately. The ostensible purpose of the permanent committee set up by the Northern Congress of Soviets was to organize and prepare military forces for the defense and support of the coming All-Russian Congress of Soviets. Hence, even the left SRs agreed to take part in its work. As it turned out, the Northern Region Congress was for the most part a thundering, highly visible expression of ultra-radical sentiment. Moreover, while the Congress was in session, Bolshevik agitators were circulating throughout the working-class districts of Petrograd, energetically seeking, with mixed success, to whip up the hostility of workers and soldiers toward the existing government in preparation for a momentary call to arms. Yet, from the party's point of view, for the time being this activity, following upon the heels of the Bolsheviks' departure from the pre-parliament, had the largely negative effect of heightening the apprehension of government supporters in regard to Bolshevik intentions. Virtually all of Petrograd's daily papers were now filled with speculation about Bolshevik plans and activities. The lead editorial in Gorky's Novaya Zizn on October 15th, for example, reported that the Bolsheviks were conducting widespread agitation for an uprising. The mood of the masses is not uniform, wrote the editorialist. A portion is apparently ready to act, another is not particularly inclined toward combat and is leaning more toward refraining from active steps. And there are also groups who are either hostile or completely passive toward a coming out. Similarly, Gazeta Kopika informed its readers on October 14th that there is definite evidence that the Bolsheviks are energetically preparing for a coming out on October 20th. A few days later, under the headline "The Bolsheviks are coming out," the rightist Zivo Slovo announced that the vile and bloody events of July 3rd to 5th were only a rehearsal. Now the Bolsheviks are preparing to give the performance itself. In factories and barracks everywhere, Bolsheviks are appealing to workers and soldiers to come out into the streets of Petrograd with weapons in hand at the first signal, to overthrow the government and massacre the bourgeoisie. All writers coupled their alarms with dire warnings regarding the consequences of revolutionary action and/or insistent appeals that the government take decisive measures against the left before it was too late. A writer for Berzevai Vedomosti declared on the morning of October 14th in an editorial titled, "It is time to act." The Bolsheviks talk about an early coming out of the masses ever more precisely and definitely. Yet all this is patiently tolerated by the government and the democracy without counteraction. The moment which the government must use for the firm defense of revolutionary Petrograd from anarchy has arrived. Of course, moderate socialist leaders at Smolny and the cabinet ministers in the Winter Palace were now equally attuned to the likelihood of an early Bolshevik-led insurrection. At a plenary session of the All-Russian Executive Committees on October 14th, Dan, referring to the flood of reports of extremist agitation and apparent Bolshevik preparations for an insurrection, declared, "We must ask the comrade Bolsheviks candidly, what is the purpose of their politics? The Bolsheviks must announce from this podium whether or not they are calling upon the revolutionary proletariat to come out. I want a yes or no answer." From the floor came Ryazanov's far from reassuring reply, "We demand peace and land." Significantly, at the close of the session even Martov for the Menshevik Internationalists and Lifshitz for the Left SRs rose to support a resolution proposed by Dan appealing to workers, soldiers, and peasants to maintain calm and branding a coming out of any kind completely impermissible. To judge by press reports, a significant portion of each daily session of Kerensky's cabinet at this time was devoted to discussion of the Bolshevik menace. At a meeting on October 17th, Kishkin, Minister of the Interior, reported that the force at the disposal of the government would be sufficient to put down disturbances once they broke out, but too weak to initiate action against the left. According to information in the government's hands, he added, an uprising had originally been planned for October 18th, but had been postponed until the 23rd because of insufficient preparation. The cabinet weighed various countermeasures. Yet, conscious of the complexities of the prevailing situation, it limited itself to directing the commander of the Petrograd military district, General Georgii Polkovnikov, to ready the government's defenses, and to issuing daily appeals for order. Clearly, the ministers hoped the Bolsheviks would compromise themselves by making the first move. As the war minister, General Verkhovsky, declared realistically, "We have a plan. It is necessary to await the action of the other side. Bolshevism has infected the Soviet, and there is not enough strength to disperse it." Departing from a cabinet meeting on the night of October 13th, the date the Northern Region Congress of Soviets closed, an unidentified minister commented to waiting reporters somewhat more brashly, "At present the government is not in the least desirous of a clash. But what are we to do? If the Bolsheviks act, we will carry out a surgical operation and the abscess will be extracted once and for all." In the wake of the Northern Region Congress, Lenin continued to press for an immediate rising, while, for their part, Kamenev and Zinoviev campaigned just as vigorously to prevent a precipitous insurrection and to allay the apprehension of the Bolsheviks' opponents regarding this possibility. Meanwhile, local party activists with close ties to the garrison, factories, and mass organizations went on exploring practical possibilities for implementing the Central Committee's October 10th resolution. The difficulties which they encountered in preparing an insurrection before the All-Russian Congress of Soviets surfaced clearly at two important party strategy sessions which followed the Northern Region Congress. The first, an October 15th emergency meeting of the Petersburg Committee, and the second, a hastily arranged conference between the Central Committee and representatives of the Petersburg Committee, Military Organization, Petrograd Province Bolshevik Committee, Petrograd Soviet, and Trade Union and Factory Shop Committee leadership the following night. The Petersburg Committee meeting of October 15th was attended by 35 representatives of Bolshevik committees from the districts of Petrograd. The primary business of the evening, discussion of preparations for an insurrection, opened with a formal report on the current moment by Bubnov, the Central Committee's man on the Petersburg Committee. Bubnov made a strong plea for action against the government, declaring, "We are drawing ourselves into a clash. We stand at the brink of a coming out." Maintaining that all the elements for an uprising were at hand, he insisted, "We must prepare all our forces for action. We must gather all our agitators. If we are to save the revolution, we must follow an offensive as well as a defensive policy." No sooner had Bubnov finished, however, than Nevsky rushed forward to present the case for a substantial delay in the organization of an uprising. The enormous impact of the July experience on military organization leaders is clearly reflected in Nevsky's carefully phrased speech on this occasion. "I must turn the Assembly's attention to the myriad of difficulties we have encountered," he insisted at the start. "The military organization has just become rightist," warning that absolutely nothing had been done to prepare the provinces for the overthrow of the provisional government and that the Bolsheviks were in fact just beginning to gain a foothold in the countryside. He asserted that peasants in several regions had declared that in the event of an uprising they would withhold bread. He added that the party could not hope to achieve victory if it ignored the mood of the masses. Nevsky went on to point out that such vital factors as the support of railroad workers and the cooperation of the Fifth Army on the Northern Front had not been secured. In general, technical preparations for an uprising had not been initiated. As matters stood, there was no assurance that the Bolsheviks would have that initial preponderance of strength necessary for victory over the provisional government. For all these reasons, Nevsky concluded that the Central Committee's resolution of October 10th was premature. Following Nevsky's address, evidently in response to a request from the floor, Boki, the Petersburg Committee secretary, read aloud in their entirety both the Central Committee's October 10th resolution and the long Kamenev-Zinoviev memorandum. The blunt warnings of Kamenev and Zinoviev, coming on the heels of those of Nevsky, clearly had a profound impact on the assembled local party officials, for it was now agreed that the Central Committee's resolution should be considered broadly, that is, from the standpoint of both its basic feasibility and the prospects for its implementation. With this in mind, the committee listened to reports on the prevailing situation in each district. For the most part, these served to reinforce apprehensions regarding the wisdom of immediate action. To be sure, it would be misleading to suggest that the reports were uniformly pessimistic. For example, the indefatigable Latsis lavished praise on preparations for the seizure of power being made by workers in the crucial Vyborg district and expressed confidence that they could be depended upon. Vinokurov, the representative of the Nevsky district, who, unlike Latsis, was not given to exaggeration, vouchsafed, "The mood favors us, the masses are beginning to prick up their ears," and Yukka, speaking for the Finns, declared that their attitude toward an uprising was the sooner the better. On the other hand, the general picture of the state of affairs in the factories and barracks was often so unpromising that it could not but have had a dampening effect on the mood of party members. Perhaps the most alarming factor brought out at this discussion was the apparent lethargy of large numbers of Petrograd workers and soldiers. It should be borne in mind that at issue here was not whether workers and soldiers were sympathetic to transfer of power to the Soviets. That the Bolshevik program was broadly supported by the masses was acknowledged by all, but whether or not they would risk loss of work, immediate shipment to the front, imprisonment, or even death in response to a Bolshevik call for an uprising on the very eve of the Congress of Soviets. And in this regard, of 19 district representatives who reported on the situation in their localities, only 8 felt the masses were in a fighting mood and ready to rise at once. 6 appear to have viewed the prevailing spirit as indefinite and inclined toward waiting, while 5 referred explicitly to the absence of any desire to come out. Kalinin, the future president of the Soviet state, observed that in the Lesnovsky subdistrict, part of the large Vyborg district, things were moving badly for the moment. Sava Ravich of the Moscow district, a dentist, expressed the view that the masses would come out if directed by the Soviet, but that few would respond at the behest of the party. Sergei Prokhorov, a carpenter by trade and representative of the Petersburg district, reported that where our influence is strong, there is a wait-and-see mood. Where this is not the case, the mood is apathetic. Even if the Soviet issues a call to come out, some factories, mine for example, will not act. Alexander Axelrod of the Rozdestvinsky district and Naum Anselovic, who represented the Petrograd Trade Union Soviet and was also chairman of the Electricians' Union, agreed that the mood of the masses was such that if they were attacked by the counter-revolution a rebuff would be given, but that the masses would not attack by themselves. Axelrod added that the mood was deflated because of layoffs connected with the evacuation of factories. Representing the Petrograd Provincial Party Organization, Karatanov, summarizing reports made at the Petrograd Provincial Conference 2 weeks earlier, was similarly pessimistic. He said the consensus out of 5,000 of our supporters in Krasno Selo, he asserted, only 500 would come here to participate in an insurrection. The rest would wait it out in Krasno Selo. He added that in Kronstadt the mood had fallen sharply and that there was widespread drunkenness, even among Bolsheviks. Apparent mass apathy was by no means the only important problem contributing to the pessimistic picture emanating from lower party levels on the eve of the proposed Bolshevik seizure of power. The local reports of October 15 also revealed widespread concern about a general absence of technical preparations for an insurrection. Indeed, there were few speakers who did not take note of serious organizational problems in connection with the Red Guards or critical shortages of arms and ammunition, and from the reports taken together, it is clear that no insurrectionary organs had been created as yet. S.M. Gessin of the Narva district observed drily that since there were no combat centers, fighting forces, presumably those created during the Kornilov crisis, had broken up. Vinokurov, who had been optimistic about the mood of workers in the Nevsky district, acknowledged that the district had no Red Guard units and that it could not boast about its organizational apparatus. Prokhorov declared directly, "Things are bad as regards the Red Guards. In general, the district is in a state of complete disintegration." The representative of the Schlüsselburg district noted that a Red Guard unit had been organized but that people were reluctant to enroll because there were few arms. Clearly appalled by the turn of the discussion, Bubnov demanded to be heard out of turn to remind Petersburg Committee members that the Central Committee went ahead with a consideration of the current moment on October 10 under prodding from the Petersburg Committee. He implored his listeners to focus their attention on practical measures. Shortly afterward, the assembled local party representatives agreed, among other things, to call a conference of party agitators to explain slogans, to organize the publication of an evening newspaper, to improve communications, to strengthen contacts with rail and postal telegraph workers, and to speed up the instruction of workers in the use of weapons. Most Petersburg Committee members who voted for such steps were perhaps more hopeful that they would achieve quick results than was Kalinin, who, having listened to the district reports, commented, "The resolution of October 10 is one of the best resolutions the Central Committee has ever passed. But when this uprising will take place is uncertain, perhaps in a year." Still, clearly implicit in the measures adopted by the Petersburg Committee on the night of October 15 was the assumption that the party was not yet ready for immediate battle. The hastily organized Central Committee conference the following night had as its purpose reassessment of the party's strategy in the face of the difficulties that had developed in implementing the call for an immediate insurrection. The meeting, attended by roughly 25 Bolshevik leaders, was held in the headquarters of the Lesnoy District Duma, far out on the northern outskirts of the capital, under arrangements worked out by Shotman and Kalinin, the latter then chairman of the Lesnoy District Duma. Sverdlova recalls that until the last-minute participants did not know where the meeting would be held. They were given a password and a rendezvous, and when assembled they were led, a few at a time, to the Duma building. One of the last to arrive was Lenin, who hastily doffed his wig before entering the two connecting rooms where the rest of the participants were gathered. There were few chairs. Most people simply sat on the floor. Lenin settled on a hassock in a corner, drew some notes from his pocket, and began to inspect them. By habit, he raised his hand to pat down his wig, then caught himself and smiled. A young Bolshevik, Ekaterina Alexieva, who worked in the Lesnoy District Duma building straightening up and doing other odd jobs, recorded her vivid recollections of this occasion. Alexieva's greatest fear was that some suspicious outsider would call the authorities. Until the very last party official had departed in the wee hours of the morning, she was frantic with worry, listening for strange sounds and keeping a close watch on neighboring buildings to assure herself that all was quiet. She recalls that each arrival was greeted by a loud howl from a neighbor's restless Saint Bernard, and that when she was not keeping watch at the windows or firing up the samovar, she spent a good deal of time calming the dog. The meeting, which began around 8 p.m., broke up at 3 a.m. the next morning, by which time a slushy snow, one of the season's first, had begun to fall. The participants, recalls Alexeva, left behind a big mess. The October 16th meeting opened with Lenin delivering a strong defense of the Central Committee's decision to organize an immediate insurrection. Responding at the outset to lingering interest on the part of Bolshevik moderates in working with the Mensheviks and SRs, he emphasized that every effort had already been made to achieve a compromise with them. But by the time the impossibility of reaching an understanding with the moderate socialists had become clear, it had also become evident that the masses followed the Bolsheviks. Lenin went on to minimize the significance of the apparent deflation in the mood of the masses which had emerged so strongly in the reports of local party activists the previous evening, insisting that we cannot govern ourselves according to the mood of the masses since it fluctuates and is difficult to appraise. The masses have given the Bolsheviks their trust and demand from them not words but deeds, decisive policies both in the fight against the war and in the struggle with economic dislocation. Toward the close of his remarks, Lenin outlined his reasons for believing that the situation was propitious for a socialist revolution in Russia, concluding that acting now we will have the entire European proletariat on our side. He ended by articulating his apprehension regarding the plans of the government, arguing that the bourgeoisie is intent on surrendering Petrograd as a means of crushing the revolution, and the only way of avoiding this is by taking the defense of the capital into our own hands. It follows that the most decisive political action possible is now required, which can only mean an armed uprising. Power must be seized immediately at once, he repeated again and again. Every day lost could be fatal. History will not forgive us if we do not take power now. In 1924, Shotman, who had heard Lenin speak frequently both before and after the October Revolution, recalled this as one of his best addresses. At the October 16th meeting, Shotman commented with justification that at earlier gatherings where the feasibility of a coming out had been discussed, the mood among participants had been much more pessimistic than it seemed now. This was a reflection, no doubt, of Lenin's legendary persuasiveness. Even so, following Lenin's speech, Nikolai Krylenko, on behalf of the military organization, reaffirmed that it was the impression of the military organization leadership that the revolutionary mood of the soldiers was subsiding, and that a majority believed that the party should not force the issue. Reporting on the attitudes of the deputies in the Petrograd Soviet, Volodarsky, who, after Trotsky, was perhaps the party's most effective and popular spokesman there, voiced the general impression that nobody is tearing into the streets, but everybody would respond to a call by the Soviet. Vasily I. Schmidt, a leading figure in the Petrograd Trade Union Soviet, and Alexander Shliapnikov, chairman of the Metalworkers Union and also a high official in the Trade Union Soviet, attempted to characterize the political attitude of trade union members. Schmidt contended that while everyone demanded transfer of power to the Soviets, active steps on the part of Petrograd's more than 500,000 trade unionists could not be expected, primarily because of widespread fear of dismissals and layoffs. Shliapnikov added that in the Metalworkers Union the party's influence was predominant, but a Bolshevik coming out was not popular. Rumors of such action had even triggered panic. At the start of the October 16th meeting, Kamenev and Zinoviev had turned down the opportunity to reply to Lenin immediately. Bolstered by such negative reports, Zinoviev took the floor at this point to insist that there are fundamental doubts about whether the success of an uprising is assured. He ticked off a string of arguments against an uprising and urged that, if possible, the Central Committee resolution of October 10th be reconsidered. Kamenev declared that the experience of trying to organize an uprising confirmed that the conditions for one did not exist. The party's preparations, he urged, served only to cause the government to strengthen its defenses. Echoing Kamenev, Volodarsky made the point that if the Central Committee's resolution had been intended as an order, then it was already unfulfilled. If the question of a coming out is posed as a question for tomorrow, he went on to affirm, then we have to acknowledge that we are not ready. I have been making public appeals daily and must report that the masses are puzzled by our appeal. Lenin nonetheless insisted on a formal endorsement of the Central Committee's October 10 resolution, leaving the precise form and timing of an insurrection up to the Central Committee and to the party leadership in the Petrograd Soviet and in the All-Russian Executive Committee. Zinoviev countered Lenin's proposal by recommending adoption of a resolution prohibiting the actual organization of an uprising before consultation with the Bolshevik fraction at the Second Congress of Soviets. When the resolutions were voted upon, 19 participants in the meeting supported Lenin's resolution, with 2 opposed and 4 abstentions. The vote on Zinoviev's resolution was 6 in favor, 15 opposed, and 3 abstentions. The latter vote indicates, it would seem, that a fairly large minority of 9 of the party leaders present, that is, more than a third of those who took part in the voting, had strong enough reservations about the preparation of an immediate insurrection either to favor consultation or to abstain from taking sides on this question. Beyond this, comparison of these figures with individual speeches at the meeting suggests that even some of those party officials who still harbored reservations about the wisdom of trying to organize an armed uprising before the Congress of Soviets probably voted in favor of Lenin's resolution and against Zinoviev's. For implicit in the comments of several speakers who ostensibly supported Lenin's motion was the assumption that conditions were not yet ripe for a party-organized insurrection, and that the October 10 resolution was an affirmation of intent to overthrow the government at the first suitable opportunity, rather than a policy directive for immediate implementation. At the October 16 meeting, Miliutin articulated the view just described most openly and directly. While Trotsky did not attend the meeting, he clearly shared this outlook. Historians in the Soviet Union often attribute these attitudes to timidity or constitutional illusions, to use Lenin's phrase, and tend to equate them with the positions of Kamenev and Zinoviev. More accurately, however, the position taken by Trotsky and others of like mind seems to have been based on a realistic appraisal of available evidence regarding the prevailing mood and correlation of forces in Petrograd, the provinces, and the front. In any case, it is important to note that the controversy raging within the Bolshevik leadership over the preparation of an uprising was by no means silenced by this endorsement of the October 10 resolution. At the conclusion of the October 16 meeting, Kamenev, declaring that he could not defend the point of view reflected in the Central Committee's latest decisions and believing that this position would lead to the defeat of the party and the proletariat, submitted his resignation from the Central Committee. At the same time, Kamenev joined Zinoviev in formally demanding the immediate convocation, by telegraph, of a Central Committee plenum. 3 other moderates, Nagin, Miliutin, and Rykov, tried unsuccessfully to have Rabinowitch publish an appeal, the substance of which has never come to light. Unable to get a hearing in the Bolshevik press, Kamenev aired his arguments against an insurrection in Gorky's paper, Novaya Zhizn, on October 18. After the appearance of Kamenev's statement, even Lenin, to judge by his letters, momentarily feared that the opportunity to strike might have been lost. Beside himself with fury, he now declared war on Kamenev and Zinoviev and launched an effort to have them ousted from the party. At a meeting on October 20, however, the Central Committee stubbornly resisted Lenin's demands and limited its action to accepting Kamenev's resignation from the party leadership and admonishing Kamenev and Zinoviev not to make public statements of any kind counter to the decisions of the Central Committee. On October 18, the evening that Kamenev's declaration against an uprising appeared in Novaya Zhizn, the intra-party controversy also erupted openly at a gathering of some 200 Bolshevik activists at Smolny, called expressly to coordinate preparations for the seizure of power. Here the Bolshevik moderates Ryazanov and Larin took the floor to attack preparations for an uprising. Also speaking out in this vein was Grigory Chudnovsky, freshly arrived in the capital from the Southwestern Front to attend the Congress of Soviets. Drawing on his experience among troops on the Southwestern Front, where the Bolsheviks did not have a firm foothold, Chudnovsky proclaimed with great passion that an insurrection organized by the Bolsheviks was destined for certain defeat. The garrison crisis and the Military Revolutionary Committee. Among Bolshevik leaders who shared Lenin's impatience to have done with the provisional government, reactions to the obstacles connected with an immediate armed uprising were varied. In the face of continuing concern that the insurrectionary organs, weapons, and trained personnel for an organized insurrection were not yet ready, that seizure of power by the Bolsheviks alone would be opposed by all other major political parties, by the peasants in the provinces and the soldiers at the front, indeed perhaps even by such mass democratic institutions as the Soviets and trade unions, as well as by elements within the Bolshevik Party itself. And finally, that even workers and Soldiers in Petrograd were unresponsive to calls for a rising before the Congress of Soviets. Some Bolshevik officials counseled simply that the start of an insurrection be postponed pending further preparation. As we have seen, this was the response of the military organization chiefs Podvoisky and Nevsky, who consistently viewed the seizure of power in purely military terms. Another approach which gradually suggested itself to tactically cautious Bolsheviks, often those most active in the Soviets or in other local representative institutions and hence particularly attuned to the prevailing mass mood, ran along the following lines. 1. That the Soviets, because of their stature in the eyes of workers and soldiers, and not the organs of the party, should be employed for the overthrow of the provisional government. 2. That for the broadest support, any attack on the government should be masked as a defensive operation on behalf of the Soviets. 3. Thus that action should be delayed until a suitable excuse for giving battle presented itself. 4. That to undercut potential resistance and maximize the probability of success, every opportunity should be utilized to subvert the provisional government's power peacefully. And 5. That the formal overthrow of the government should be linked with and legitimized by the decisions of the Second All-Russian Congress of Soviets. While this was, in many respects, an extension of the politics and outlook of the Bolshevik left before October 10th, these tactics were now to be pursued much more aggressively. It should be borne in mind as well that most Bolsheviks holding these views either in full or in part were confident that a majority at the coming Congress of Soviets would support a transfer of power to the Soviets. Their most influential spokesman was Trotsky. But his outlook was shared by a significant number of other top Bolsheviks, including Stalin. Framed against this background, the provisional government's sudden announcement, in the second week of October, of plans to move the bulk of the Petrograd garrison to the front came as a godsend to the Bolsheviks. It provided a perfect immediate cause around which a decisive struggle with the Kerensky regime could be initiated. Outwardly, the Russian cabinet's decision regarding disposition of garrison units was tied to German military moves in the Baltic. It will be recalled that on August 20th German forces had occupied the key seaport of Riga. It had seemed that, for the first time in the long war, the enemy might attempt an early advance on Petrograd itself. It should also be remembered that on the eve of the Kornilov affair, Kerensky had used the possibility of a further German advance to justify transfer of sizable numbers of Bolshevized garrison troops to the northern front. Concern about an enemy attack on Petrograd again mounted sharply in the first week of October when German air and amphibious forces carried out a brilliantly successful sneak attack, capturing the small but strategically important islands of Ossel and Moon at the entrance to the Gulf of Riga and Dago at the mouth of the Gulf of Finland. As a result, the entire Russian Baltic fleet was driven back into the Finnish Gulf. Appraising the significance of these setbacks, the Chief of Staff of the Russian Army, General Nikolai Dukhanin, declared in the pre-parliament that with the loss of these islands, which for us are keys to the Baltic in the full sense of the term, we are in effect back to the age of Tsar Alexei Mihailovich, our outlets to the sea controlled by Germany. In Petrograd, news of these most recent military disasters gave rise to a storm of mutual recriminations. The government, along with liberal and conservative circles, implied that the unruly Baltic sailors were primarily to blame. Even before the German assault was well underway, Kerensky himself had helped to fuel these charges, demanding in a message immediately released to the press that the sailors put an end to consciously or unconsciously playing into the hands of the enemy. He asserted, "The Kronstadters have already succeeded in seeing to it that in this critical hour, not all of our defenses are in place." After the islands had fallen, Kerensky, at a closed meeting of a pre-parliament committee for defense matters, contended that fully adequate military planning for the protection of the islands had come to naught because of the cowardice, lack of discipline, and demoralization of the naval units charged with their defense. On the other hand, the extreme left spoke up for the sailors, accusing the government and the general staff of intentionally mismanaging Russia's defenses in order to justify political repression, resurrecting claims first raised against top civil and military authorities after the unexpected Russian retreat from Riga. Such accusations quickly helped intensify popular fears that Kerensky was preparing to surrender Petrograd in order to stifle the revolution. Apprehension in this regard reached fever pitch in the wake of rumors, later substantiated, that the provisional government was making preparations for a hasty move to Moscow, and a sensational, widely publicized speech by Mikhail Rodzianko, the well-known, formerly powerful president of the State Duma. Addressing the possibility that the Germans might take Petrograd, Rodzianko declared directly, "Petrograd appears threatened. I say, to hell with Petrograd. People fear our central institutions in Petrograd will be destroyed. To this, let me say that I should be glad if these institutions are destroyed because they have brought Russia nothing but grief. There is no direct evidence that the provisional government ever seriously entertained the idea of surrendering Petrograd to the Germans without a fight. Moreover, Russian military leaders do not appear to have considered an early German attack on Petrograd likely in the fall of 1917. What does seem to be true is that, as in late August, the embattled Kerensky perceived the apparent German threat as an excellent excuse to rid the capital once and for all of the more unruly elements in the garrison. At this time, the provisional government's commissar on the northern front, Woytensky, was assigned the task of facilitating the removal from the capital of the more unreliable garrison regiments, replacing them with less corrupt units from the army in the field. Simultaneously, on October 5, the government directed General Polkovnikov, commander of the Petrograd military district, to prepare his troops for transfer to the front, and the following day Polkovnikov issued preliminary instructions to key commanders. According to Woytensky, Cheremissov himself had little taste for such an operation, feeling that the transfer of troops from Petrograd would only increase problems at the front. This is confirmed by a classified telegram which Cheremissov sent to the War Ministry on October 17, clarifying his attitude toward the receipt of garrison troops. The initiative for dispatch of garrison troops to the front came from you, not from me. When it became apparent that garrison units were incapable of fighting, I said that from an operational point of view they were of little need to us. We have enough such units as it is. In view of the desire you have expressed to send them to the front, however, I do not reject them, if you consider their movement from Petrograd necessary." Despite his reservations, on October 9 Cheremissov issued a supplementary order, drafted by Woytensky, endorsing Polkovnikov's directives and justifying them on the grounds that such action was absolutely vital to the defense of the capital from the Germans. Soldiers in Petrograd reacted to news of these orders with predictable vehemence. In unison, garrison troops proclaimed their lack of confidence in the provisional government and demanded the transfer of power to the Soviets. As in the aftermath of the Kornilov crisis, all the major garrison regiments that had been reluctant to follow the Bolsheviks during the July uprising now repudiated the provisional government and pledged support to the Petrograd Soviet. Typical of the avalanche of anti-government resolutions adopted by garrison units at this time was one passed at a mass protest meeting of soldiers from the Agursky Guards Regiment on October 12. It affirmed, "The pulling out of the revolutionary garrison from Petrograd is needed only by the privileged bourgeoisie as a means of stifling the revolution, dispersing the Congress of Soviets, and subverting the convocation of the Constituent Assembly. As long as governmental power remains in the hands of obvious counter-revolutionaries, Kornilovites and semi-Kornilovites, we will carry on a firm struggle against the transfer of the revolutionary garrison from Petrograd, the center of the revolution. We declare to all who listen that, while refusing to leave Petrograd, we will nonetheless heed the voice of the genuine leaders of the workers and poorer peasantry. That is, the Soviet of Workers' and Soldiers' Deputies. We will believe in and follow it because everything else is pure treachery and open mockery of the world revolution." In the foregoing resolution, the soldiers of the Agursky Regiment underlined their loyalty and support for the Soviet, rather than the Bolsheviks or any other single political party. This attitude, which, as mentioned earlier, had been observed by local Bolshevik leaders, was expressed in many of the political statements adopted by worker, soldier, and sailor organizations at this time. It was vividly reflected, for instance, at a mass meeting of personnel from the Petrograd-based 2nd Baltic Fleet Detachment on October 19 called in the wake of persistent rumors that the Bolsheviks were organizing an armed uprising to take place the next day. The government commissar in the unit, Krasnovsky, opened the meeting by reading an appeal for patience and order from the Day's Izvestia. Subsequently, Avgust Luce, a military clerk who was not formally affiliated with any political party, but whose revolutionary credentials are established by the fact that he was a member of the Centrobalt delegation imprisoned following the July uprising, also called on the sailors to refrain from coming out in the near future because such action before elections to the Constituent Assembly might damage the support which left parties now enjoy among a broad segment of the population. At this point, a Bolshevik, Nikolai Neverovsky, took the floor, and, upon identifying himself as a Kronstadt sailor, was greeted by loud applause. Neverovsky berated Krasnovsky for citing Izvestia, which, he claimed, had outlived its time and did little to defend the interests of the laboring classes. Nonetheless, Neverovsky also argued that it was necessary to refrain from any coming out. Next, the chairman of the Unit Sailor Committee, Volodin, one guesses a Bolshevik as well, spoke up to say he had information regarding a coming out of 30,000 workers whose patience with the provisional government has reached the limit. Volodin expressed hope that the men of the 2nd Baltic Fleet Detachment would not confine themselves merely to the passage of resolutions. Yet this is precisely what the sailors did. The meeting ended with the adoption of a formal statement specifically repudiating separate disorganized armed action, but at the same time declaring the readiness of the sailors to come out if such action was specifically sanctioned by the Petrograd Soviet. The resolution concluded, "As ardent enemies of the coalition provisional government who believe the policies of this government to be disastrous for democracy, we await with great impatience the portentous opening of the Congress of Representatives of the Soviets of Workers' and Soldiers' Deputies, in which we have faith and which we invite to take power. We propose that it create an organ which will give the people bread and arrange a peace based on the principles proclaimed by the laboring democracy." The new crisis involving the garrison, which surfaced publicly on Monday, October 9th, did not reach its peak until the following week. Throughout this time, the Bolsheviks exploited it to the fullest. In the press, in the Petrograd Soviet, and, most importantly, in factories and barracks, the Bolsheviks trumpeted the slogan, "The All-Russian Congress is in danger," fanning fears of a second Kornilov affair. Thus, on October 11th, the lead editorial in Ba-dee-ya ridiculed the argument that garrison forces were being ordered out of Petrograd for strategic reasons, contending that ostensibly the offensive of June 18th had been organized in the name of strategic necessity. Yet later leading SRs and Mensheviks had openly acknowledged that the offensive was initiated for political reasons, in order to take the army in hand. The same pattern, Ba-dee-ya implied, had been repeated in August. The Kornilov reforms, capital punishment, and the suppression of army organizations had been justified by the need to raise the fighting capacity of the army to combat the foreign enemy. Yet later it became clear to everyone that all of Kornilov's strategy had been aimed at fighting the revolution. Before the Kornilov uprising, the conspirators demanded the transfer of a whole group of regiments from Petrograd, for strategic necessity, of course. The Bolsheviks had told soldiers, "You are being destroyed." But the soldiers still trusted the SR and Menshevik windbags. They left to dig trenches, and the revolution nearly fell into the pit being dug for it by Kornilov. The government attempted to counter these arguments by presenting the dangers of a German attack in ever more alarming terms. Among the most important allies the government could look to in its conflict with the garrison were embittered front soldiers, impatient to move to the rear, and front committees, many of them still in the hands of moderates. Consequently, military authorities attempted to employ pressure from army front committees to force garrison regiments to accept transfer. On October 14th, major garrison regiments received urgent telegrams from the headquarters of the Petrograd Military District, endorsed by General Cheremissov, ordering them to select delegates for a conference with front commanders and representatives of front army committees to be held at Northern Front headquarters in Pskov the next day. The purpose of this meeting was to brief garrison units on the conditions necessitating their withdrawal from the capital and to acquaint them with the attitudes of front army organizations on this question. During these same days, front pressure on the garrison was exerted through the government and the moderate socialist press, which published numerous resolutions and letters from front committees demanding that garrison regiments do their revolutionary duty. Thus, on October 17th, Golo Soldata printed in full on its front page a strongly worded resolution passed by the Executive Committee of the 12th Army Soviet of Soldiers' Deputies. The resolution declared that only by helping to defend the front could garrison regiments save the revolutionary capital, and it concluded with a demand for submission to revolutionary duty and unqualified sacrifice, so that brothers in the trenches would not be destroyed. An analogous declaration dispatched by the Soldiers' Committee of the First Army, which appeared in Golo Soldata 2 days later, was even more emphatic. It bitterly attacked soldiers in the rear for having allowed liberty to deteriorate into anarchy and revolution into pogroms, and expressed full readiness to make garrison units move to the front by force of arms if they were unwilling to do so voluntarily. In his memoirs, Wojtyński suggests that by this time the gap in outlook between the radicalized, peace-hungry soldiers in the trenches and the more moderate, defenses front committees was so great that perhaps only on the issue of front troops being replaced by soldiers from the rear were the two in agreement. Nonetheless, for the Bolsheviks, the apparent resentment of trench soldiers toward troops in the rear which emerged over the issue of transfers was a matter of considerable concern, serving to increase the possibility that, as in July, front units might be mobilized successfully by Kerensky to pacify the capital. That the policies of Bolshevik leaders in the Petrograd Soviet were fully attuned to this danger is yet another sign of the degree to which the Bolsheviks were sensitive to, and, in their overall behavior, very much influenced by, the prevailing mass mood. On October 15th, the Bolshevik leadership in the Petrograd Soviet arranged an early morning meeting of garrison representatives designated to go to Pskov. The purpose of this gathering was to formulate a common response to the demands of the front committees. In this connection, the representatives readily accepted the argument of the Bolsheviks that inasmuch as the question of garrison transfers was a central political issue, the resolution of which was the prerogative of the Executive Committee of the Petrograd Soviet, the dispatch of representatives to Pskov should be delayed pending its review. Army committees on the Northern Front responded to this temporary rebuff with a declaration that only a joint conference of front and garrison representatives, and not the Petrograd Soviet or garrison alone, had the right to decide the legitimacy of transfers. The front declaration demanded that representatives of the garrison present themselves for such a conference on October 17th. Meanwhile, the Petrograd Soviet Executive Committee hurriedly considered the question of what to do about the demand for a conference in Pskov. Ultimately, it authorized dispatch of a delegation, but drastically altered its character and composition. As provided for by the Executive Committee, the delegation of garrison representatives was to be expanded by the addition of an even larger contingent of Soviet deputies who shared the point of view of the Petrograd Soviet in regard to Petrograd's revolutionary defense. A plenary session of the Petrograd Soviet on October 16 endorsed this procedure, stipulating that the delegation was empowered only to gather and exchange information. Of course, the Petrograd Soviet's action effectively destroyed any possibility that the Pskov Conference would work to the advantage of the provisional government. Convened on the afternoon of October 17, it acted as a sounding board for differing points of view, but nothing more. Cheremissov and his fellow officers, surrounded by battle maps, outlined the military situation on the Northern Front and in the Baltic. Woytinsky contends that Cheremissov spoke without enthusiasm, conveying the distinct impression that at bottom it made no difference to him whether or not Petrograd regiments moved to the front, and that he did not wish to become involved in the matter. A succession of embittered front representatives described, graphically, the impossible situation of the front soldiers and the latter's resentment of garrison troops, whom they believed to be lounging comfortably in the rear, unwilling to support the common defense effort. In response, the Petrograd delegation pointed to the purported sacrifices already made by most garrison soldiers in the interests of the revolution and of Russia's defense. To Woytinsky's frustration, the subsequent discussion was concerned as much with the need for transfer of power to the Soviets for peace and for the long-suffering frontline soldier to return home, as it was with the question of getting new regiments into the trenches. Toward the close of the meeting, the Bolshevik military organization leader and chairman of the military section of the Petrograd Soviet, Andrei Sadovsky, who had played a prominent role in the writing of Order No. 1 at the time of the February Revolution, read a formal statement on behalf of the Petrograd delegation. Composed by Sverdlov, the message voiced the left's apprehension that counter-revolutionary motives were behind efforts to withdraw the garrison. For his part, Woytinsky sought to obtain a pledge from the visitors that they would work to obtain the garrison's voluntary compliance with requests for troop support. Leaning on their limited mandate, the delegates from Petrograd refused to enter into such an agreement and even demurred from endorsing an oral resume of their discussion. Actually, mistrust of the provisional government's intentions at this time was so widespread that even the moderate socialists were forced to recognize that garrison troops could not be expected to respond to relocation orders not in some way controlled by the Petrograd Soviet. On the morning of October 9, not long after Cheremissov's directive to the garrison became public, the Executive Committee of the Petrograd Soviet considered the question of the capital's military defense and the suspicions of garrison troops in regard to the government's motives. At least by implication, all of the participants in this discussion acknowledged that the fears of the soldiers were justified. The Menshevik Mark Broido put before the deputies a joint Menshevik-SR resolution which, while calling on garrison soldiers to begin preparations for movement to the front, at the same time sought to calm them by providing for the creation of a special committee to evaluate defense needs and to prepare military defense plans that would inspire popular confidence. At bottom, the intent of the resolution was to facilitate cooperation between the Petrograd Soviet and the government in the interest of the war effort. The Bolsheviks countered this proposal with a significantly more militant one, hastily scratched out by Trotsky, repudiating the Kerensky government as the ruination of the country and proclaiming that Russia's sole hope of salvation lay in immediate peace. The resolution embodying this proposal accused the bourgeoisie, along with Kerensky, of preparing to turn over Petrograd, the main fortress of the revolution, to the Germans, affirming that the Petrograd Soviet could in no way take responsibility for the government's military strategy and, in particular, the withdrawal of troops from Petrograd. It insisted that the way to assure survival was to transfer power to the Soviets. Like the moderate socialist resolution, the Bolshevik proposal called on the garrison to come to battle readiness. Even now, popular determination to resist the foreign foe was too strong for the Bolsheviks to ignore completely. By implication, however, these preparations were intended as much to defend the revolution from the government and the right as from the Germans. The Bolshevik resolution specifically provided for the creation of a Revolutionary Defense Committee, the future Military Revolutionary Committee, the primary purpose of which was to become fully familiar with all information relating to the defense of the capital and to take all possible steps to arm workers in order to facilitate the revolutionary defense of Petrograd and the safety of the people from the attacks being openly prepared by military and civil Kornilovites. The proposed committee appeared to be modeled after the Committee for Struggle Against the Counter-Revolution organized by the Soviet leadership at the time of the Kornilov affair. Yet there was a fundamental difference between the two institutions. While the Defense Committee established in late August had been formally committed to the protection of the provisional government against the onslaught of the counter-revolution, for the committee proposed by the Bolsheviks, one of the main enemies was the provisional government itself. The surprising thing about the October 9th vote on the Menshevik SR and Bolshevik resolutions in the Petrograd Soviet Executive Committee, now commonly assumed to be completely controlled by the Bolsheviks, was that the Menshevik SR resolution was passed. A narrow majority of deputies present were evidently sympathetic to the moderates' argument that the Bolshevik resolution, by creating an independent military headquarters alongside that of the government, would severely cripple defense efforts. However, both resolutions were subsequently put before an unusually crowded and lively plenary session of the Petrograd Soviet late the same evening. A reporter later commented that the mood of the meeting was reminiscent of the first days of the revolution. Here the militant Bolshevik motion clearly struck the more responsive chord, receiving the support of an overwhelming majority of factory and barracks representatives. Such, in brief, was the original conception of the Military Revolutionary Committee, the institution used by the Bolsheviks in the following days to subvert and overthrow the provisional government. Histories of the October Revolution written in the Soviet Union in Stalin's time conveyed the impression that the creation of the Military Revolutionary Committee was a direct result of the Bolshevik Central Committee's decision of October 10 to organize an armed uprising, and that from the outset the organization of an insurrection was the committee's primary purpose. Indeed, this view was implicit even in the valuable 3-volume collection of documents concerning the Military Revolutionary Committee published by the Soviet Academy of Sciences in the mid-1960s. This interpretation is obviously misleading. At no time during the first half of October was the question of forming a non-party institution like the Military Revolutionary Committee ever raised in the Central Committee. Indeed, the Military Revolutionary Committee was conceived on October 9, that is, the day before the Central Committee's decision regarding preparation of an uprising. An organizational plan for the Military Revolutionary Committee was considered by leaders of the military section of the Petrograd Soviet on October 11. This plan was overwhelmingly endorsed at meetings of the Executive Committee of the Petrograd Soviet on October 12 and the Soldiers Section on October 13, and it was officially ratified by the full Petrograd Soviet on the night of October 16, at the same session that endorsed the Executive Committee's plans for the Pskov Conference. As the organizational plan for the Military Revolutionary Committee emerged on October 16, it provided for the creation of a committee to determine the minimum military force required in Petrograd itself, and hence not available for transfer, to make a precise accounting of all garrison personnel and reserves of provisions and weapons, and to formulate a working plan for the defense of the capital. The enabling act which set up the Military Revolutionary Committee also provided for the creation of a garrison conference, primarily an assembly of representatives from all units of the garrison which would meet on a regular basis to facilitate communications between the Military Revolutionary Committee and the garrison, and among the individual regiments themselves. It is worthy of note that this plan was significantly less provocative than the proposal that had been first rejected by the Executive Committee and later adopted by the full Petrograd Soviet on October 9. The plan adopted on October 16 said nothing about arming workers or about defense against internal, as well as external, threats to the revolution. To be sure, this was in part the result of practical parliamentary considerations. Still, there is no reason to doubt that, initially, even most Bolsheviks viewed the new committee's chief purpose as the prevention of government attempts to ship the Bolshevized Petrograd garrison to the front and, in general, the defense of the left from attack, rather than the overthrow of the government. As we have seen, during these days, Lenin and other Bolshevik militants looked not to the Petrograd Soviet, but to the Bolshevik military organization and the Northern Region Congress of Soviets to organize an insurrection. Not until after the Northern Congress had ended, at the time of the October 15th and 16th Party Strategy sessions, when the crucial importance of tying any moves against the government prior to the Congress of Soviets to the defense of the Soviets and the Congress was perceived, did party leaders begin to look at the Military Revolutionary Committee as something more than an organ of mutual self-defense. Relevant in this respect is the fact that at the October 15th Petersburg Committee meeting, local party leaders were uncertain of how the Military Revolutionary Committee just then taking shape related to their own planning for an insurrection. Latsis merely took note of the committee's creation and pointed to the necessity of determining an official attitude toward it. The Petersburg Committee considered simply dispatching representatives to the Military Revolutionary Committee, but concluded by agreeing to seek a clarification of the latter's status from the Central Committee before doing so. The Central Committee, at its meeting on October 16th, after reconfirming the October 10th decision, selected a military revolutionary center composed of Sverdlov, Stalin, Bubnov, Uritsky, and Dzerzhinsky. It then specified that this center was to become part of the Soviet Revolutionary Committee, thereby suggesting for the first time the possibility that the Military Revolutionary Committee might become the directing body for the seizure of power. Not until October 20th, however, did the Military Revolutionary Committee hold an organizational meeting. At this time it selected a 5-man leadership bureau composed of 3 Bolsheviks, Antonov, Podvoisky, and Sadovsky, and 2 left SRs, Lazimir and Sukarkov. Significantly, between October 9th and 22nd, the formation and initial activities of the Military Revolutionary Committee, which were major news topics in all other newspapers including Rabokiai Put, were virtually ignored in Soldat, reflecting the fact that the leadership of the military organization was still jealously guarding its primacy in matters relating to the garrison. On October 19 or 20, the military organization sent a memorandum to the Central Committee. Its text has not been published, evidently insisting on the critical importance of leaving the direction of an armed uprising in the hands of the military organization rather than regular party organs or the Petrograd Soviet. On October 20th, however, most likely after the first organizational session of the Military Revolutionary Committee, the Central Committee rejected the military organization's arguments, asserting that all Bolshevik organizations can become part of the revolutionary center organized by the Petrograd Soviet and discuss within the Bolshevik fraction all questions which concern them. It is important to note that by this time Lenin had also come to see the potential importance of the Military Revolutionary Committee as an ostensibly non-party insurrectionary organ, although, in contrast to Trotsky and many other top party strategists, he remained absolutely adamant on the need to seize power by means of an armed uprising and, equally important, to do so before the Second Congress of Soviets, which on October 18th had been rescheduled to open on October 25th. Late one evening, probably between October 20th and 23rd, at Lenin's insistence, the chiefs of the military organization, Podvoisky and Nevsky, along with Antonov as head of the executive committee created by the Northern Region Congress of Soviets, were summoned from Smolny to a small apartment in the Vyborg district for an urgent consultation. To judge by the recollections of this meeting by Podvoisky, Nevsky, and Antonov, at this point the military organization leadership, like Lenin, still tended to envision the seizure of power primarily in military terms, that is, as a properly organized armed uprising against the existing government. Podvoisky attempted to obtain Lenin's endorsement of the military organization's primacy in preparations for the overthrow of the provisional government, but to no avail. Rather, echoing the earlier decision of the Central Committee, Lenin insisted not only that the military organization work through the Military Revolutionary Committee, but that it not attempt to dictate the latter's policies, that the membership of the Military Revolutionary Committee be made as broad as possible, and that individual initiatives be encouraged, as long as they were consistent with the party's objectives. According to Nevsky, Lenin's chief purpose in calling this meeting was to eradicate the last vestiges of stubbornness within the military organization in regard to an uprising. For, even now, military organization leaders were divided and, on the whole, pessimistic about the wisdom of initiating an insurrection without significant further preparation. At this late-night confrontation with Lenin, Antonov reported on the revolutionary situation in Finland, observing that the artillerists in Sveaborg were still under the influence of Mensheviks and SRs, and that the political attitudes of Kuban Cossacks stationed in Finland were cause for concern. In regard to the assistance that the Bolsheviks could expect from revolutionary elements in the Baltic region, Antonov expressed certainty that the fleet would respond positively to a call for an insurrection. He minimized the significance of the actual immediate military support that could be counted upon from the sailors, however, warning that the depth of the channels would be prohibitive, that sailors on the more radical big ships would be fearful of submarines and cruisers, and finally, that the sailors would be unwilling to expose the front. To this Lenin retorted, "The sailors must understand that the revolution is in greater danger in Petrograd than on the Baltic," responded Antonov. "They don't understand. The most I can guarantee are 2 or 3 gunboats to be brought up the Neva and a defensive detachment of 3,000 or so sailors and workers from Vyborg." "Not enough," growled Lenin. When it was their turn to report, both Nevsky and Podvoisky argued for a delay of 10 to 15 days in the start of an uprising. Nevsky re-emphasized the difficulty of moving radicalized elements of the fleet to the capital in time to be of any use, while Podvoisky pleaded for further time to coordinate preparations for an insurrection at the front and in provincial garrisons. As far as Podvoisky was concerned, time was on the Bolshevik side, and the danger lay in premature action. To all these reservations Lenin turned a deaf ear. Podvoisky remembered that he became restless and impatient at the very mention of delay. "Time is on the side of the government, not the Bolsheviks," Lenin argued. "Waiting would only give the government more time to destroy the Bolsheviks with loyal troops brought in from the front." Over and over Lenin reiterated the absolute necessity of overthrowing the provisional government before the Congress of Soviets so that the Congress, irrespective of its composition, would be confronted with a situation in which the seizure of power by the workers is an actual fact. Antonov recalled that he and Nevsky were greatly influenced by Lenin's arguments, but that Podvoisky remained skeptical. At any rate, their discussion ended with the military organization leaders agreeing to work within the Military Revolutionary Committee and, in general, to intensify their preparation to maximum degree. Meanwhile, both the Military Revolutionary Committee and the Garrison Conference, which had been approved formally by the Petrograd Soviet on October 16, had begun to function. The Garrison Conference was the first of the two to start operations, representatives of most major military units in Petrograd and its suburbs responding positively to requests from the military section of the Petrograd Soviet to send delegates to Smolny for the conference's first session on October 18. The main purpose of this initial gathering was to obtain a clearer sense of the extent to which individual units would go in supporting the Petrograd Soviet and, in particular, in opposing the government on the issue of withdrawing the bulk of the garrison from the capital. Each of the assembled representatives characterized the political position of his unit and, specifically, its attitude toward taking arms against the provisional government. From the government's point of view, the results of this informal sounding, capturing the leftward swing among the soldiers caused by the threat of shipment to the front, were thoroughly disquieting. All but 3 of the 18 representatives, whose reports were recorded, proclaimed lack of confidence in the provisional government and firm support for transfer of power to the Soviets. At the same time, these reports were not wholly reassuring to the Bolsheviks. Roughly half the spokesmen affirming support for a Soviet government were non-committal in regard to armed action, while the remainder either directly or implicitly made it clear that they would countenance a coming out only if it were organized by the Petrograd Soviet or, in one case, the All-Russian Congress of Soviets. Said the representative of the Agursky Guards Regiment, "We would support an uprising only in response to an order from the Petrograd Soviet. But, in such a case, we would take action in an organized way and would demand the immediate overthrow of the government and transfer of power to the Soviets." In the wake of this meeting, Mensheviks and SRs in the Central Executive Committee were fully alert to the danger that the Bolsheviks might successfully exploit the crisis over the garrison to mobilize soldiers for an insurrection. Seeking to dissuade the troops from such a course, they arranged an independent gathering of garrison representatives for the following day. In addition to spokesmen for Petrograd-based units, they invited to this meeting moderately inclined military personnel supposedly representing army committees from the front. Yet despite such maneuvering, this gathering proved no less alarming to government supporters than the preceding one. Early in the session, Dan appealed to the soldiers to devote their energies to preparations for the Constituent Assembly and to organize for the struggle against the Germans, the counter-revolution, and insurrection of any kind. But, as it happened, the audience was distinctly more receptive to Trotsky's argument that the most effective way of supporting the Constituent Assembly was to bring about transfer of power to the Soviets. The Soviets would then ensure that the broad masses of soldiers, rather than the more conciliatory army committees, would be strongly represented in the Constituent Assembly. A succession of garrison representatives jumped up to affirm faith in the Petrograd Soviet and willingness to act in its behalf. Indeed, even the supposedly loyalist visitors from the front combined expressions of opposition to an armed uprising in the prevailing circumstances with enthusiastic declarations of support for transfer of power to the Soviets, an immediate armistice, and land for the peasants. The meeting sponsors were dealt a further blow when a majority agreed not to vote on any formal resolutions since they had been called together by the Central Executive Committee without approval from the Petrograd Soviet. The Military Revolutionary Committee took concrete shape between October 16th and 21st. Included among its members, which until the overthrow of the provisional government probably numbered no more than a few dozen, were Bolsheviks, left SRs, and a few anarchists. The Mensheviks had completely washed their hands of the committee at the start, as well as delegates from the Petrograd Soviet, the Soviet of Peasants' Deputies, Centrobolt, the Regional Executive Committee of the Army, Fleet, and Workers in Finland, factory shop committees, and trade unions. As noted earlier, at the outset a Military Revolutionary Committee bureau made up of Bolsheviks and left SRs was formed to help direct the committee's day-to-day work. With Bolshevik approval, the formal chairman of the Bureau and of the Military Revolutionary Committee as a whole was a left SR Pavel Lazimir, a senior military medical aide and chairman of the soldiers section of the Petrograd Soviet. This furthered the committee's ostensibly non-party character. However, during the most critical days of the October Revolution in Petrograd, that is, between October 21st and 25th, Podvoisky, Antonov and Trotsky acted in the capacity of Military Revolutionary Committee chairman almost as often as did Lazimir. From its inception, the Military Revolutionary Committee was housed in a few rooms, always crowded and bustling, on the third floor of Smolny. Here leftist leaders in constantly changing numbers discussed late-breaking developments. The committee as a whole met rarely, and at the most critical moments the committee's tactics were evidently determined by whichever members happened to be on the scene, acting in accordance with their varying perceptions of the prevailing situation and their views on the development of the revolution in general. In part because of the great preponderance of Bolsheviks in the Military Revolutionary Committee, Western historians have tended to view the organ as merely a front organization closely controlled by the Bolshevik Central Committee or the military organization. Yet such an assessment is inaccurate. Bolsheviks played the leading role within the committee. However, they were not its only active members, and even the Bolshevik participants were by no means united in their conception of the committee's tasks. Further, the published record of the Central Committee's activities during these days reveals that at its meetings, scant attention was paid to the operations of the Military Revolutionary Committee. The Central Committee now devoted most of its time to internal party matters such as the appropriate action to be taken against Kamenev and Zinoviev and the formulation of positions for the coming Congress of Soviets. For its part, at least until the culmination of the seizure of power, the leadership of the military organization abided by the Central Committee's ruling of October 20th and worked within the Military Revolutionary Committee's outwardly non-party institutional framework. At its first organizational meeting on October 20th, the Military Revolutionary Committee seems to have been concerned above all with strengthening the defenses of the Petrograd Soviet against attack and further solidifying its status among units of the garrison. Members of the committee were particularly uneasy at this point about possible trouble on Sunday, October 22nd. That date had been formally designated by the Petrograd Soviet leadership as Petrograd Soviet Day, a time for concerts and speechmaking, intended originally to raise funds for the Soviet and, more recently, as yet another opportunity to gauge mass support for the Petrograd Soviet's radical political program. However, October 22nd also happened to be the 105th anniversary of Moscow's liberation from Napoleon. In celebration of that event, the Soviet of the Union of Cossack Military Forces announced plans for a midday religious procession. Leftist leaders were fearful, with apparent justification, that in the inflamed atmosphere, the Cossack march might be utilized by the extreme right to provoke an armed clash. As it turned out, at the 11th hour the Cossacks canceled their procession. But on October 20th, one of the Military Revolutionary Committee's first actions was to dispatch representatives to key combat units and weapons depots as a precaution against possible counter-revolutionary moves. Before adjourning on October 20th, the Military Revolutionary Committee scheduled another session of the Garrison Conference for the following morning. At this gathering and at others on October 22nd and 23rd, firm links were forged between the newly created Military Revolutionary Committee and individual garrison units. The October 21st Garrison Conference session opened with a rousing speech by Trotsky, who, in an evident reference to the Cossack religious march, warned of approaching threatening events and appealed to workers and soldiers to rally around the Petrograd Soviet, to support the Military Revolutionary Committee, and to aid the Soviets in the struggle for power. An observer for the Menshevik SR organ, Golos Soldata, captured the audience's response. After Trotsky's speech, a whole series of people spoke out in regard to the necessity of immediately transferring power to the Soviets. Moreover, the auditorium became so electrified that when the soldier Goldberg appeared on the tribune to say that the subject under discussion was not fully clear to the audience, not only did the assembly break out in shouts of "Away!" and "Go to hell!" it completely prevented the speaker from explaining what he had in mind. The representative of the 4th Don Cossack Regiment informed the assembly that his regimental committee had decided against participation in the next day's religious procession. The representative of the 14th Don Cossack Regiment caused a sensation when he declared that his regiment not only would not support counter-revolutionary moves, irrespective of whence they came, but would fight the counter-revolution with all its strength. "In this sense," he said, "I shake hands with my comrade Cossack from the 4th Don Cossack Regiment." At this the orator bent down and shook hands with the Cossack from the 4th Regiment. And, in response, the assembly exploded in a roar of enthusiastic approval and thunderous applause which did not die down for a long time. The gathering concluded with the passage of resolutions drafted by Trotsky relating to the Military Revolutionary Committee, Petrograd Soviet Day, and the tasks of the All-Russian Congress of Soviets. Taken together, these resolutions illustrate both the increased aggressiveness of the Petrograd garrison under the threat of shipment to the front and the committee's strategy of utilizing the defense of the revolution to mobilize support for the Petrograd Soviet and the seizure of power. The resolution on the Military Revolutionary Committee passed by the Garrison Conference on October 21st hailed the committee's birth and promised it full support in all steps aimed at tying the front more closely to the rear in the interests of the revolution. The resolution dealing with Petrograd Soviet Day warned brother Cossacks against being victimized by the enemies of the revolution and invited them to participate instead in the rallies planned by the left. At the same time it warned that any attempts by Kornilovites and the bourgeoisie to inject confusion and dissension into the ranks of the revolution would be met with a merciless rebuff. Finally, in its resolution on the Congress of Soviets, the Garrison Conference endorsed all the political decisions of the Petrograd Soviet, called on the coming All-Russian Congress to take power in its hands and provide peace, land, and bread for the people, and pledged all the resources at the command of the garrison to the fulfillment of these demands. Buttressed by these assurances of support, the Military Revolutionary Committee now embarked on a decisive confrontation with the government over ultimate control of the garrison. First, it began dispatching its own commissars to replace those supporting the government in all units of the garrison and in all weapons and munitions depots. Then, late on the night of October 21st, it sent a group of representatives, including Lazimir, Sadovsky, and Mikonishin, to General Staff Headquarters to formally assert the committee's claim to prior command authority over garrison units. Arriving around midnight, the group was ushered into General Polkovnikov's office. Sadovsky came straight to the point. "Henceforth," he proclaimed, "orders not signed by us are invalid." Polkovnikov retorted that the garrison was his responsibility. Referring to the commissar from the Central Executive Committee already working with him, he added, "We know only the commissar of the Central Executive Committee. We won't recognize your commissars. If they break the law, we will arrest them." At this, the group returned to Smolny. Returning to Military Revolutionary Committee headquarters, Lazimir, Sadovsky, and Mikonishin rounded up Antonov, Sverdlov, and Trotsky. Together they mapped out plans to exploit the Petrograd Military District's uncooperative stance. Most importantly, Trotsky drafted for endorsement by the Garrison Conference and circulation to all units later in the day what was to become one of the seminal documents of the October Revolution in Petrograd, a formal declaration that amounted to a categorical repudiation of the provisional government's authority over garrison troops. Wrote Trotsky, at a meeting on October 21st, the revolutionary garrison united around the Military Revolutionary Committee as its directing organ. Despite this, on the night of October 21st to 22nd, the headquarters of the Petrograd Military District refused to recognize the Military Revolutionary Committee, rejecting work in association with the representatives of the soldiers section of the Petrograd Soviet. In so doing, the headquarters breaks with the revolutionary garrison and the Petrograd Soviet of Workers and Soldiers Deputies. The headquarters becomes a direct weapon of counter-revolutionary forces. The protection of revolutionary order from counter-revolutionary attacks rests with the revolutionary soldiers directed by the Military Revolutionary Committee. No directives to the garrison not signed by the Military Revolutionary Committee should be considered valid. The revolution is in danger. Long live the revolutionary garrison. A few years later, Trotsky mused aloud about whether Lazimir, in cooperating in the work of the Military Revolutionary Committee, recognized that he was taking part in a conscious plan to overthrow the provisional government or whether his outlook simply reflected the formless revolutionary spirit of the left SRs. Trotsky concluded the latter to be the case, and this may indeed be true. There is little doubt, however, that in the minds of Sadovsky, Mikonishin, Sverdlov, and, of course, Trotsky himself, the politics of the Military Revolutionary Committee were part of a conscious, gradual subversion of the government. Largely because of current political considerations, most historians in the Soviet Union consider the October insurrection to have begun sometime on October 24th. Yet this interpretation ignores the crucial significance of the steps taken by the Military Revolutionary Committee on October 21st to 22nd. To cite the knowledgeable contemporary Czech specialist on the Russian Revolution Michael Ryman. Already on October 21st and 22nd, the Military Revolutionary Committee, in effect, took upon itself authority over the garrison. Its actions, from both a practical and a juridical standpoint, would be considered by any nation a clear case of mutiny and insurrection. On Sunday, October 22nd, Petrograd Soviet Day, the Bolsheviks' most popular orators, Trotsky, Volodarsky, Lashevich, Kalantai, Raskolnikov, and Krylenko among them, took to the stump at mass political rallies in factories and public meeting halls throughout the capital. Even Kamenev participated prominently in the speech-making. Ignoring the Central Committee's specific ban on speaking out publicly counter to its decisions, he made use of this opportunity to ridicule once again the possibility of the party's involvement in an insurrection before the Congress of Soviets. Typical of the highly successful rallies staged on behalf of the Petrograd Soviet on October 22nd was one held in the House of the People, on the right bank of the Neva. Well before the start of the program, a massive crowd of factory workers, soldiers, and a smattering of lower-middle-class townspeople filled the colossal opera house, primarily to see and hear the legendary Trotsky, the featured speaker. Trotsky's address contained little not already repeated by the Bolsheviks ad infinitum. Warning that Petrograd was on the verge of being surrendered to the Germans, he proclaimed that the workers and soldiers themselves would take responsibility for defending the approaches to the capital. And having taken power, the Soviet would bring immediate peace. It would also eliminate private property, confiscating grain hidden away by large landowners and excess money, clothing and footwear in the hands of the bourgeoisie, and distributing land to the peasants as well as money, bread, clothing, and footwear to all those in need. Perhaps because of the apparent imminence of these shattering developments, or as a result of Trotsky's oratorical skill, or a combination of both, the audience was unusually stimulated by his words. A reporter for Wretch, who was on the scene, observed with consternation that after Trotsky asked for a pledge of support to the Soviet, when it moved from words to deeds, the huge audience threw up its hands and chanted, "We swear it!" Another of Trotsky's listeners was Sukhanov, who subsequently recorded, "All around me was a mood bordering on ecstasy. It seemed as if the crowd, spontaneously and of its own accord, would break into some religious hymn." Trotsky formulated a brief and general resolution. Who was for? The crowd of thousands, as one man, raised its hands. Trotsky went on speaking. The innumerable crowd continued to hold up its hands. Trotsky rapped out the words, "Let this vote of yours be your vow. with all your strength and at any sacrifice to support the Soviet that has taken on itself the glorious burden of bringing the victory of the revolution to a conclusion and of giving land, bread, and peace. The vast crowd was holding up its hands. It agreed. It vowed. While these rallies were in progress, military officials launched efforts to deal with the Military Revolutionary Committee. In the early morning hours, General Polkovnikov invited representatives of garrison regimental and brigade committees, as well as officials of the All-Russian Executive Committees and the Petrograd Soviet, to an immediate meeting at General Staff Headquarters, obviously with an eye toward applying pressure on the Military Revolutionary Committee to back off from its insistence on veto power over the regular military command. Even before Polkovnikov's meeting got underway, however, a hastily convened session of the Garrison Conference at Smolny voted formally to endorse Trotsky's declaration of the preceding night. Shortly afterward, an invitation was received from Polkovnikov to send representatives to the meeting at General Staff Headquarters. In response, a Garrison Conference delegation headed by Dashkevich put in a brief appearance at the meeting. On the Garrison Conference's behalf, Dashkevich at once reasserted that henceforth all the military command's directives had to be countersigned by the Military Revolutionary Committee. The delegation then departed. Indicative of the weakness of the Petrograd military district in the prevailing situation was the fact that Polkovnikov reacted to this démarche with a fresh effort to settle the conflict over authority in the garrison peacefully. He now issued an invitation to the Military Revolutionary Committee to meet with him the next day for the purpose of discussing Soviet representation at headquarters. On and off through the day and night of October 22nd to 23rd, Kerensky conferred with his chief advisors in regard to the developing crisis. From all parts of the city came reports of the massive public support for the left exhibited at the huge rallies organized by the Bolsheviks. This on top of news of the Military Revolutionary Committee's direct challenge to the government's authority in the garrison. In the early evening, the Petrograd Military District Chief of Staff, General Iakov Bagratuny, requested Army headquarters on the northern front to prepare an infantry brigade, a cavalry regiment, and an artillery battery for rapid shipment to the capital. Woytinsky responded from the northern front that readying these detachments in advance, without knowledge of the purposes for which they were to be used, was out of the question. One must suppose because the soldiers would become suspicious and resist such a step. Somewhat later, Kerensky dispatched an urgent appeal to General Cheremissov to come to Petrograd, presumably to discuss the problem of getting loyalist troops to the capital in a hurry. Moreover, to his fellow ministers, Kerensky proposed dispatching available forces to arrest members of the Military Revolutionary Committee and to liquidate the committee without further delay, but he was temporarily dissuaded from this course by Polkovnikov. The Petrograd Military District Commander expressed the hope that in discussions the next day the Military Revolutionary Committee might be prevailed upon to retract its declaration. The Prime Minister thereupon ordered General Bagratuny to present the Soviet with a firm ultimatum. Either it rescind the October 22nd declaration immediately or military authorities would take whatever steps were necessary to restore law and order. Meanwhile, the process begun by the Military Revolutionary Committee on October 21st of substituting commissars of its own choosing for those of the government throughout the city was intensified. Most of the new commissars were well-known members of the Bolshevik military organization only recently released from jail. Almost everywhere they were greeted with enthusiasm. As the appointment of the new commissars neared completion on October 23rd, the Military Revolutionary Committee issued an order endowing its commissars with unlimited veto power over military orders, thus to some extent making control over operations at district headquarters superfluous. This order, immediately published in the leftist press and circulated throughout the capital, informed the population that in the interest of defense of the revolution and its achievements from encroachments on the part of the counter-revolution, Military Revolutionary Committee commissars had been appointed to military units and especially important points in the capital and its suburbs, and stipulated that orders and directives sent to these points were to be fulfilled only if confirmed by them. The continuing drastic decline of the provisional government's military position in the capital was also reflected on October 23rd in the Military Revolutionary Committee's winning of the strategically crucial Peter and Paul Fortress and the adjoining Kronwerk Arsenal, a central storehouse of arms and munitions. One of the Military Revolutionary Committee's few setbacks in its campaign for authority over the Petrograd garrison had occurred at the fortress on October 19th, when committees representing units garrisoned there had passed a resolution opposing a coming out. When the Military Revolutionary Committee sent a commissar to the fortress 3 days later, it was feared that he might be arrested by hostile soldiers. Particularly worrisome in connection with the fortress was the attitude toward the left of several thousand cyclists from the front based there since the July days. The Military Revolutionary Committee, with Trotsky, Podvoisky, Antonov, and Lashevich, among others, in attendance, had considered the problem of the Peter and Paul Fortress initially on October 22. Antonov subsequently recalled that, at this discussion, he strongly urged sending some Bolshevized troops from the Pavlovsky Regiment to capture the old fortress. However, Trotsky, still concerned with appearances, persuaded the committee to make an attempt to take the fortress from within. "It cannot be that the troops there would not be sympathetic to us," Trotsky reportedly declared. In an effort to take the fortress by persuasion, the Military Revolutionary Committee arranged a mass meeting with the cyclists and all other soldiers to begin at midday, October 23, on the fortress's main square. Lashevich recalls that arriving for this meeting, he found a host of Right SR and Menshevik luminaries, as well as the fort commander, on hand to contest the Bolsheviks for the allegiance of the troops. After the meeting had been underway for several hours, with Lashevich and Chudnovsky leading the fight for the Military Revolutionary Committee, Trotsky arrived to test his persuasive powers on the soldiers. Wrote Lashevich later. During Chudnovsky's speech, there was an abrupt, deafening roar of hurrahs and applause. Chudnovsky peered down from the tribune trying to catch the cause of the commotion. Suddenly his face lit up with a pleased smile. "I yield my place to Comrade Trotsky," he loudly proclaimed. Trotsky mounted the tribune. Finally it became still, and there followed not so much a speech as an inspirational song. The mass meeting on the fortress square dragged on long after Trotsky had finished speaking. When it grew dark, the soldiers moved outside the fortress to the nearby Cirque Moderne. In the end, most of the soldiers voted to support transfer of power to the Soviets and to obey the directives of the Military Revolutionary Committee. As Lashevich remembered, at 8 p.m., in an atmosphere of extreme tension, the question was put to a vote. All those who supported the Military Revolutionary Committee moved to the left, those against to the right. With cries of hurrah, an overwhelming majority rushed to the left. Remaining in opposition to the Military Revolutionary Committee was a small group of officers and intellectuals from among the cyclists. Control of the Peter and Paul Fortress, whose cannon overlooked the Winter Palace, was a victory of immense psychological and strategic importance. Moreover, with the securing of the Kronwerk arsenal, virtually all major weapon stores in the capital were at the disposal of the Military Revolutionary Committee, which now funneled massive stocks of arms and ammunition to its supporters. Yet counterbalancing these unexpectedly easy victories was the fact that the left SRs continued stubbornly to resist all moves to generate the support of mass organizations for the overthrow of the government before the Congress of Soviets. In addition, late reports on political attitudes at the front were highly contradictory. While a flood of telegrams suggested that the mood of the average front soldier was not much different from that of his garrison counterpart, many front delegates arriving in the capital for the Congress of Soviets gave the impression that if an insurrection were to break out in the capital before the Congress, many large frontline units would respond to an appeal for help from the Central Executive Committee. Actually, Bolshevik strategists in Petrograd were still not confident of the degree to which they could count on workers and soldiers in the capital to support immediate direct military action against the government. Nor could they ignore the possibility that an independent ultramilitary course would be resisted by provincial party officials, strongly represented in the Bolshevik Congress fraction. Resistance of this sort had already occurred in early summer, when the Bolshevik fraction at the First All-Russian Congress of Soviets helped pressure the Central Committee into aborting the armed demonstration planned for June 10. At the time of the Sixth Congress, when delegates from outside the capital heaped criticism on the Central Committee for its behavior in connection with the July uprising, and, more recently, in the aftermath of the Democratic State Conference, when the Bolshevik Conference fraction reversed the Central Committee's narrow decision to boycott the pre-parliament. On the other hand, there was every hope that if the party waited for the government to attack, whether this occurred before the opening of the Congress or after the Congress's proclamation of a Soviet government, it would be able to count on the support of the left SRs, the soldiers at the front and rear, a united Bolshevik party, and a broad front of mass organizations, from the Petrograd Soviet to the factory shop committees. Blame for whatever bloodshed ensued would then fall on the Kerensky regime, and the prospects for retention of power by the left would be increased immeasurably. Such a course might well lead to the creation of a socialist coalition government, including moderates, rather than a government of the extreme left alone. It appears that Lenin was one of the very few top Bolshevik leaders to whom the risks of an independent, ultra-radical course were outweighed by impatience to create an exclusively leftist regime at once. Hence, despite its successes, no doubt for the preceding reasons and others as well, the Military Revolutionary Committee did not cross the Rubicon between moves that could be justified as defensive and steps which would appear to have usurped the prerogatives of the Congress. At a plenary meeting of the Petrograd Soviet the night of October 23, Antonov of Cinco, in a major report on the activities of the Military Revolutionary Committee, carefully described and justified each of the committee's early moves as a defense of the revolution, the Congress of Soviets, and the Constituent Assembly. Following his address, an overwhelming number of deputies supported a Bolshevik-sponsored resolution endorsing the measures taken by the Military Revolutionary Committee and whatever steps of a similar character the developing situation might require. The phrasing of the resolution captures the spirit of the tactics still pursued by the left. The Petrograd Soviet considers that due to the energetic work of the Military Revolutionary Committee, the ties of the Petrograd Soviet to the revolutionary garrison are strengthened, and expresses confidence that only continuation of efforts in the same direction will ensure the possibility of free and unimpeded work by the All-Russian Congress of Soviets now opening. The continuing tactical caution of the Military Revolutionary Committee was demonstrated even more strikingly later the same night, when the committee suddenly announced acceptance of the Petrograd Military District's ultimatum to rescind its declaration of October 22. Information as to how this came about is fragmentary. Apparently, the Menshevik moderates Gotz and Bogdanov personally intervened in the committee's deliberations in an attempt to persuade committee members to withdraw their insistence on absolute control over the military command. Gotz and Bogdanov must have been dissatisfied with the initial response to this appeal, because subsequently they issued an announcement that the Central Executive Committee was breaking relations with the Military Revolutionary Committee and departing from Smolny. The only published memoir account of this meeting is by Antonov. While obviously confused in some details, his recollection suggests that after Gotz and Bogdanov left the meeting, the Military Revolutionary Committee did, in fact, rescind its declaration at the firm insistence of the left SRs, who evidently threatened to withdraw from the committee if it did not, and Bolshevik moderates, led by Ryazanov. If caution remained the watchword at Smolny, such was not the case in the Winter Palace, where Kerensky had by now decided that direct action to suppress the left could be delayed no longer. Receiving word of the Military Revolutionary Committee's apparent readiness to reach agreement with the Petrograd Military District, he dismissed the announcement as a tactic to delay temporarily a head-on military clash with the government, as indeed it was, obviously underestimating the degree to which potential military support for the government in the capital had disintegrated, and, at any rate, counting on rapid reinforcements from the front, Kerensky announced his intention of arresting at once the entire membership of the Military Revolutionary Committee. But, as on the previous night, cooler heads prevailed upon Kerensky not to attempt quite so drastic a step. Rather, the cabinet agreed to initiate formal criminal proceedings against members of the Military Revolutionary Committee for circulating appeals for civil disobedience and activity against the lawful government. More immediately, they resolved to return to jail those Bolsheviks accused of participation in the July uprising who, while free on bail, had conducted anti-government agitation of any kind. Implementation of this plan would have rounded up many of the left's top leaders, among them Trotsky. The cabinet also ordered the shutdown of Rabinowitch AUDIOBOOK and Soldat, and, evidently as a demonstration of impartiality, the extreme right papers Zivoslovo and Novaya Rus were decreed closed as well. The editors of these papers, along with the authors of articles calling for insurrection, were to be prosecuted on criminal charges. The headquarters of the Petrograd Military District was now instructed to take all measures required to implement these objectives. General Bagratuni issued orders to cadets from the Pavlov, Vladimir, and Konstantinov military schools in Petrograd and the officers' training schools in Peterhof and Gachina, a battery of horse artillery from Pavlovsk, a rifle regiment of war-wounded from Tsarsko Selo, and the 1st Petrograd Women's Shock Battalion from Levashova to report for duty on the Palace Square. Anticipating a negative reaction to these measures from democratic circles, Kerensky accepted the recommendations of his colleagues that he appear personally to justify and clarify them in the pre-parliament the next day. But the provisional government's direct attack on the extreme left did not wait. Before daybreak on October 24, a detachment of cadets and militiamen raided the Trud printing press, publishers of Rabinowitch AUDIOBOOK, and officially shut it down. Several thousand fresh copies of the day's Ba-dee-ya were seized and some matrices were destroyed. Entrances to the building were thereupon sealed and a permanent guard was posted to prevent the press from reopening. On the eve, well after midnight on October 23rd to 24th, after a tense day of strategy meetings and discussions, Lomov and Rykov, along with several other provincial Bolshevik leaders newly arrived in Petrograd for the Second All-Russian Congress of Soviets, bedded down on heaps of books and pamphlets in the Bolshevik-operated Priboy publishing house, not far from Smolny. A scant 3 or 4 hours later, Lomov was awakened by the persistent ringing of the telephone. He waited briefly for someone else to brave the pre-dawn chill, then roused himself, fumbled in the dark for the phone, and heard Trotsky's thundering voice summoning him and his comrades to Military Revolutionary Committee headquarters. Kerensky is on the offensive. We need everyone at Smolny. Trotsky barely had had time to savor his success in helping to win control of the Peter and Paul fortress when the first disjointed reports of Kerensky's call for loyal troops from outside the capital and rumors of the government's crackdown on the extreme left began to trickle into Smolny. Soon Military Revolutionary Committee contacts in the suburbs began phoning in word of alarming activity among troop units in their localities, and workers from the Trud printing press arrived with news of the raid on Ba-dee-ya. Between phone calls to the dwellings and offices of party officials, Military Revolutionary Committee leaders already at Smolny, Trotsky, Lazimir, Sverdlov, Antonov, Podvoisky, and Lashevich among them, drew up and dispatched an alert to regimental committees and commissars in military units and installations throughout the Petrograd area. Titled Directive No. 1, this order read, "The Petrograd Soviet is in direct danger. Counter-revolutionary conspirators have attempted to bring cadets and shock battalions from the suburbs to Petrograd during the night. The newspapers Soldat and Ba-dee-ya have been closed. You are hereby directed to bring your regiment to battle readiness and to await further instructions. Any procrastination or interference in executing this order will be considered a betrayal of the revolution. To bring insurgent forces to battle readiness was one thing. To decide what direct military action, if any, to take in response to the apparent government attack was quite another. Only a few hours earlier the Military Revolutionary Committee had backed away from the brink of a military clash with the government, still justifiably fearful of seriously weakening its base of support. By the morning of October 24th, enough delegates to the Congress of Soviets had arrived in the capital to indicate that, with the left SRs, a solid majority could be counted on to support the transfer of power to the Soviets and the creation by the Congress of an exclusively socialist government. Kerensky's crackdown on the left, however, injected a major new element into the situation. If Kerensky were not rebuffed, if he succeeded in mobilizing a large loyalist military force and putting leftist leaders back behind bars, it was still possible that the Congress of Soviets would not meet at all. Even if the Congress were not dispersed, the Military Revolutionary Committee's careful and, up to now, apparently successful effort to set the stage for the overthrow of the government, either immediately before or just after the opening of the Congress, would be seriously undermined. With such considerations in mind, some members of the Military Revolutionary Committee now spoke up for starting an armed uprising without further delay. However, a majority, led by Trotsky, insisted on a firm yet more restrained response. Trotsky quickly scratched out an order to soldier committees in two of the best organized, most revolutionary units in the garrison, the Litovsky Regiment and the 6th Engineer Battalion, directing them to take charge of reopening the Trud Press and ensuring its security. The Soviet of Workers' and Soldiers' Deputies cannot tolerate suppression of the free word, the order asserted. For the people fighting off the attack of the pogromists, there must be assurance of an honest press. This directive was implemented at once. A company of Litovsky Guards, armed with machine guns and led by Dashkevich, arrived at the building housing the Trud Press at 9 a.m. Dashkevich, ignoring the Military Revolutionary Committee's announcement of the previous night, declared bluntly that orders of the government not countersigned by the Military Revolutionary Committee are invalid. His troops overwhelmed loyalist militiamen and smashed government seals. Within a couple of hours Ba-dee-ya was back in production. A reporter for Burzovaya Vedomosti, describing these developments in the October 24th evening edition, observed that the comrade soldiers made no similar effort to liberate Zivoslovo, which also had been shut down. Meanwhile, at Smolny, Sverdlov had managed to convene a meeting of the party central committee. Present were Lamov, Dzerzhinsky, Sverdlov, Bubnov, Nogin, Miliutin, Yaffe, Uritsky, Trotsky, and Berzin, as well as Kamenev, whose earlier resignation from the committee seems to have been simply ignored. In view of the developing crisis and the difficulty of rounding up Central Committee members in a hurry, it was agreed at the outset that for the rest of the day no members would leave Smolny without specific authorization. The first substantive issue that the committee discussed, interestingly enough, was not the government's attack on the left, but the progress of negotiations between the Military Revolutionary Committee and General Polkovnikov on the nature of the Petrograd Soviet's influence over military operations. Initially, committee members seemed to have had the mistaken impression that the government's actions had been undertaken before the Military Revolutionary Committee's acceptance of the terms proposed by the Petrograd Military District. Only after Kamenev had reported on the earlier agreement did the Central Committee turn to the trouble at Trud, ultimately endorsing the dispatch of a guard to protect the press, as well as the adoption of whatever other steps were necessary to ensure the publication of the next regular issues of the party's papers. As political developments relating to the Congress of Soviets appeared to be reaching a climax and the creation of a revolutionary regime seemed imminent, they also worried about matters such as food supply and the maintenance of a close working relationship with the left SRs. Thus Bubnov was made responsible for establishing contact with rail workers and Dzerzhinsky with postal and telegraph employees. At the same time, Miliutin was charged with organizing food supplies, and Kamenev and Berzin were designated to conduct negotiations with the left SRs. At Trotsky's insistence, the Central Committee, before adjourning, agreed on one further precaution. A reserve headquarters was to be established in the newly won Peter and Paul Fortress, for use if Smolny should fall to the Loyalists. Actually, the historical importance of the Central Committee meeting of October 24 derives as much from what was not discussed there as from the issues that were in fact raised. On the morning of October 24, it has been noted, some Military Revolutionary Committee members advocated an immediate call for a mass rising. At roughly the same hour, the Bolshevik Petersburg Committee, assembled for the first time since October 15, responded to the latest developments by formally calling for the preparation of an insurrection, without any delay whatever. Within the Central Committee, however, no doubt in part because of Lenin's absence, the crucial question of whether or not to attempt to do away with the provisional government at once, or at any rate before the Congress of Soviets, was apparently given no serious consideration. Rather, it appears that at this point most Central Committee members were absorbed with the task of neutralizing the actions of the enemy and retaining or consolidating the strength of the left, so as to maximize the possibility of utilizing the Congress of Soviets to settle scores, finally, with the government. Significant in this regard is a comment on the Central Committee's outlook made by Stalin on the afternoon of October 24 at a caucus of Bolshevik Congress delegates. Within the Military Revolutionary Committee, he said, there are 2 points of view. The first is that we organize an uprising at once, and the second is that we first consolidate our forces. The Central Committee has sided with the second view. The continuing emphasis of the Bolshevik Central Committee and the Military Revolutionary Committee on the role of the Congress of Soviets in completing the task of subverting the provisional government and creating a revolutionary Soviet regime was nowhere more clearly reflected than in the lead editorial prepared by Stalin for the edition of Rybocki Put, that reached the streets sometime after midday on October 24. Capped by the headline "What We Need," the editorial called upon workers and soldiers to form delegations for the purpose of applying direct pressure on the Congress of Soviets to replace the Kerensky government with a revolutionary regime. Wrote Stalin, the present imposter government, which was not elected by the people and which is not accountable to the people, must be replaced by a government recognized by the people, elected by the representatives of the workers, soldiers, and peasants, and accountable to these representatives. Do you want the present government of landlords and capitalists to be replaced by a new government, a government of workers and peasants? Do you want the new government of Russia to proclaim the abolition of landlordism and to transfer all the landed estates to peasant committees without compensation? Do you want the new government of Russia to publish the Tsar's secret treaties, to declare them invalid, and to propose a just peace to all belligerent nations? Do you want the new government of Russia to put a thorough curb on organizers of lockouts and profiteers who are deliberately fomenting famine and unemployment, economic disruption, and high prices? If you want this, muster all your forces, rise as one man, organize meetings and elect your delegations and, through them, Lay your demands before the Congress of Soviets which opens tomorrow at Smolny. The tactical caution displayed by the National Bolshevik leadership was also reflected on October 24 in the Kronstadt Bolshevik paper Proletarsko Delo, and in the new Bolshevik-controlled evening newspaper of the Petrograd Soviet, Rabotchi I Soldat. Dominating the front page of Rabotchi I Soldat on the evening of October 24 was the banner headline, "The All-Russian Congress will begin on October 25." This was followed by a full-page proclamation from the Military Revolutionary Committee, "To the population of Petrograd. Citizens, the counter-revolution has raised its treacherous head. The Kornilovites are mobilizing their forces to suppress the All-Russian Congress of Soviets and to break up the Constituent Assembly. At the same time, pogromists may try to instigate disorders and massacres on the streets of Petrograd. The Petrograd Soviet of Workers' and Soldiers' Deputies takes upon itself responsibility for the protection of revolutionary order from the counter-revolution and pogromist attacks. The garrison of Petrograd will not permit any violence or disturbance. Citizens, we call upon you to maintain calm and self-control. The cause of order and of the revolution is in firm hands. The Military Revolutionary Committee." This continuing orientation toward the Congress of Soviets was voiced in public pronouncements as well as in the press. In a speech to the afternoon caucus of the Bolshevik Congress fraction at which Stalin had drawn attention to the Central Committee's tactical stance, Trotsky seemed anxious, above all, to dispel whatever fears the Bolshevik leaders, assembled from all over Russia, might have that the revolution was in imminent danger or that the actions of the Military Revolutionary Committee in any way usurped the functions of the Congress. He declared, "The government is powerless. We are not afraid of it because we have sufficient strength. Some of the comrades, for example Kamenev and Ryazanov, do not agree with our assessment of the situation. However, we are leaning neither to the right nor to the left. Our tactical line has been determined by developing circumstances. We grow stronger every day. Our task is to defend ourselves and gradually to expand our sphere of authority, so as to build a solid foundation for tomorrow's Congress of Soviets. The views of the entire country will be revealed tomorrow, and Petrograd will not be alone in responding to its summons." According to a letter written the following day by Mikhail Zakov, a participant in this caucus, Trotsky, toward the end of his address, took pains to insist that the arrest of the provisional government was not planned as an independent task. If the Congress creates a government and Kerensky does not obey it, this would be a police and not a political problem. Trotsky is recorded as declaring, "It would be a mistake to use even one of the armored cars which now defend the Winter Palace to arrest the government." However, the Military Revolutionary Committee's decision to reopen the printing house of Rabotchi I put, and to entrust the valiant Litovsky Regiment instead of cadets to guard it was no mistake. This is defense, comrades. This is defense. Zakov noted that at this point Trotsky was interrupted by a storm of wild applause. At a session of the Petrograd Soviet a few hours later, Trotsky spoke out in a similar vein, insisting that an armed conflict today or tomorrow, on the eve of the All-Russian Congress, is not in our plans. "We are confident that the Congress will fulfill our slogan with great force and authority," he continued. "But if the government wants to make use of the 24, 48, or 72 hours which it still has and comes out against us, then we will respond with a counterattack matching blow for blow, steel for iron." Moreover, at close to this same hour, upon the insistence of the left SRs, the Military Revolutionary Committee issued a press release in which it categorically denied that an uprising was in preparation. Contrary to all kinds of rumors and reports, the Military Revolutionary Committee declares that it exists not to prepare and carry out the seizure of power, but exclusively for defense of the interests of the Petrograd garrison and the democracy from counter-revolutionary encroachments. While the Bolsheviks were working to consolidate support for their program in the Congress of Soviets and making preparations for the creation of a revolutionary government by the Congress, Kerensky was feverishly attempting to implement his plans to curb the left and, equally important, to strengthen his defenses. He spent much of the morning of October 24 in the General Staff Building trying to speed up the dispatch to the capital of loyal troops from the front. Orders were now issued for the immediate removal of all Military Revolutionary Committee commissars, and all troops of the garrison were strictly forbidden to leave their barracks without the specific authorization of Petrograd Military District Headquarters. During the morning and early afternoon, it became evident that the vast majority of troops were responding to directives from the extreme left, not to those from the regular military command. The alacrity with which soldiers from the Litovsky regiment fulfilled Trotsky's order to assist in reopening the Trud printing press has already been mentioned. The behavior of the more than 500-man crew of the cruiser Aurora, which was just completing a year of capital repairs at the Franco-Russian shipyard, was also typical. Recognizing that the Aurora's radicalized crew would support the Military Revolutionary Committee, the regular naval command ordered the ship out to sea for engine tests. At the instigation of the Military Revolutionary Committee, however, Centrobalt countermanded this order, and, in response, the sailors rose against their officers and remained in Petrograd. As the hours wore on, it also became apparent to defenders of the government that, at best, the arrival of significant military help from outside Petrograd would be seriously delayed. Some of the military units called out on the night of October 23rd to 24th and the following day immediately declared their unwillingness to come to the government's aid, while others were prevented from doing so by local forces supporting the Military Revolutionary Committee. Then, too, as at the time of the Kornilov affair, the movement of troops from the front was interrupted well outside the capital, most front soldiers readily pledging support to the Military Revolutionary Committee as soon as the struggle between the government and the Petrograd Soviet was explained to them. About noon, the Women's Shock Battalion from Levashova, less than 200 strong, reported for duty at the Winter Palace. They were joined at 2 p.m. by a detachment of 68 cadets from the Mikhailovsky Artillery School. Also either already at the palace or reporting there during the day and night of October 24th, were 134 officers and roughly 2,000 cadets from officer training schools in Peterhof, Oranienbaum, and Gachina. For the time being, this relatively meager force, a small fraction of what the Military Revolutionary Committee could draw on, was the best Kerensky could muster. Utilizing some of these forces, Kerensky did his best to strengthen security around government offices, rail stations, the Neva bridges, and vital public service institutions. In the early afternoon, the Prime Minister was driven to the Mariinsky Palace, where he sought to rally the pre-parliament in support of the government and to obtain its endorsement for the measures already initiated to suppress the left. Kerensky's rambling, emotion-charged speech on this occasion was to be his last public address in Russia. Frequently interrupted by storms of applause from the right and boos and hoots from the left, the speech, recently characterized by one historian as the hysterical wail of a bankrupt politician, lasted well over an hour. Kerensky began by accusing both the extreme right and the radical left of working to subvert the convocation of a constituent assembly and the creation of a free, democratic system of government. The brunt of his criticism was reserved for the Bolsheviks. To buttress his condemnation of the party, Kerensky quoted extensively from the arguments for an immediate insurrection contained in Lenin's letter to comrades, serialized in Rabochii put between October 19th and 21st. He also catalogued what he termed repeated Bolshevik appeals for an armed uprising voiced at public meetings and in the party's press. Kerensky went on to contend that, by organizing an uprising, the Bolsheviks were assisting not the German proletariat but the German ruling classes. They are opening Russia's front to the mailed fist of Wilhelm and his friends. In full awareness of my responsibility, I proclaim from this platform that such actions by a Russian political party constitute treason and a betrayal of the Russian state. A certain portion of the Petersburg population is in a state of insurrection. Arrests have been ordered. At the present time, when the state is imperiled by deliberate or unwitting betrayal and is at the brink of ruin, the provisional government, myself included, prefers to be killed and destroyed rather than to betray the life, honor, and the independence of the state. At this, members of the pre-parliament, with the exception of the Menshevik internationalists and left SRs, rose from their seats and gave Kerensky a prolonged, resounding ovation, a circumstance which prompted a cadet, Moise Adzimov, to rush to the left benches screaming, "Let's have a photograph of the people sitting down." After order was restored with some difficulty, Kerensky continued his speech. Reading from the Military Revolutionary Committee's Directive No. 1, which was then circulating throughout the city, he bellowed, "This is an attempt to incite the rabble against the existing order. It is an attempt to block the Constituent Assembly and to expose the front to the serried ranks of Wilhelm's concentrated forces." Turning to the left, he insisted that, at the present time, everyone must decide whether he is on the side of the Republic, freedom, and democracy, or against these. In conclusion, he roundly declared, I have come to call upon you for vigilance, for the defense of the gains of freedom won by the many sacrifices, by the blood and the lives of many generations of free Russian people. All elements of Russian society, those groups and those parties which have dared to raise a hand against the free will of the Russian people, threatening at the same time to expose the front to Germany, are subject to immediate, decisive, and total liquidation. I demand that this very day the provisional government receive your answer as to whether or not it can fulfill its duty with the assurance of support from this exalted gathering. Kerensky subsequently remembered that he left the Mariinsky Palace after his speech at around 2:30 p.m., convinced that within a couple of hours he would receive a strong pledge of support from the pre-parliament. This was not to be. Pre-parliament deputies spent the rest of the afternoon and early evening of October 24th in acrimonious fractional meetings debating how best to respond to Kerensky's request for a vote of confidence. When the deputies reassembled at 7 p.m., the opposition of a significant portion of the pre-parliament to granting Kerensky carte blanche for a wholesale crackdown on the left emerged sharply. The initial speaker after the extended break was Kamkov, chief spokesman of the left SRs. For weeks later, in his speech to the First Left SR Congress, he would recall his anguish when Kerensky demanded full powers to suppress the Bolshevik uprising and was completely oblivious to the fact that there was nobody to put down the uprising regardless of what sanctions he was granted. Kamkov explained then that, to those of us working among the lower classes of Petrograd, it was clear that in the Petrograd garrison Kerensky could not find a dozen people who would come out to defend him as head of the coalition government. In the pre-parliament on the evening of October 24th, Kamkov declared, "After the head of the government comes here and announces that some kind of rabble is rising and demands that this assembly aid him in dealing with it, overwhelming numbers of you may decide to grant this sanction. But I am uncertain that the Russian people, the revolutionary army, the proletariat, and the laboring peasantry will do the same. Let's not play hide and seek with each other. Is there anybody at all who would trust this government? It does not have the support of the revolutionary army or the proletariat, and coming out against it is not the rabble but precisely the most politically conscious elements of the revolutionary democracy. If we are seriously interested in eliminating the soil in which the horrors of civil war are maturing, we must openly declare that the only way out of the present predicament is through the creation of a homogeneous, revolutionary, democratic government in which there will be no elements who organize demonstrations of homage to Kornilov." Martov, who took the floor next on behalf of the Menshevik internationalists, was similarly critical of the existing government. As he appeared on the rostrum, someone on the right cried out, "Here is the Minister of Foreign Affairs in the future cabinet," to which Martov, peering in the direction of his critic, at once retorted, "I'm nearsighted and cannot tell if this is said by the Minister of Foreign Affairs in Kornilov's cabinet," declared Martov. The language of the Prime Minister, who permitted himself to speak of a rabble movement when what is at hand is a movement of a significant portion of the proletariat and the army, even if directed toward mistaken objectives, is a provocation for civil war. But I have not lost the hope that we will not yield to the desires of those who seek to use the current situation to bring the revolution to a halt. The democracy must declare that it will not give the government any support if it does not immediately guarantee that it will fulfill the most urgent needs of the people. Repression cannot be substituted for satisfaction of the needs of the revolution. An announcement must be made immediately that Russia is pursuing a policy of immediate peace, that land committees will have control over alienated lands awaiting settlement, and that the democratization of the army will not be stopped. And if such declarations are impossible for the government in its present form, then the government must be reorganized. There was nothing unexpected about these declarations by Kamkov and Martov. What was genuinely startling was the response to Kerensky's demands by representatives of the main body of Mensheviks and SRs, people like Dan and Gotz, who had openly wavered in their support for coalition for the first time in the wake of the Kornilov affair. At the pre-parliament session on the evening of October 24th, their point of view was voiced by Dan. From the outset, Dan expressed total opposition and aversion to the behavior of the Bolsheviks. Yet, with equal emphasis, he insisted that if the conflict between the government and the left were not settled peacefully, the ultimate winners would be the extreme right. Moreover, he declared that the only way a disastrous bloodbath could be avoided was by responding, without further delay, to the aspirations of the masses who now followed the Bolsheviks. As Dan put it, Regardless of how the Bolshevik uprising ends tomorrow, if it is submerged in blood and order is restored by force of arms. Practically speaking, this will be a triumph for that third force which will sweep away the Bolsheviks, the government, the democracy, and the revolution. If you want to remove the soil in which the Bolsheviks are growing like rotten mushrooms, we must turn to political measures. What is necessary is the clear enunciation by the government and the Council of the Republic of a platform in which the people will see their just interests supported by the government and the Council of the Republic and not the Bolsheviks. The questions of peace and land and the democratization of the army must be framed in such a way that not a single worker or soldier will have the slightest doubt that our government is moving along this course with firm and resolute steps. In a memoir, Dan later recalled his reactions to Kerensky's speech and attempted to explain his thinking at the time. From the very beginning of the pre-parliament's deliberations in early October, he and other Menshevik and SR leaders with similar views had worked for the eventual creation of a leftist, democratic, exclusively socialist government, capable of quickly enacting a radical reform program. They had done this, Dan contended, in the belief that only through immediate, drastic political steps was there any hope of successfully combating the Bolsheviks. Dan maintained that in his wing of the pre-parliament, it was axiomatic that to fight the Bolsheviks with strictly military means was useless, if only because the government did not possess such means. Dan indicated that this view was rejected by the pre-parliament right, who erroneously believed that the military force at the government's disposal was sufficient to crush the Bolsheviks, and who consequently looked forward to engaging them in open battle. After Kerensky's speech to the pre-parliament on the afternoon of October 24th, Dan and his colleagues considered it their duty to indicate to the government the only course they believed held out any hope of salvation, and to re-emphasize that they were prepared to join the government in that course to the very end. Toward the close of the pre-parliament session on October 24th, 3 resolutions were introduced. One, on behalf of cooperative organizations and the Cadet Party, pledged full support to the government in the adoption of decisive steps to suppress the revolt in the capital. The second, a much more inflammatory resolution put forward by the command of the Cossacks, bitterly criticized the entire left, directly repudiated the provisional government for its weakness and even for conniving with the Bolsheviks, and demanded that the government guarantee that on this occasion it would in no way indulge the Bolsheviks. The third resolution, drawn up by the pre-parliament left and presented by Dan, explicitly criticized the provisional government for delays in the promulgation of urgent political and social reform, and made the pre-parliament support dependent upon the immediate promulgation of a radical land and peace program and the creation of a Committee of Public Safety, made up of representatives of municipal governments and the Soviets, to work with the provisional government in restoring order. At 8:30 p.m., by the narrow margin of 123 votes to 102, with 26 abstentions, the resolution of the left, in effect a vote of no confidence in Kerensky, was adopted. Dan indicated in his memoir that, upon the passage of this resolution, he and Gotz, dragging along the much more conservative president of the pre-parliament, Avksentyv, hastened to a meeting of the cabinet in the Winter Palace to demand that the government adopt the pre-parliament's recommendations. According to Dan, he and Gotz fervently hoped that the government would acquiesce and that a momentous proclamation would be printed and plastered throughout the capital that very evening, announcing to the citizenry that the provisional government had formally proposed the immediate cessation of all military activity and the start of negotiations for universal peace, that land committees had been informed by phone that all manorial landholdings would be transferred to them, and that the convocation of the Constituent Assembly would be speeded up. Dan and Gotz apparently insisted to Kerensky that such action would bring about a shift in the mood of the masses and strengthen the hand of Bolshevik leaders opposed to an uprising. Not surprisingly, however, word of the pre-parliament's action drove the prime minister into a blind rage. Kerensky appeared then, Dan later wrote, like a person approaching the last stages of exhaustion. At first he declared his intention of resigning the next morning. In the end, he simply dismissed Dan, Gotz, and Avksentyv with the assertion that the government had no need for admonitions and instructions and would cope with the rebellion by itself. This was a great blow to those who, like Dan, hoped to neutralize popular unrest and pull the rug from under the Bolsheviks by pressuring Kerensky to adopt a more radical reform program or, failing this, by forcing him to give way to a new, more responsive government. Still, efforts to achieve this goal were not halted. At an emergency joint meeting of the All-Russian Executive Committees, which began just after midnight and lasted until 4 a.m., October 25, centrist and left Mensheviks secured passage of a resolution which, while condemning the Bolsheviks and endorsing the creation of a Committee of Public Safety, nonetheless, reaffirmed the categorical demands for immediate reform adopted earlier by the pre-parliament. Moreover, in a series of heated party strategy caucuses, the left SRs and Menshevik internationalists now campaigned vigorously for the creation, by the Congress of Soviets, of an exclusively socialist coalition government. This campaign initially appeared to be bearing fruit. A meeting of the Menshevik Congress fraction, which included both defensists and internationalists, adopted a set of theses for incorporation in a political resolution to be presented to the Congress, which constituted an even more significant departure from previous moderate socialist policies than did the resolution of the pre-parliament. These theses called for the complete reconstruction of the cabinet and specifically stipulated that the new government be homogeneous and democratic. While condemning the actions of the Bolsheviks, they called at the same time for the repudiation of the provisional government's policies, which were viewed as having provoked the Bolshevik insurrection. The theses also included a recommendation that attempts by the government to suppress the Bolshevik insurrection by armed force be given a firm rebuff. Meanwhile, the left SRs turned out to have a comfortable majority at a caucus of the SR Congress fraction on the morning of October 25. A resolution offered there by the SR Central Committee was defeated by a vote of 92 to 60, after which the majority agreed to get in touch with the Menshevik internationalists, evidently to coordinate efforts for the creation of a homogeneous socialist government. Equally significant, in the wake of this victory, some left SR leaders retained hope that at the Congress the entire fraction might stick together behind the program of the left. To anyone analyzing political developments in Petrograd during the afternoon and early evening of October 24, the confidence voiced by Kerensky in his ability to deal independently with the left at this time seems utterly incomprehensible. The sketchy, sometimes confused eyewitness reports that filled the latest news columns of Petrograd's newspapers on October 25 to 26 testified to the degree to which the government's position had deteriorated. Not long after Kerensky's unfortunate appearance before the pre-parliament, the anxiety of military officials at General Staff Headquarters was heightened by reports of alarming numbers of armed workers and soldiers congregating around Smolny. Consequently, they now issued orders for the Lightyny, Troitsky, and Nikolaevsky bridges across the Neva to be drawn, and for strict government control of the only other Neva span, the Palace Bridge, this to interdict the flow of insurgents from working-class districts on the Neva's right bank to the center sections of the city. Describing his reaction upon learning of the government's intentions in regard to the Neva bridges on October 24, the Bolshevik military organization leader Ilan Zanevsky subsequently wrote, "Involuntarily, I remembered the July days. The drawing of the bridges appeared to me as the first step in another attempt to destroy us. Was it possible the provisional government would triumph over us once again? On this occasion, there was no such danger. As soon as loyalist cadets from the Mikhailovsky Artillery School arrived at the Lightyny Bridge, they were challenged by an irate crowd of citizens, many of them carrying weapons. Forced to give up their arms, the cadets were escorted humiliatingly back to their academy. As nearly as can be determined, this action took place without any specific directives from the Military Revolutionary Committee. Similarly, as soon as the struggle for the bridges began, Ilan Zanevsky, also acting on his own, saw to it that garrison soldiers took control of the smaller Grenadirsky and Samsonevsky bridges across the Bolshenevka between the Vyborg district and the Petrograd side. The military district command gave a company of the 1st Petrograd Women's Shock Battalion responsibility for drawing the Troitsky Bridge. Orders issued to the battalion specifically authorized the use of firearms to prevent movement on the bridge. It appears that the women soldiers did not try seriously to execute this order, quite likely because machine guns mounted along the walls of the Peter and Paul fortress were well within shooting range. After a brief struggle between cadets and Red Guards, the former were successful in drawing the Nikolaevsky Bridge connecting Vasilevsky Island with the center of the capital. For some time yet, the Palace Bridge remained firmly controlled by cadets and personnel of the Women's Battalion. Still, by early evening it was apparent that the crucial battle for the bridges had been won by forces hostile to the government. 2 of the 4 main Neva bridges were in their hands, as well as all the bridges over the Bolshenevka and Malaya Neva. At 4 p.m., the cyclists who had had primary responsibility for security around the Winter Palace from the time of their transfer to the capital following the July days suddenly announced that they would no longer remain at their posts. An hour later, upon orders from the Military Revolutionary Committee, one of its commissars, Stanislav Peskovsky, took control of the Central Telegraph Office. This first success in the contest for key communications facilities was obtained without a shot fired. This despite the fact that among the telegraph office's 3,000 employees there was not a single Bolshevik. The important factor here was that on regular guard duty at the telegraph office at the time was a detachment of soldiers from the Keksgalmsky Regiment, which had long since pledged loyalty to the Military Revolutionary Committee. And with the support of their commander, Peskovsky pressured the head of the Postal Telegraph Workers' Union, a Right SR, to recognize his authority. A detachment of cadets tried unsuccessfully to recapture the Central Telegraph Office around 8 p.m. Not long afterward, another Military Revolutionary Committee commissar, the Helsingfors Bolshevik Leonid Stark, accompanied only by 12 armed sailors, occupied and assumed supervision of the Petrograd Telegraph Agency, a news wire service. One of Stark's first acts was to stop the political resolution just then passed by the pre-parliament from going out over the wire. At about the same time, troops of the Izmailovsky Guards Regiment, the first major garrison unit to come to the government's aid in July, took control of the Baltic Station, rail terminus for loyalist reinforcements arriving from the seaboard along the Gulf of Finland and points west. The best Petrograd military district headquarters could muster by way of a response was a telegraphed warning that echelons loyal to the government and the Central Executive Committee are in transit from the front. Some of the ultimately most important steps taken by the left at this time were accomplished in secret and hence, for the time being, were not publicly evident. In the early evening of October 24th, Dybenko, in Helsingfors, finally received the telegram agreed upon with Antonov during the Northern Congress of Soviets. Send the regulations, meaning dispatch sailors and ships to Petrograd. Antonov also passed a handwritten request to a liaison man from the Kronstadt Soviet, the Bolshevik Alexei Pronin, for the dispatch of Kronstadt sailors to the capital the next day. Several hours later, on behalf of the Military Revolutionary Committee, Alexei Baranov called Dybenko from Petrograd to confirm the dispatch of naval forces. "The atmosphere is tense," Baranov reported. "Can we count on your support?" "The cruisers will sail at dawn," responded Dybenko. Except for the individual garrison units and Red Guard contingents ordered by the Military Revolutionary Committee to carry out specific military tasks, most of the Petrograd area's well over 500,000 workers, soldiers, and sailors remained in their factories and barracks during these initial skirmishes with government forces. Throughout the afternoon and evening of October 24th, and on into the following day, a round of meetings was held in working-class districts of the capital and at the main bases of the Baltic Fleet. Almost invariably, these gatherings produced expressions of support for the Petrograd Soviet and its program. For the time being, there were almost no popular disturbances. Mass demonstrations like those of February and July, which it was commonly assumed would signal a final clash between the left and the government, were completely absent. Toward mid-afternoon, when word of the drawing of the Neva bridges became known, students at primary and secondary schools and employees in government offices were dismissed for the day, banks and stores in the central sections of the city were closed, and streetcar service was curtailed. Still, the streets remained calm. In the evening, fashionably dressed crowds promenaded on Nevsky Prospect, where the usual prostitutes continued to ply their trade. Restaurants, casinos, moving picture houses, and theaters operated normally, although with decreased attendance. A revival by Meyerhold of Alexei Tolstoy's The Death of Ivan the Terrible at the Alexandrinsky Theater and a performance of Boris Godunov at the Mariinsky Theater went on as scheduled. This state of affairs, coupled with the Military Revolutionary Committee's continuing disavowal of insurrection, was profoundly confusing to contemporary observers, giving an intense sense of unreality to the decisive developments then taking place in widely scattered sections of the capital. Not surprisingly, no one appears to have been more confused and troubled by the tactics of the Military Revolutionary Committee than Lenin. Throughout this historically momentous time, he had remained away from the scene of battle, at Fofanova's apartment on the outskirts of the capital. On October 20th, evidently responding to rumors of Lenin's presence in Petrograd, the Minister of Justice had issued a new order for the Bolshevik leader's arrest, dispelling any hope that it might now be safe for him to come out of hiding. Between October 21st and 23rd, Lenin had rejoiced in the Military Revolutionary Committee's successes in the struggle with the Petrograd Military District for control of the Petrograd garrison. But, unlike Trotsky, He viewed these triumphs not as part of a gradual subversion of the provisional government's authority which, if all went well, might culminate in a relatively painless transfer of power to the Soviets at the Congress of Soviets, but merely as the prelude to a popular armed uprising. And each passing day simply confirmed his long-held conviction that the prospects for creating a Bolshevik-dominated government would be maximized if power were seized by force at once. Waiting for the Congress, he felt, would simply allow the government more time to ready its forces and would needlessly risk the creation by an indecisive Congress of, at best, a wishy-washy all-socialist coalition government. After learning of the last-minute cancellation of the Cossack procession, on either October 22 or 23, Lenin wrote to Sverdlov, "The calling off of the Cossack demonstration is a gigantic triumph. Hurrah! Take to the attack with all forces and complete victory will be ours in a few days." In the morning papers on October 24, Lenin read of the Military Revolutionary Committee's decision to accept the compromise offered by the Petrograd Military District. Throughout the day, no doubt mostly through Fofanova, he had maintained contact with Smolny. Thus he had learned almost at once of the government's crackdown on the left and of the efforts by some moderate socialists to force the government to adopt and immediately announce a more radical reform program. News of these developments greatly upset him. Fofanova recalled that he sent her out several times during the day and evening with requests to the Central Committee for permission to go to Smolny. Each of these appeals was summarily rejected. Towards late afternoon, upon reading yet another of the Central Committee's non-committal responses, Lenin crumpled the note and threw it on the floor. "I don't understand them. What are they afraid of?" he stormed. Only the day before yesterday Podvoisky reported that this military unit was Bolshevik and this other one as well. And now suddenly nothing is happening. Just ask them if they have 100 loyal soldiers or Red Guardsmen with rifles. I don't need anything else. Around 6 p.m., Lenin resolved, once again, to circumvent the Central Committee and to call on lower levels of the party, particularly the Petersburg Committee and the District Bolshevik Committees, to take the completion of the revolution into their own hands. Quickly drafting the following appeal, he commissioned Fofanova to deliver it to Krupskaya, and no one else. "Comrades, I am writing these lines on the evening of the 24th. The situation is critical in the extreme. In fact, it is now absolutely clear that to delay the uprising would be fatal. With all my might I urge comrades to realize that everything now hangs by a thread, that we are confronted by problems which are not to be solved by conferences or congresses, even congresses of Soviets, but exclusively by peoples, by the masses, by the struggle of the armed people. The bourgeois onslaught of the Kornilovites and the removal of Verkhovsky show that we must not wait. We must at all costs, this very evening, this very night, arrest the government, having first disarmed the officer cadets, defeating them if they resist, and so on. We must not wait. We may lose everything. Who must take power? That is not important at present. Let the Military Revolutionary Committee do it, or some other institution. All districts, all regiments, all forces must be mobilized at once and must immediately send delegations to the Military Revolutionary Committee and to the Bolshevik Central Committee with the insistent demand that under no circumstance should power be left in the hands of Kerensky and company until the 25th. Not under any circumstances. The matter must be decided without fail this very evening, or this very night. History will not forgive revolutionaries for procrastinating when they could be victorious today, and they certainly will be victorious today, while they risk losing much tomorrow. In fact, they risk losing everything. If we seize power today, we seize it not in opposition to the Soviets but on their behalf. The seizure of power is the task of the uprising. Its political purpose will become clear after the seizure. It would be a disaster or a sheer formality to await the wavering vote of October 25th. The people have the right and are in duty bound to decide such questions not by a vote, but by force. In critical moments of revolution, the people have the right and are in duty bound to give directions to their representatives, even their best representatives, and not to wait for them. The government is tottering. It must be given the death blow at all costs. To delay action is fatal. A few hours after sending Fofanova out with this last appeal, Lenin was unable to restrain himself further. Leaving a note for his hostess on the kitchen table, "I have gone where you did not want me to go." Lenin donned his wig and a battered cap and wrapped a bandage around his face. Then, violating a direct Central Committee ban on his movement for the second time in a month, accompanied by Aino Rakia, he set off for Smolny. The two traveled through the Viborg district as far as the Finland station in an almost empty streetcar, the frantic Lenin peppering the conductress with questions regarding late political developments. When Lenin discovered she was a leftist, he began filling her ears with practical advice on revolutionary action. As they approached Smolny on foot via Spalarnia Street, where the unlucky Voinov had come to his end on July 6, the pair was forced to dodge a roving, mounted cadet patrol, scaring Rakia half out of his wits. Finally, sometime before midnight, they safely reached their destination. Smolny, upon Lenin's arrival, looked like a military camp on the eve of battle. Heavily armed patrols stood watch at adjacent street corners. Groups of soldiers and Red Guards huddled around glowing bonfires in the surrounding squares and side alleys. The courtyard inside the main gate reverberated with the din of trucks, automobiles, and motorcycles, constantly arriving and departing, and Smolny's massive facade was ablaze with lights. Machine guns had been emplaced at both sides of the central entry. Here guards tried to control movement into the building, which John Reed likened to a gigantic hive. Neither Rakia nor Lenin had proper passes. Initially denied admission, they managed to lose themselves in an incoming crowd and so were able to squeeze by the guards. Accidentally doffing his toupee along with his cap in the excitement, Lenin at once began upbraiding his closest associates, pressing them to get on with the business of finishing off the provisional government. Accounts of the October Revolution by writers in the Soviet Union, seeking to maximize Lenin's role in the Bolshevik seizure of power at the expense of Trotsky's, convey the impression that under the latter's influence, the party exaggerated Kerensky's strength and underestimated that of the left, and passively awaited a vote of the Congress of Soviets to create a revolutionary government. This interpretation is, of course, seriously distorted. As we have seen, the policies of the Military Revolutionary Committee between October 21st and 24th were directed toward effectively subverting the provisional government in advance of the Congress, an objective already largely fulfilled by the night of October 24th. Also, these tactics were dictated, more than anything else, by what seems to have been a realistic evaluation of the prevailing correlation of forces and popular mood. Yet there is a measure of truth in the Soviet view that prior to Lenin's appearance at Smolny late on the night of October 24th to 25th, a majority of the Military Revolutionary Committee, not to speak of the Central Committee, was still uneasy about the possibility of going too far too fast, of losing potentially crucial support, or perhaps even breaking up the Congress, by appearing to usurp the functions of the Congress of Soviets. As we have seen, the Military Revolutionary Committee's initial efforts in the wake of the government's offensive against the left were aimed at alerting left forces and readying them for possible action, not calling the masses into the streets. And almost all of the Military Revolutionary Committee's subsequent military operations on October 24th can be interpreted as reactions to offensive moves by the government. Thus, garrison soldiers were sent to reopen Raboki put after the government had closed it, and Military Revolutionary Committee forces took control of the Neva bridges when the government set about interrupting movement over them. Similarly, forces supporting the Military Revolutionary Committee occupied the Baltic station following reports that troops loyal to the government from Peterhof and the Northern Front were boarding trains bound for the capital. It is altogether likely that as Kerensky's helplessness in the prevailing situation became more obvious and as the hour of the Congress's opening drew near, the pace of the Military Revolutionary Committee's operations would have quickened, whether or not Lenin appeared on the scene. But it must also be borne in mind that Lenin, in contrast to almost everyone else, attached decisive importance to overthrowing the provisional government in advance of the Congress. His arrival at Smolny inevitably intensified pressure on the leadership of the left to act more boldly. At any rate, for whatever the reason, well before dawn on October 25th, the actions of the Military Revolutionary Committee suddenly became much more aggressive. All pretense that the committee was simply defending the revolution and attempting most of all to maintain the status quo pending the expression of the Congress's will was abruptly dropped. There is very little hard evidence regarding the circumstances of this decision. Latsis later wrote that towards morning on the famous night when the question of a government was being decided and the Central Committee wavered, Ilitch ran to the office of the Petersburg Committee with the question, "Fellows, do you have shovels? Will the workers of Peter go into the trenches at our call?" Latsis recorded that the response was positive, adding that the decisiveness of Lenin and the Petersburg Committee affected the waivers, allowing Lenin to have his way. From the subsequent complaints of top left SR leaders, it appears clear that the Military Revolutionary Committee shifted its stance without their knowledge. In any case, the moment when this fundamental tactical change occurred can be pinpointed fairly closely. Thus, on the evening of October 24th, Oswald Zini's Military Revolutionary Committee Commissar in the Pavlovsky Regiment was ordered to take control of the Troitsky Bridge between the Petersburg side and the War Memorial Field. He recalls that around 9 p.m. after taking the bridge, he detected a sharp increase in traffic to and from the Palace Square. On his own, he directed the erection of barricades, the establishment of checkpoints to and from the Winter Palace, and the arrest of government officials, the most important of whom were escorted to Smolny. A short time after initiating these measures, Zini's received an urgent call from Podvoisky informing him that the arrested officials sent to Smolny by him were being released, that the kind of action he had undertaken was unauthorized and premature, and that while the Military Revolutionary Committee had not yet decided when more active operations would be initiated, it would not be before the next day. Podvoisky insisted that Zini stop detaining government officials and dismantle his checkpoints, an order which Zini's asserts appeared so short-sighted that he did not implement it. A few hours later, evidently around 2 a.m., Zini's received a new order. This time he was directed to reinforce his cordon of outposts and to strictly control all movement through it. About this time, that is, 2 a.m., October 25th, the 1st Company of the 6th Engineer Battalion occupied the Nikolaevsky Station, off Znamensky Square, then dominated by a massive bronze equestrian statue of Alexander III. One of the engineers later recalled the moment. It was a freezing night. One could feel the north wind permeate the bones. On the streets adjacent to the Nikolaevsky Station, groups of engineers huddled, shivering from the cold, and peered vigilantly into the shadowy night. The moonlight created a fantastic scene. The hulks of houses looked like medieval castles. Giant shadows followed the engineers. At this sight, the next to the last emperor appeared to rein in his horse in horror. Also around 2 a.m., a Military Revolutionary Committee Commissar, Mikhail Fermin, took control of the Petrograd Electric Station. At his direction, electrical service to most government buildings was switched off. More or less simultaneously, insurgent soldiers occupied the main post office, where the Military Revolutionary Committee Commissar Karl Kadlubovsky took charge. Sometime after midnight, the crew of the Aurora had been authorized to use all means at its disposal to restore traffic along the Nikolaevsky Bridge. Because the ship's captain at first refused to have anything to do with this order, the Military Revolutionary Committee Commissar Alexander Belashev and several sailors took over operation of the vessel themselves. Navigating the Aurora through the shallow, twisting Neva was a tricky business, however, and the captain soon gave in, announcing that he could not allow the Aurora to be run aground. He agreed to help bring the newly renovated ship to its destination. At 3:30 a.m., the Aurora moved to an anchorage next to the Nikolaevsky Bridge, the one Neva bridge still under government control. As the Aurora's crew directed its searchlights on the bridge, the cadets responsible for guarding it fled into the night. Ship's electricians supervised the closing of the span. A short time later, when a 32-man detachment of government shock troops sent to reopen the bridge arrived on the scene, they found it securely in the hands of some 200 workers and sailors. A 40-man detachment of sailors occupied the State Bank at 6 a.m. There was no resistance, as soldiers of the Semenovsky Regiment on regular guard there remained neutral. An hour later, a detachment of soldiers from the Keksgalmsky Regiment, accompanied by Lashevich and another Military Revolutionary Committee Commissar P.S. Kalyagin, occupied the main Petrograd telephone station, immediately shutting off most lines to military headquarters and the Winter Palace. Bloodshed during occupation of the telephone station was avoided, in part perhaps because the detachment of Keksgalmsky soldiers was commanded by 1A Zakharov, who, as a military school cadet, had often served on guard duty there. Familiar with security procedures at the telephone station, he supervised the quick isolation and disarmament of the cadets on guard. Thus, by early morning, October 25th, the government was for the most part without phones or lights. At 8 a.m., the last of Petrograd's 3 major rail terminals, the Warsaw Station, terminal point for rail lines connecting the capital with the Northern Front and Army headquarters at Pskov, also fell to the Military Revolutionary Committee. In the Winter Palace, a closed meeting of the cabinet devoted to consideration of further measures to deal with the left had broken up at 1 a.m. At 3 a.m., Kerensky received further alarming reports on the developing situation. Accompanied by the Deputy Premier, Konovalov, he again hurried off to the General Staff building. The reports he received there throughout the remainder of the night and early morning were uniformly bleak. One key point after another was passing rapidly into the Military Revolutionary Committee's hands. The military school cadets and soldiers of the Women's Battalion, the main forces in the Winter Palace, were now becoming understandably fidgety. Suddenly announcing their inability to fight soldiers of the garrison, they were temporarily calmed by what were, in retrospect, misleading assurances that troops from the front were expected momentarily. At Kerensky's command, towards dawn a last desperate appeal was directed to Cossack forces in the capital. In the name of freedom, honor, and the glory of our native land, the Commander-in-Chief has ordered the 1st, 4th, and 14th Cossack regiments to act to aid the Soviet Central Executive Committee, the Revolutionary Democracy, and the Provisional Government, and to save the perishing Russian state. In reply, Cossack spokesman asked whether the infantry would also be coming out. Receiving an unsatisfactory response, representatives of all but a relatively small number of Cossacks let it be known they had no intention of acting alone and serving as live targets. The text of a candid report from General B.A. Levitsky in Petrograd to General Mikhail Diderix at the front about developments in Petrograd on October 24 captures the prevailing situation. Levitsky brought Diderix up to date on the struggle for control of the garrison between the Military Revolutionary Committee and the Petrograd Military District Headquarters, and on the former's directive, calling on garrison units not to obey the orders of the latter. Levitsky observed, "This act yesterday forced the Minister-President to explain clearly and precisely to the Council of the Republic, the pre-parliament, the situation which had developed and to indicate the actions to be taken by the Provisional Government." After this, units of the Petrograd garrison went over to the side of the Bolsheviks. The bridges which had been drawn open were once again closed. The entire city is covered by posts manned by garrison soldiers, but there has not been a mass coming out. The telephone station is in the garrison's hands. Those units in the Winter Palace are guarding it only in a strictly formal sense, since they have already agreed not to actively come out. It is as if the Provisional Government were in the capital of an enemy country. By the morning of October 25, the government's desperate situation had finally become obvious even to the hitherto obtusely confident commander of the Petrograd Military District, General Polkovnikov. He now drafted a report to Kerensky in which he evaluated the situation as critical and concluded that for practical purposes the government had no troops at its disposal. At this juncture, Kerensky's sole hope for survival appeared to rest with the successful mobilization of solid support from the army at the front. In view of this, at about 9 a.m., Kerensky left Konovalov in temporary charge of the cabinet and began to make arrangements for an immediate departure to Pskov. A few hours earlier, the Bolshevik Central Committee had met at Smolny. It appears that no protocol of this historically important assembly was ever recorded. At any rate, none has been published, and the existing bits and pieces of information about what took place there come from a few sketchy memoirs. The scene of the gathering was apparently the Central Committee's regular meeting place, room 36 on the first floor. Lenin was there and also, among others, Trotsky, Stalin, Smilga, Miliutin, Zinoviev, Kamenev, and Berzin. Rakia tucked himself into a corner to wait for Lenin and to watch the proceedings. From time to time someone knocked at the door with reports on the course of the struggle for power in the streets outside. Lenin expressed satisfaction at each advance, at the same time pressing impatiently for the seizure of the Winter Palace and the arrest of the Provisional Government. During a brief break in the deliberations, one of the Central Committee members suggested drawing up a list of the government to be submitted to the Congress the next day. And immediately there arose the question of what to call the new government and its members. One memoirist recalls that to everyone the term provisional government sounded outmoded, and that the term ministers for members of the government conveyed an unacceptable sense of bureaucratic mustiness. It was Trotsky who quickly came forth with the idea of calling the new ministers People's Commissars, a suggestion which delighted all those present. "Yes, that's very good," Lenin interjected. "It smells of revolution." and we can call the government itself the Council of People's Commissars. Seizing pencil and paper, Miliutin prepared to accept suggestions for commissars. Still, the battle against the provisional government had not yet ended, and to some Central Committee members, drawing up a list of cabinet members seemed so premature that they treated it, at first, as a joke. The Bolsheviks come to power. At the main bases of the Baltic Fleet, activity began long before dawn on the morning of Wednesday, October 25th. The first of 3 large echelons of armed sailors, bound for the capital at the behest of the Military Revolutionary Committee, departed Helsingfors by train along the Finnish railway at 3 a.m. A second echelon got underway at 5 a.m., and a third left around mid-morning. About the same time, a hastily assembled naval flotilla, consisting of a patrol boat, the Iostrev, and 5 destroyers, the Metki, Zabiaka, Mashni, Diatlny, and Samson, started off at full steam for the roughly 200-mile trip to Petrograd, with the Samson in the lead flying a large banner emblazoned with the slogans "Down with the Coalition," "Long live the All-Russian Congress of Soviets," and "All power to the Soviets." Activity of a similar kind was taking place at Kronstadt. Describing the night of October 24th to 25th in that center of revolutionary radicalism, Florovsky was later to recall, "It is doubtful whether anyone in Kronstadt closed his eyes that night. The naval club was jammed with sailors, soldiers, and workers." The revolutionary staff drew up a detailed operations plan, designated participating units, made an inventory of available supplies, and issued instructions. When the planning was finished, I went into the street. Everywhere there was heavy, but muffled traffic. Groups of soldiers and sailors were making their way to the naval dockyard. By the light of the torches, we could see just the first ranks of serious, determined faces. Only the rumble of the automobiles, moving supplies from the fortress warehouses to the ships, disturbed the silence of the night. Shortly after 9 a.m. the sailors, clad in black pea-jackets, with rifles slung over their shoulders and cartridge pouches on their belts, finished boarding the available vessels. 2 mine layers, the Amur and the Copper, the former yacht of the fort commandant, the Tsarnitsa, fitted out as a hospital ship, a training vessel, the Verny, a battleship, the Zarya Svobody, so old that it was popularly referred to as the Flatiron of the Baltic Fleet and had to be helped along by 4 tugs, and a host of smaller paddle-wheel passenger boats and barges. As the morning wore on, these vessels raised anchor, one after the other, and steamed off in the direction of the capital. At Smolny at this time, the leaders of the Military Revolutionary Committee and commissars from key locations about the city were completing plans for the capture of the Winter Palace and the arrest of the government. Podvoisky, Antonov-Evsenko, Konstantin Aremiev, Georgii Blaganravov, Chudnovsky, and Sadovsky are known to have participated in these consultations. According to the blueprint which they worked out, insurrectionary forces were to seize the Mariinsky Palace and disperse the pre-parliament. After this, the Winter Palace was to be surrounded. The government was to be offered the opportunity of surrendering peacefully. If it refused to do so, the Winter Palace was to be shelled from the Aurora and the Peter and Paul fortress, after which it was to be stormed. The main forces designated to take part in these operations were the Pavlovsky Regiment, Red Guard detachments from the Vyborg, Petrograd, and Vasilevsky Island districts, the Keksgalmsky Regiment, the naval elements arriving from Kronstadt and Helsingfors, and sailors from the Petrograd-based 2nd Baltic Fleet Detachment. Command posts were to be set up in the barracks of the Pavlovsky Regiment and the 2nd Baltic Fleet Detachment, the former to be directed by Aremiev and the latter by Chudnovsky. A field headquarters for overall direction of the attacking military forces, to be commanded by Antonov-Evsenko, was to be established in the Peter and Paul fortress. Even as these preparations for the seizure of the last bastions of the provisional government in Petrograd were being completed, Lenin, elsewhere at Smolny, was nervously watching the clock, by all indications most anxious to ensure that the Kerensky regime would be totally eliminated before the start of the Congress of Soviets, now just a scant few hours away. At about 10 a.m. he drafted a manifesto to the citizens of Russia, proclaiming the transfer of political power from the Kerensky government to the Military Revolutionary Committee. October 25, 1917. To the citizens of Russia, the provisional government has been overthrown. State power has passed into the hands of the organ of the Petrograd Soviet of Workers' and Soldiers' Deputies, the Military Revolutionary Committee, which stands at the head of the Petrograd proletariat and garrison. The cause for which the people have struggled, the immediate proposal of a democratic peace, the elimination of landlord estates, workers' control over production, the creation of a Soviet government, the triumph of this cause has been assured. Long live the Workers', Soldiers' and Peasants' Revolution! The Military Revolutionary Committee of the Petrograd Soviet of Workers' and Soldiers' Deputies. The seminal importance Lenin attached to Congress delegates being faced, from the very start, with a fait accompli as regards the creation of a Soviet government is clearly illustrated by the fact that this proclamation was printed and already going out over the wires to the entire country even before the Military Revolutionary Committee strategy meeting described above had ended. If October 25th began as a day of energetic activity and hope for the left, the same cannot be said for supporters of the old government. In the Winter Palace, Kerensky by now had completed arrangements to meet troops heading for the capital from the Northern Front. A striking indication of the isolation and helplessness of the provisional government at this point is the fact that the Military Revolutionary Committee's control of all rail terminals precluded travel outside of Petrograd by train, while for some time the General Staff was unable to provide the Prime Minister with even one automobile suitable for an extended trip. Finally, military officials managed to round up an open Pierce Arrow and a Renault, the latter borrowed from the American embassy. At 11 a.m., almost precisely the moment when Lenin's manifesto proclaiming the overthrow of the government began circulating, the Renault, flying an American flag, tailed by the aristocratic Pierce Arrow, roared through the main arch of the General Staff building, barreled past Military Revolutionary Committee pickets already forming around the Winter Palace, and sped southwestward out of the capital. Huddled in the back seat of the Pierce Arrow were the assistant to the commander of the Petrograd Military District, Kuzmin, 2 staff officers, and a pale and haggard Kerensky, on his way to begin a desperate hunt for loyal troops from the front, a mission that was to end in abject failure less than a week later. As Kerensky's entourage streaked by the Mariinsky Palace, the relatively few deputies to the pre-parliament assembled there were exchanging news of the latest political developments, awaiting the start of the day's session. Within an hour, a large contingent of armed soldiers and sailors, under Chudnovsky's command, began sealing off adjacent streets and posting guards at all palace entrances and exits. The armored car Oleg, flying a red flag, clattered up and took a position at the western corner of the palace. When these preparations were completed, an unidentified Military Revolutionary Committee commissar entered the palace, searched out Avksentiv, and handed him a directive from the Military Revolutionary Committee ordering that the Mariinsky Palace be cleared without delay. Meanwhile, some soldiers and sailors burst into the building, brandishing their rifles, and posted themselves along the palace's grand main staircase. While many of the frightened deputies dashed for their coats and prepared to brave the phalanx of armed soldiers and sailors, Avksentiv had the presence of mind to collect part of the pre-parliament steering committee. These deputies hurriedly agreed to formally protest the Military Revolutionary Committee's attack, but to make no attempt to resist it. They also instructed Avksentiv to reconvene the pre-parliament at the earliest practicable moment. Before they were permitted to leave the palace, the identity of each of the deputies was carefully checked, but no one was detained. For the time being, the Military Revolutionary Committee forces were apparently under instructions to limit arrests to members of the government. Elsewhere by this time, insurgent ranks had been bolstered by the liberation from the Crosses prison of the remaining Bolsheviks imprisoned there since the July days. A Military Revolutionary Committee commissar simply appeared at the ancient prison on the morning of October 25th with a small detachment of Red Guards and an order for the release of all political prisoners. Among others, the Bolsheviks Semyon Roshal, Sakharov, Tolkachev, and Kaustov were immediately set free. At 2 p.m., the forces at the disposal of the Military Revolutionary Committee were increased still further by the arrival of the Armada from Kronstadt. One of the more than 1,000 sailors crammed on the deck of the Amur, I. Pavlov, subsequently recalled the waters outside Petrograd at midday, October 25th. What did the Gulf of Finland around Kronstadt and Petrograd look like then? This is conveyed well by a song that was popular at the time, sung to the melody of the familiar folk tune Stenka Rezin. Iz ze ostrova Kronstadta na prostor reki Nivi, Vyplaveat nogo Lodok, v nik sidiet Bolsheviki. From the island of Kronstadt toward the river Neva broad, there are many boats a-sailing. they have Bolsheviks on board. If these words do not describe the Gulf of Finland exactly, it's only because boats are mentioned. Substitute contemporary ships and you will have a fully accurate picture of the Gulf of Finland a few hours before the October battle. At the entrance to the harbor canal, the Zarya Svobody, pulled by the 4 tugs, dropped anchor. A detachment of sailors swarmed ashore and undertook to occupy the Baltic rail line between Legovo and Oranienbaum. As the rest of the ships inched through the narrow channel, it occurred to Florovsky, aboard the Amur, that if the government had had the foresight to lay a couple of mines and emplace even a dozen machine guns behind the parapet of the canal embankment, the carefully laid plans of the Kronstadters would have been wrecked. He heaved a sigh of relief as the motley assortment of ships passed through the canal unhindered and entered the Neva, where they were greeted by enthusiastic cheers from crowds of workers gathered on the banks. Florovsky himself was in the cabin of the Amur ship's committee below decks, discussing where to cast anchor, when a mighty, jubilant hurrah rent the air. Florovsky ran up on deck just in time to see the Aurora execute a turn in the middle of the river, angling for a better view of the Winter Palace. As the men on the Aurora and the ships from Kronstadt spotted each other, cheers and shouts of greeting rang out. The round caps of the sailors filled the sky, and the Aurora's band broke into a triumphant march. The Amur dropped anchor close by the Aurora, while some of the smaller boats continued on as far as the Admiralty. Moments later, Antonov Evsenko went out to the Amur to give instructions to leaders of the Kronstadt detachment. Then, as students and professors at St. Petersburg University gawked from classroom windows on the embankment, the sailors, totaling around 3,000, disembarked, large numbers of them to join the forces preparing to besiege the Winter Palace. A member of this contingent later remembered that upon encountering garrison soldiers, some of the sailors berated them for their cowardliness during the July days. Important developments were occurring in the meantime at Smolny. The great main hall there was packed to the rafters with Petrograd Soviet deputies and representatives from provincial Soviets anxious for news of the latest events when Trotsky opened an emergency session of the Petrograd Soviet at 2:35 p.m. The fundamental transformation in the party's tactics that had occurred during the night became apparent from the outset of this meeting, perhaps the most momentous in the history of the Petrograd Soviet. It will be recalled that less than 24 hours earlier, at another session of the Petrograd Soviet, Trotsky had insisted that an armed conflict today or tomorrow, on the eve of the Congress, is not in our plans. Now, stepping up to the speaker's platform, he immediately pronounced the provisional government's obituary. On behalf of the Military Revolutionary Committee, he shouted, I declare that the provisional government no longer exists, to a storm of applause and shouts of "Long live the Military Revolutionary Committee." He announced in rapid order that the pre-parliament had been dispersed, that individual government ministers had been arrested, and that the rail stations, the post office, the central telegraph, the Petrograd Telegraph Agency, and the State Bank had been occupied by forces of the Military Revolutionary Committee. The Winter Palace has not been taken, he reported, but its fate will be decided momentarily. In the history of the revolutionary movement, I know of no other examples in which such huge masses were involved and which developed so bloodlessly. The power of the provisional government, headed by Kerensky, was dead and awaited the blow of the broom of history which had to sweep it away. The population slept peacefully and did not know that at this time one power was replaced by another. In the midst of Trotsky's speech, Lenin appeared in the hall. Catching sight of him, the audience rose to its feet, delivering a thundering ovation. With the greeting, "Long live Comrade Lenin, back with us again," Trotsky turned the platform over to his comrade. Side by side, Lenin and Trotsky acknowledged the cheers of the crowd. "Comrades," declared Lenin over the din, "the workers' and peasants' revolution, the necessity of which has been talked about continuously by the Bolsheviks, has occurred. What is the significance of this workers' and peasants' revolution? First of all, the significance of this revolution is that we shall have a Soviet government, our own organ of power without the participation of any bourgeois. The oppressed masses will form a government themselves. This is the beginning of a new period in the history of Russia, and the present, Third Russian Revolution must ultimately lead to the victory of socialism. One of our immediate tasks is the necessity of ending the war at once. We shall win the confidence of the peasantry by one decree, which will abolish landlord estates. the peasants will understand that their only salvation lies in an alliance with the workers. We will institute real workers' control over production. You have now learned how to work together in harmony, as evidenced by the revolution that has just occurred. We now possess the strength of a mass organization, which will triumph over everything and which will lead the proletariat to world revolution. In Russia, we must now devote ourselves to the construction of a proletarian socialist state. Long live the world socialist revolution. Lenin's remarks were brief. Yet it is perhaps not surprising that on this occasion most of his listeners did not trouble themselves with the question of how a workers' government would survive in backward Russia and a hostile world. After Lenin's remarks, Trotsky proposed that special commissars be dispatched to the front and throughout the country at once to inform the broad masses everywhere of the successful uprising in Petrograd. At this someone shouted, "You are anticipating the will of the Second Congress of Soviets," to which Trotsky immediately retorted, "The will of the Second Congress of Soviets has already been predetermined by the fact of the workers' and soldiers' uprising. Now we have only to develop this triumph." The relatively few Mensheviks in attendance formally absolved themselves of responsibility for what they called the tragic consequences of the conspiracy underway, and withdrew from the executive organs of the Petrograd Soviet. But most of the audience listened patiently to greetings by Lunacharsky and Zinoviev, the latter, like Lenin, making his first public appearance since July. The deputies shouted enthusiastic approval for a political statement drafted by Lenin and introduced by Volodarsky. Hailing the overthrow of the provisional government, the statement appealed to workers and soldiers everywhere to support the revolution. It also contained an expression of confidence that the Western European proletariat would help bring the cause of socialism to a full and stable victory. The deputies then dispersed, either to factories and barracks to spread the glad tidings, or, like Sukhanov, to grab a bite to eat before the opening session of the All-Russian Congress. Dusk was nearing, and the Winter Palace was still not in Bolshevik hands. As early as 1 p.m. a detachment of sailors commanded by Ivan Sladkov had occupied the Admiralty, a few steps from the Winter Palace, and arrested the Naval High Command. At the same time, elements of the Pavlovsky Regiment had occupied the area around the Winter Palace, bounded by Milyannaya, Mashkov and Bolshe-Konyashiniya streets, and Nevsky Prospect from the Ekaterinski Canal to the Moika. Pickets, manned with armored cars and anti-aircraft guns, were set up on bridges over the Ekaterinski Canal and the Moika, and on Morskaya Street. Later in the afternoon, Red Guard detachments from the Petrograd district and the Vyborg side joined the Pavlovsky soldiers, and troops from the Keksgalmsky Regiment occupied the area north of the Moika to the Admiralty, closing the ring of insurrectionary forces around the Palace Square. The provisional government, Dashkevich would subsequently recall, was as good as in a mousetrap. Noon had been the original deadline for the seizure of the Winter Palace. This was subsequently postponed to 3 o'clock and then 6 p.m., after which, to quote Podvoisky, the Military Revolutionary Committee no longer bothered to set deadlines. The agreed-upon ultimatum to the Gouverneur was not dispatched. Instead, loyalist forces gained time to strengthen their defenses. Thus, in the late afternoon, insurgent troops watched impatiently while cadets on the Palace Square erected massive barricades and machine gun emplacements of firewood brought from the General Staff building. By 6 p.m. it was dark, drizzly, and cold, and many of the soldiers deployed in the area around the palace hours earlier were growing hungry and restless. Occasionally, one of them would lose patience and open fire at the cadets, only to be rebuked with the stern command, "Comrades, don't shoot without orders." On the Petrograd side, the Bolshevik military organization leader Tarasov Rodionov, for one, was beside himself worrying about what was happening in the center of the city. "I had the urge," he later wrote, "to drop everything, to rush to them, the Military Revolutionary Committee, to speed up this idiotically prolonged assault on the Winter Palace." During these hours, Lenin sent Podvoisky, Antonov, and Chudnovsky dozens of notes in which he fumed that their procrastination was delaying the opening of the Congress and needlessly stimulating anxiety among Congress deputies. Antonov implies in his memoirs that unexpected delays in the mobilization of insurgent soldiers, faulty organization, and other problems of a minor yet troublesome nature were the main reasons it took so long to launch the culminating offensive on the government. In support of this view, there are indications that, for one reason or another, Last-minute snags developed in connection with mobilizing some elements of the Preobrazhensky and Semenovsky regiments for the attack. More important, most of the sailor detachments from Helsingfors that the Military Revolutionary Committee was counting on for its assault did not arrive until late evening or even the following day. In one case, a trainload of armed sailors was delayed in an open field outside Viborg for many hours after the locomotive had burst its pipes. The Viborg stationmaster, sympathetic to the government, had purposely provided the sailors with the least reliable locomotive available. The Military Revolutionary Committee did indeed encounter a number of minor difficulties which prompted concern at the time, but which in retrospect appear almost comical. When Blagenravov began checking out the cannon at the Peter and Paul fortress in preparation for shelling the Winter Palace, he found that the 6-inch guns on the walls of the fortress facing the palace had not been used or cleaned for months. Artillery officers persuaded him that they were not serviceable. Blagenravov then made soldiers in the fortress drag heavy 3-inch training cannons some distance to where they could be brought into action, only to find that all of these weapons had parts missing or were genuinely defective. He also discovered that shells of the proper caliber were not immediately available. After the loss of considerable time, it was ascertained that making the 6-inch guns work was not impossible after all. Even more bizarre, by prior arrangement, a lighted red lantern hoisted to the top of the fortress flagpole was to signal the start of the final push against the Winter Palace. Yet when the moment for action arrived, no red lantern could be found. Recalls Blagenravov. After a long search, a suitable lamp was located, but then it proved extremely difficult to fix it on the flagpole so it could be seen. Podvoisky, in his later writings, tended to attribute continuing delays in mounting an attack on the Winter Palace to the Military Revolutionary Committee's hope, for the most part realized, of avoiding a bloody battle. As Podvoisky later recalled, already assured of victory, we awaited the humiliating end of the provisional government. We strove to ensure that it would surrender in the face of the revolutionary strength which we then enjoyed. We did not open artillery fire, giving our strongest weapon, the class struggle, an opportunity to operate within the walls of the palace. This consideration appears to have had some validity as well. There was little food for the almost 3,000 officers, cadets, Cossacks, and women soldiers in the Winter Palace on October 25th. In the early afternoon, the ubiquitous American journalist John Reed somehow wangled his way into the palace, wandered through one of the rooms where these troops were billeted, and took note of the dismal surroundings. On both sides of the parquetred floor lay rows of dirty mattresses and blankets, upon which occasional soldiers were stretched out. Everywhere was a litter of cigarette butts, bits of bread, cloth, and empty bottles with expensive French labels. More and more soldiers, with the red shoulder straps of the Junker schools, moved about in a stale atmosphere of tobacco smoke and unwashed humanity. The place was a huge barack, and evidently had been for weeks, from the look of the floor and walls. As time passed and promised provisions and reinforcements from the front did not arrive, the government defenders became more and more demoralized, a circumstance known to the attackers. At 6:15 p.m. a large contingent of cadets from the Mikhailovsky Artillery School departed, taking with them 4 of the 6 heavy guns in the palace. Around 8 p.m. the 200 Cossacks on guard also returned to their barracks. Representatives of the Military Revolutionary Committee participated in at least 2 attempts to convince other elements defending the government to leave peacefully. In the early evening, a representative of the Oranienbaum cadets persuaded Chudnovsky to accompany him to the palace to help arrange the peaceful withdrawal of his men. The cadets guaranteed Chudnovsky's safe conduct and kept their word. But Petr Palchinsky, an engineer and deputy minister of trade and industry who was helping to direct the defense of the government, insisted that Chudnovsky be arrested. The cadets protested, however, and forced Chudnovsky's release. Dashkevich had also slipped into the palace to try to win over some of the cadets. Like Chudnovsky, he was detained and then allowed to leave. Partly as a result of the efforts of Chudnovsky and Dashkevich, more than half of the cadets guarding the Winter Palace left there at around 10 p.m. Whatever obstacles confronted the Military Revolutionary Committee in its assault on the Winter Palace on October 25th pale by comparison with the difficulties facing members of the Provisional Government, gathered in the Grand Malachite Hall on the 2nd floor of the palace. Here Konovalov convened a cabinet session at noon, an hour after Kerensky's hurried departure for the front. Present were all of the ministers except Kerensky and the Minister of Food Supply, a distinguished economist, Sergei Prokopovich, who, having been temporarily detained by an insurgent patrol in the morning, was unable to reach the Winter Palace before it was completely sealed off in the afternoon. Fortunately for the historian, several of the participants in this ill-fated last meeting of Kerensky's cabinet penned detailed recollections of their final hours together. These tortured accounts bear witness to the almost complete isolation of the provisional government at this time, and to the ministers' resulting confusion and ever-increasing paralysis of will. Konovalov opened the meeting with a report on the political situation in the capital. He informed the ministers of the Military Revolutionary Committee's virtually unhampered success the previous night, of Polkovnikov's shattering early morning status report, and of Kerensky's decision to rush to the front. For the first time, the full impact of the Petrograd Military District Command's utter helplessness in dealing with the insurrection underway, and indeed of its inability even to furnish personal protection for the ministers, was felt by the cabinet as a whole. Responding to Konovalov's assessment, Admiral Verderevsky, the naval minister, observed coldly, "I don't know why this session was called. We have no tangible military force and consequently are incapable of taking any action whatever." He suggested it would have been wiser to have convened a joint session with the pre-parliament, an idea that became moot moments later, when news was received of the latter's dispersal. At the start of their deliberations, however, most of the ministers did not fully share Verderevsky's pessimism. Tending, no doubt wishfully, to place most of the blame for the government's plight on Polkovnikov, they agreed to replace him with a dictator who would be given unlimited power to restore order and resolved that the cabinet would remain in continuous session in the Winter Palace for the duration of the emergency. With periodic interruptions while Konovalov attempted unsuccessfully to bring more Cossacks to the Winter Palace grounds, and while other ministers received disjointed reports on late-breaking developments and issued frantic appeals for help over the few phones still in operation to contacts elsewhere in the capital and over the direct wire to the front, the cabinet spent the better part of the next 2 hours engaged in a disorganized, meandering discussion of possible candidates for the post of dictator. Ultimately, they displayed their insensitivity to the prevailing popular mood by settling on the Minister of Welfare, Kishkin. A physician by profession and a Muscovite, Kishkin had no prestige in Petrograd. Worst of all, he was a cadet. Indeed, the selection of Kishkin was exactly the opposite of the more conciliatory course urged on Kerensky the preceding day by the pre-parliament, a blatant provocation to democratic circles and an unexpected boon to the extreme left. Kishkin formally assumed his new position as Governor-General shortly after 4 p.m. After naming as his assistants Palchinsky and Petr Rutenberg, an assistant to the commander of the Petrograd Military District, he rushed off to military headquarters to direct the struggle against the insurrection. There Kishkin immediately sacked Polkovnikov, replacing him with the Chief of Staff, General Bagratuni. As nearly as one can tell, the main effect of this reshuffling of personnel was to increase significantly the chaos reigning at headquarters. For in protest to the treatment accorded Polkovnikov, all of his closest associates, including the quartermaster, General Nikolai Paratilov, immediately resigned in a huff. Some of these individuals packed off and went home. Others simply stopped work. From time to time, they could be seen peering out of the windows of the General Staff building at the clusters of insurgent soldiers, sailors, and workers advancing along the banks of the Moika and up Millionnaya Street. Meanwhile, in the Winter Palace, the rest of the cabinet occupied itself in preparing an appeal for support to be printed up for mass circulation. At 6:15 p.m., the ministers were informed of the departure of the cadets from the Mikhailovsky Artillery School. 15 minutes later, they adjourned to Kerensky's third-floor private dining room, where a supper of borscht, fish, and artichokes, and more painful blows, awaited them. By now, at the Peter and Paul fortress, Blagorovov, under continual prodding from Smolny, had decided that the final stage of the attack on the government could be delayed no longer, this despite the fact that difficulties with the cannon and the signal lantern had not yet been fully surmounted. At 6:30 p.m., he dispatched 2 cyclists to the General Staff building, and in 20 minutes they arrived there armed with the following ultimatum. By order of the Military Revolutionary Committee of the Petrograd Soviet, the provisional government is declared overthrown. All power is transferred to the Petrograd Soviet of Workers' and Soldiers' Deputies. The Winter Palace is surrounded by revolutionary forces. Cannon at the Peter and Paul Fortress and on the ships Aurora and Amur are aimed at the Winter Palace and the General Staff Building. In the name of the Military Revolutionary Committee, we propose that the provisional government and the troops loyal to it capitulate. You have 20 minutes to answer. Your response should be given to our messenger. This ultimatum expires at 7:10, after which we will immediately open fire. Chairman of the Military Revolutionary Committee Antonov Commissar of the Peter and Paul Fortress G.B. At the General Staff Building when this message was delivered were, among others, Kishkin, General Bagratuny, General Paratilov, and Palchinsky and Ruttenberg. They persuaded one of the cyclists to return to the fortress with a request for a 10-minute extension. Leaving Paratilov behind to receive the government's response by phone and pass it on to the remaining cyclist, Kishkin, Bagratuny, and the others rushed to the Winter Palace to consult with the cabinet. Along with the news of the Military Revolutionary Committee's ultimatum, the ministers also learned that large numbers of previously wavering cadets from Oranienbaum and Peterhof now intended to leave the palace. Besides, the original deadline set by Antonov was already close to expiration. The ministers hurried back to the Malachite Hall at once to consider the question of whether or not to surrender. Looking out at the crowded Neva and the Peter and Paul Fortress, one member of the cabinet wondered aloud, "What will happen to the palace if the Aurora opens fire?" "It will be turned into a heap of ruins," replied Admiral Verderevsky, adding sanguinely, "Her turrets are higher than the bridges. She can demolish the place without damaging any other building." Still, all the ministers, including Verderevsky, were agreed that surrender in the prevailing circumstances was unthinkable. They resolved simply to ignore the ultimatum, and Kishkin, Gvozdez, and Konovalov immediately rushed off to coax the cadets to remain at their posts. In his diary, Minister of Justice Pavel Malyantovich attempted to explain the cabinet's decision. He suggested that although at this point the ministers had lost hope of holding out until the arrival of outside help, they believed strongly that legally the provisional government could hand over its authority only to the Constituent Assembly. They felt a solemn obligation to resist until the very last moment so that it would be clear beyond doubt that they had yielded only to absolutely overwhelming force. That moment had not yet come, Malyantovich affirmed. Hence the cabinet's decision to give no reply to the Military Revolutionary Committee and to continue resistance. Ironically, at precisely the moment that the Military Revolutionary Committee's ultimatum was delivered to General Staff Headquarters, General Cheremissov in Pskov was conferring on the direct wire with General Bagratuny. At the start of the communication, Cheremissov had asked for a report on the condition of the capital. Specifically, he inquired as to the whereabouts of the government, the status of the Winter Palace, whether order was being maintained in the city, and whether or not units dispatched from the front had reached Petrograd. Bagratuny was answering these questions, as best he could, when he was called away to receive the ultimatum. General Paratilov then got on the Petrograd end of the direct wire and passed on to Cheremissov his misgivings about Kishkin's appointment and behavior, stating quite directly his belief that the provisional government was doomed. Cheremissov, in turn, requested Paratilov to call the Winter Palace to obtain more information about the situation there. Paratilov went off to do this but was interrupted by Bagratuny, just then leaving for the Winter Palace with the ultimatum. Paratilov was instructed to stand by to receive the government's telephoned response. As Paratilov waited for the message from the Winter Palace, insurgent soldiers and workers suddenly flooded the building. Resistance was impossible. Meanwhile, Cheremissov, still at the other end of the direct wire, inquired impatiently, "Where is Paratilov, and will he give me an answer soon?" In response, a military telegrapher barely managed to tap out, "We will find him. The headquarters has been occupied by Military Revolutionary Committee forces. I am quitting work and getting out of here." Word of the capture of the General Staff Building reached General Bagratuny and the cabinet in the second-floor office of one of Kerensky's assistants, facing the palace courtyard, to which they had moved from the more vulnerable Malachite Hall. Bagratuny responded to the loss of his staff and headquarters by tendering his resignation. Soon after departing the palace, he was pulled from a cab and arrested by an insurgent patrol. For their part, the ministers now dispatched the following radio telegram to the Russian people. To all, the Petrograd Soviet has declared the provisional government overthrown, and demands that power be yielded to it under threat of shelling the Winter Palace from cannon in the Peter and Paul Fortress and aboard the cruiser Aurora, anchored on the Neva. The government can yield power only to the Constituent Assembly. Because of this, we have decided not to surrender and to put ourselves under the protection of the people and the army. In this regard, a telegram was sent to Stavka. Stavka answered with word that a detachment had been dispatched. Let the country and the people respond to the mad attempt of the Bolsheviks to stimulate an uprising in the rear of the fighting army. The ministers also managed to establish telephone contact with the mayor of Petrograd, Schreider, in the City Duma building. They informed him that the Winter Palace was about to be shelled from the Aurora and the Peter and Paul Fortress, and appealed to him to help mobilize support for the government. The previous day, deeply concerned by the actions of the Military Revolutionary Committee, the City Duma, in which the SRs and cadets still had a majority, had dispatched a fact-finding mission to Smolny. Subsequently, in spite of fierce opposition from its Bolshevik members, the Duma, like the pre-parliament, had initiated steps to form a committee of public safety to help maintain order in the city and to protect the population. Now, upon receipt of the provisional government's appeal, Schreider immediately convened the City Duma in emergency session, announcing at the outset that in a few minutes the cannon will begin to thunder, and the provisional government of the Russian Republic will perish in the ruins of the Winter Palace. He called upon the Duma to help the government by all means possible. Inasmuch as the deputies had no military forces at their disposal, they agreed to dispatch emissaries to the Aurora, to Smolny, and to the Winter Palace immediately in an effort to halt the siege of the Winter Palace and to mediate differences between the government and the Military Revolutionary Committee. Meanwhile, at the Peter and Paul Fortress, cannon and signal lantern difficulties having been overcome at last, Blagan-Ravov and Antonov were preparing to commence the shelling of the Winter Palace. One further delay occurred when they received what turned out to be an erroneous report, evidently sparked by the surrender of General Staff Headquarters, that the Winter Palace had capitulated. Blagan-Ravov and Antonov drove across the Neva to check out the rumor themselves. At 9:40 p.m., Blagan-Ravov finally returned to the fortress and signaled the Aurora to open fire. The Aurora responded by firing one blank round from its bow gun. The blast of a cannon shooting blanks is significantly greater than if it were using combat ammunition, and the ear-splitting reverberations of the Aurora's first shot were felt throughout the capital. The blast impelled gawking spectators lined up on the Neva embankments to flop to the ground and crawl away in panic, and it contributed to the further thinning out of military forces inside the Winter Palace. Many cadets finally abandoned their posts at this point and were followed shortly afterward by a number of the women soldiers. Contrary to legend and to Verderevsky's prediction, the Aurora's shot did no physical damage. After the Aurora's action, the artillerists at the Peter and Paul Fortress allowed time for those forces who wished to do so to leave the palace. During this interim, the officer of the watch on the Amur spotted a string of lights at the mouth of the Neva and sounded the alarm. "Ships approaching!" As their silhouettes came into view, old deckhands on the Amur triumphantly identified the arriving vessels as the destroyers Samson and Zabiaka, accompanied by some of the other ships from Helsingfors. At around 11 p.m., Blagan-Ravov gave the order to commence shooting in earnest. Most of the shells subsequently fired exploded spectacularly but harmlessly over the Neva, but one shattered a cornice on the palace and another smashed a third-floor corner window, exploding just above the room in which the government was meeting. The blast unnerved the ministers and influenced at least a few of them to have second thoughts about the wisdom of further resistance. Meanwhile, from the walls of the Peter and Paul Fortress, Tarasov Rodionov watched the spectacular fireworks, whose tremors momentarily drowned out the sound of the rifle and machine gun fire and the droning of lighted streetcars crawling single file across the Troitsky and Palace bridges, and wondered at the incredibility of it all, of the Workers' Soviet overthrowing the bourgeois government while the peaceful life of the city continued uninterrupted. To City Duma deputies, it was by this time patently clear that their hopes of interceding between the Military Revolutionary Committee and the embattled ministers in the Winter Palace would not be realized. A Military Revolutionary Committee commissar refused to permit the representatives of the City Duma to go anywhere near the Aurora. The delegation sent to the Winter Palace was halted several times by the besiegers and, in the end, forced to scurry back to the City Duma building after being fired upon from upper-story windows of the Winter Palace. The cadets probably didn't see our white flag, a member of the delegation later said. The City Duma emissaries who went to Smolny, Mayor Schreider among them, fared somewhat better. They managed to have a few minutes with Kamenev, who helped arrange for Molotov to accompany them to the Winter Palace. But this delegation, too, was unable to make it through the narrow strip of no man's land which now separated the tight ring of insurrectionary forces from the barricades set up by defenders of the government. About the time the City Duma was informed of these setbacks, it also received a bitter telephone message from Semyon Maslov, the Minister of Agriculture, and a Right SR. The call was taken by Naum Bykovsky, also an SR, who immediately relayed Maslov's words to a hushed Duma. "We here in the Winter Palace have been abandoned and left to ourselves," declared Maslov, as quoted by Bykovsky. "The democracy sent us into the provisional government. We didn't want the appointments, but we went. Yet now, when tragedy has struck, when we are being shot, we are not supported by anyone. Of course we will die. But my final words will be, contempt and damnation to the democracy which knew how to appoint us but was unable to defend us." Bykovsky at once proposed that the entire Duma march in a body to the Winter Palace, to die along with our representatives. "Let our comrades know," he proclaimed, "that we have not abandoned them. Let them know we will die with them." This idea struck a responsive chord with just about everyone except the Bolsheviks. Reporters present noted that most deputies stood and cheered for several minutes. Before the proposal was actually voted upon, the City Duma received a request from a representative of the All-Russian Executive Committee of Peasant Soviets that the leadership of the Peasant Soviets be permitted to go out and die with the Duma. It also heard from the Minister of Food Supply, Prokopovich, who tearfully pleaded to be allowed to join the procession to the Winter Palace, so that he could at least share the fate of his comrades. Not to be outdone, Countess Sofia Penina, a prominent cadet, volunteered to stand in front of the cannon, adding that the Bolsheviks can fire at the provisional government over our dead bodies. The start of the march to the Winter Palace was delayed a bit because someone demanded a roll call vote on Bykovsky's motion. During the roll call, most of the deputies insisted on individually declaring their readiness to die with the government before voting yes, whereupon each Bolshevik solemnly proclaimed that he would go to the Soviet before registering an emphatic no. While all this was going on, Lenin remained at Smolny, raging at every delay in the seizure of the Winter Palace and still anxious that the All-Russian Congress not get underway until the members of the provisional government were securely behind bars. Andrei Bubnov later recorded that the night of October 25th, Ilyich hurried with the capture of the Winter Palace, putting extreme pressure on everyone and everybody when there was no news of how the attack was going. Similarly, Podvoisky later remembered that Lenin now paced around a small room at Smolny like a lion in a cage. He needed the Winter Palace at any cost. It remained the last gate on the road to workers' power.
Where he scolded.
He screamed. He was ready to shoot us. Still, the start of the Congress had been scheduled for 2 p.m. By late evening, the delegates had been milling around for hours. It was impossible to hold them back much longer, regardless of Lenin's predilections. Finally, at 10:40 p.m., Dan rang the chairman's bell, formally calling the Congress into session. The Central Executive Committee considers our customary opening political address superfluous, he announced at the outset. Even now, our comrades who are selflessly fulfilling the obligations we placed on them are under fire at the Winter Palace. John Reed, who had pushed his way through a clamorous mob at the door of the hall, subsequently described the scene in Smolny's White Assembly Hall as the Congress opened. In the rows of seats under the white chandeliers, packed immovably in the aisles and on the sides, perched on every windowsill, and even the edge of the platform, the representatives of the workers and soldiers of all Russia awaited in anxious silence or wild exultation the ringing of the chairman's bell. There was no heat in the hall but the stifling heat of unwashed human bodies. A foul blue cloud of cigarette smoke rose from the mass and hung in the thick air. Occasionally someone in authority mounted the tribune and asked the comrades not to smoke. Then everybody, smokers and all, took up the cry, "Don't smoke, comrades," and went on smoking. On the platform sat the leaders of the old Tsay-ee-kah Central Executive Committee. Dan was ringing the bell. Silence fell sharply intense. broken by the scuffling and disputing of the people at the door. According to a preliminary report by the Credentials Committee, 300 of the 670 delegates assembled in Petrograd for the Congress were Bolsheviks, 193 were SRs, of whom more than half were left SRs, 68 were Mensheviks, 14 were Menshevik internationalists, and the remainder either were affiliated with one of a number of smaller political groups or did not belong to any formal organization. The dramatic rise in support for the Bolsheviks that had occurred in the previous several months was reflected in the fact that the party's fraction was 3 times greater than it had been at the first All-Russian Congress of Soviets in June. The Bolsheviks were now far and away the largest single party represented at the Congress. Yet it is essential to bear in mind that, despite this success, at the opening of the Congress the Bolsheviks did not have an absolute majority without significant help from the left SRs. Because delegates, upon arrival at Smolny, were asked to fill out detailed personal questionnaires, we can ascertain not only the political affiliation of most of them, but also the character of each of the 402 local Soviets represented at the Congress and its official position on the construction of a new national government. Tabulation of these questionnaires reveals the striking fact that an overwhelming number of delegates, some 505 of them, came to Petrograd committed in principle to supporting the transfer of all power to the Soviets. That is, the creation of a Soviet government presumably reflective of the party composition of the Congress. 86 delegates were loosely bound to vote for all power to the democracy, meaning a homogeneous democratic government including representatives of peasant Soviets, trade unions, cooperatives, etc., while 21 delegates were committed to support of a coalition democratic government in which some propertied elements, but not the cadets, would be represented. Only 55 delegates, that is, significantly less than 10%, represented constituencies still favoring continuation of the Soviets' former policy of coalition with the cadets. As a result of the breakdown in relative voting strength, moments after the Congress opened 14 Bolsheviks took seats in the Congress Presidium alongside 7 left SRs. The Mensheviks, allotted 3 seats in the Presidium, declined to fill them. The Menshevik internationalists did not fill the 1 seat allotted to them but reserved the right to do so. Dan, Lieber, Broido, Gotz, Bogdanov, and Vasily Filipovsky, who had directed the work of the Soviets since March, now vacated the seats at the head of the hall reserved for the top Soviet leadership. Amid thunderous applause their places were immediately occupied by Trotsky, Kalantai, Lunacharsky, Nagin, Zinoviev, Kamkov, Maria Spiridonova, Mstislavsky, and other prominent Bolsheviks and left SRs. As if punctuating this momentous changeover, an ominous sound was heard in the distance. The deep, pounding boom of exploding cannon. Rising to make an emergency announcement, Martov, in a shrill, trembling voice, demanded that, before anything else, the Congress agree to seek a peaceful solution to the existing political crisis. In his view, the only way out of the emergency was first to stop the fighting and then to start negotiations for the creation of a united, democratic government acceptable to the entire democracy. With this in mind, he recommended selection of a special delegation to initiate discussions with other political parties and organizations aimed at bringing to an immediate end the clash which had erupted in the streets. Speaking for the left SRs, Mstislavsky immediately endorsed Martov's proposal. More significantly, it was also apparently well received by many Bolsheviks. Glancing around the hall, Sukhanov, for one, noted that Martov's speech was greeted with a tumult of applause from a very large section of the meeting. Observed a Delo Naroda reporter. Martov's appeal was showered with torrents of applause by a majority in the hall. Bearing in mind that most of the Congress delegates had mandates to support the creation by the Congress of a coalition government of parties represented in the Soviet, and since Martov's motion was directed toward that very end, there is no reason to doubt these observations. The published Congress proceedings indicate that, on behalf of the Bolsheviks, Lunacharsky responded to Martov's speech with the declaration that the Bolshevik fraction has absolutely nothing against the proposal made by Martov. The Congress documents indicate as well that Martov's proposal was quickly passed by unanimous vote. No sooner had the Congress endorsed the creation of a democratic coalition government by negotiation, however, than a succession of speakers, all representatives of the formerly dominant moderate socialist bloc, rose to denounce the Bolsheviks. These speakers declared their intention of immediately walking out of the Congress as a means of protesting and opposing the actions of the Bolsheviks. The first to express himself in this vein was Yakov Karash, a Menshevik army officer and delegate from the 12th Army Committee. Proclaimed Karash. A criminal political venture has been going on behind the back of the All-Russian Congress, thanks to the political hypocrisy of the Bolshevik Party. The Mensheviks and SRs consider it necessary to disassociate themselves from everything that is going on here and to mobilize the public for defense against attempts to seize power. Added Georgii Kukin, also an officer and prominent Menshevik, speaking for a bloc of moderately inclined delegates from army committees at the front. The Congress was called primarily to discuss the question of forming a new government, and yet what do we see? We find that an irresponsible seizure of power has already occurred and that the will of the Congress has been decided beforehand. We must save the revolution from this mad venture. In the cause of rescuing the revolution, we intend to mobilize all of the revolutionary elements in the army and the country. We reject any responsibility for the consequences of this reckless venture and are withdrawing from this Congress. These blunt statements triggered a storm of protest and cries of Kornilovites. And who in the hell do you represent? From a large portion of the assembled delegates. Yet after Kamenev restored a semblance of order, Lev Kinchuk from the Moscow Soviet and Mikhail Gendelman, a lawyer and member of the SR Central Committee, read similarly bitter and militantly hostile declarations on behalf of the Mensheviks and SRs respectively. The only possible peaceful solution to the present crisis continues to lie in negotiations with the provisional government on the formation of a government representing all elements of the democracy, Kinchuk insisted. At this, according to Sukhanov, a terrible din filled the hall. It was not only the Bolsheviks who were indignant, and for a long time the speaker wasn't allowed to continue. "We leave the present Congress," Kinchuk finally shouted, "and invite all other fractions similarly unwilling to accept responsibility for the actions of the Bolsheviks to assemble together to discuss the situation." "Deserters!" came shouts from the hall, echoed Gendelman, anticipating that an outburst of popular indignation will follow the inevitable discovery of the bankruptcy of Bolshevik promises. The Socialist Revolutionary Fraction is calling upon the revolutionary forces of the country to organize themselves and to stand guard over the revolution, taking cognizance of the seizure of power by the Bolsheviks, holding them fully responsible for the consequences of this insane and criminal action, and consequently finding it impossible to collaborate with them. The Socialist Revolutionary Fraction is leaving the Congress. Tempers in the hall now skyrocketed. There erupted a fierce squall of foot-stamping, whistling, and cursing. In response to the uprising now openly proclaimed by the Military Revolutionary Committee, the Mensheviks and SRs had moved rightward, and the gulf separating them from the extreme left had suddenly grown wider than ever. When one recalls that less than 24 hours earlier the Menshevik and SR Congress fractions, uniting broad segments of both parties, appeared on the verge of at long last breaking with the bourgeois parties and endorsing the creation of a homogeneous socialist government pledged to a program of peace and reform, the profound impact of the events of October 24th to 25th becomes clear. One can certainly understand why the Mensheviks and SRs reacted as they did. At the same time, it is difficult to escape the conclusion that by totally repudiating the actions of the Bolsheviks and of the workers and soldiers who willingly followed them, and even more, by pulling out of the Congress, the moderate socialists undercut efforts at compromise by the Menshevik internationalists, the left SRs, and the Bolshevik moderates. In so doing, they played directly into Lenin's hands, abruptly paving the way for the creation of a government which had never been publicly broached before, that is, an exclusively Bolshevik regime. In his memoir History of the Revolution, Sukhanov acknowledged the potentially immense historical significance of the Menshevik SR walkout. He wrote that in leaving the Congress, we completely untied the Bolsheviks' hands, making them masters of the entire situation and yielding to them the whole arena of the revolution. A struggle at the Congress for a united democratic front might have had some success. By quitting the Congress, we ourselves gave the Bolsheviks a monopoly of the Soviet, of the masses, and of the revolution. By our own irrational decision, we ensured the victory of Lenin's whole line. All this is doubtless more apparent in retrospect than it was at the time. At any rate, following the declarations of Karash, Kukin, Kinchuk, and "Let them go, the army is not with them," burst out a young, lean-faced soldier named Karl Peterson, representing the Latvian Rifle Regiment. His observation would soon be only too evident to all. At this the hall rocked with wild cheering. "Kukin refers to the mobilization of forces," shouted Franz Gzelschak, a Bolshevik soldier from the Second Army at the front, as soon as he could make himself heard. "Against whom?" Against the workers and soldiers who have come out to defend the revolution? He asked. Whom will he organize? Clearly not the workers and soldiers against whom he himself is determined to wage war, declared Fyodor Lukyanov, a soldier from the Third Army, also a Bolshevik. The thinking of Kukin is that of the top army organizations which we elected way back in April, and which have long since failed to reflect the views and mood of the broad masses of the army. At this point, Genrikh Ehrlich, a representative of the Bund, the Jewish Social Democratic Organization, interrupted to inform the Congress of the decision of a majority of City Duma deputies, taken moments earlier, to march en masse to the Winter Palace. Ehrlich added that the Menshevik and SR fractions in the Executive Committee of the All-Russian Soviet of Peasant Deputies had decided to join the Duma deputies in protesting the application of violence against the provisional government, and invited all Congress delegates who did not wish a bloodbath to participate in the march. It was at this point that the Mensheviks, SRs, Bundists, and members of the Front Group, deluged by shouts of deserters, lackeys of the bourgeoisie, and good riddance, rose from their places and made their way out of the hall. Soon after the departure of the main block of Mensheviks and SRs, Martov, still intent most of all on facilitating a peaceful compromise between the moderate socialists and the radical left, took the floor to present a resolution on behalf of the Menshevik internationalists. His resolution condemned the Bolsheviks for organizing a coup d'état before the opening of the Congress and called for creation of a broadly based democratic government to replace the provisional government. It read in part, taking into consideration that this coup d'état threatens to bring about bloodshed, civil war, and the triumph of a counter-revolution, and that the only way out of this situation which could still prevent the development of a civil war might be an agreement between insurgent elements and the rest of the democratic organizations on the formation of a democratic government which is recognized by the entire revolutionary democracy and to which the provisional government could painlessly surrender its power. The Menshevik Internationalist fraction proposes that the Congress pass a resolution on the necessity of a peaceful settlement of the present crisis by the formation of an all-democratic government, that the Congress appoint a delegation for the purpose of entering into negotiations with other democratic organs and all the socialist parties, and that it discontinue its work pending the disclosure of the results of this delegation's efforts. It is easy to see that from Lenin's point of view, passage of Martov's resolution would have been a disaster. On the other hand, the departure of the moderates offered an opportunity which could now be exploited to consolidate the break with them. Not long after Martov resumed his seat, Congress delegates rose and cheered the surprise appearance of the Bolshevik City Duma fraction, members of which, pushing their way into the crowded hall, announced that they had come to triumph or die with the All-Russian Congress. Then Trotsky, universally recognized as the Bolsheviks' most forceful orator, took the platform to declare, "A rising of the masses of the people requires no justification. What has happened is an insurrection, and not a conspiracy. We hardened the revolutionary energy of the Petersburg workers and soldiers. We openly forged the will of the masses for an insurrection, and not a conspiracy. The masses of the people followed our banner and our insurrection was victorious. And now we are told, renounce your victory, make concessions, compromise. With whom? I ask, with whom ought we to compromise? With those wretched groups who have left us or who are making this proposal? But after all, we've had a full view of them. No one in Russia is with them any longer. A compromise is supposed to be made, as between two equal sides, by the millions of workers and peasants represented in this Congress, whom they are ready, not for the first time or the last, to barter away as the bourgeoisie sees fit. No, here no compromise is possible. To those who have left and to those who tell us to do this we must say, you are miserable bankrupts, your role is played out. Go where you ought to go, into the dustbin of history." Amid stormy applause, Martov shouted in warning, "Then we'll leave!" And Trotsky, without a pause, read a resolution condemning the departure of Menshevik and SR delegates from the Congress as a weak and treacherous attempt to break up the legally constituted All-Russian Representative Assembly of the worker and soldier masses at precisely the moment when their avant-garde, with arms in hand, is defending the Congress and the revolution from the onslaught of the counter-revolution. The resolution endorsed the insurrection against the provisional government and concluded, "The departure of the compromisers does not weaken the Soviets. Inasmuch as it purges the worker and peasant revolution of counter-revolutionary influences, it strengthens them. Having listened to the declarations of the SRs and Mensheviks, the Second All-Russian Congress continues its work, the tasks of which have been predetermined by the will of the laboring people and their insurrection of October 24th and 25th. Down with the compromisers! Down with the servants of the bourgeoisie! Long live the triumphant uprising of soldiers, workers, and peasants! This bitter denunciation of the Mensheviks and SRs and blanket endorsement of the armed insurrection in Petrograd was, of course, as difficult for the left SRs, left Mensheviks, and Bolshevik moderates to swallow as Martov's resolution was for the Leninists. Kamkov, in a report to the First Left SR Congress in November, when these events were still very fresh in mind, attempted to explain the thinking of the left SRs at this moment, when the gulf dividing Russian socialists widened, when in spite of left SR efforts the Military Revolutionary Committee had been transformed into an insurrectionary organ and had overthrown the provisional government, and when the moderate socialists had repudiated and moved to combat this development. As political leaders in a moment of decisive historical significance for the fate of not only the Russian but also the world revolution, we, least of all, could occupy ourselves with moralizing. As people concerned with the defense of the revolution, we had first of all to ask ourselves what we should do today, when the uprising was a reality. And for us it was clear that for a revolutionary party in that phase of the Russian Revolution that had developed, our place was with the revolution. We decided not only to stay at Smolny but to play the most energetic role possible. We believed we should direct all of our energies toward the creation of a new government, one which would be supported, if not by the entire revolutionary democracy, then at least by a majority of it, despite the hostility engendered by the insurrection in Petrograd. Knowing that included within the right was a large mass of honest revolutionaries who simply misunderstood the Russian Revolution, we believed our task to be that of not contributing to exacerbating relations within the democracy. We saw our task, the task of the left SRs, as that of mending the broken links uniting the two fronts of the Russian democracy. We were convinced that they, the moderates, would with some delay accept that platform which is not the platform of any one fraction or party, but the program of history, and that they would ultimately take part in the creation of a new government. At the Second Congress of Soviet session, the night of October 25th to 26th, loud cheers erupted when Kamkov, following Trotsky to the platform, made the ringing declaration. The right SRs left the Congress, but we, the left SRs, have stayed. After the applause subsided, however, tactfully but forcefully, Kamkov spoke out against Trotsky's course, arguing that the step Trotsky proposed was untimely, because counter-revolutionary efforts are continuing. He added that the Bolsheviks did not have the support of the peasantry, the infantry of the revolution without which the revolution would be destroyed. With this in mind, he insisted that the left ought not isolate itself from moderate democratic elements, but, to the contrary, should seek agreement with them. It is perhaps not without significance that the more temperate Lunacharsky, rather than Trotsky, rose to answer Kamkov. Heavy tasks have fallen on us, of that there is no doubt. For the effective fulfillment of these tasks, the unity of all the various genuinely revolutionary elements of the democracy is necessary. Kamkov's criticism of us is unfounded. If starting this session we had initiated any steps whatever to reject or remove other elements, then Kamkov would be right. But all of us unanimously accepted Martov's proposal to discuss peaceful ways of solving the crisis. And we were deluged by a hail of declarations. A systematic attack was conducted against us. Without hearing us out, not even bothering to discuss their own proposal, they, the Mensheviks and SRs, immediately sought to fence themselves off from us. In our resolution we simply wanted to say, precisely, honestly, and openly, that despite their treachery we will continue our efforts, we will lead the proletariat and the army to struggle and victory. The quarrel over the fundamentally differing views of Martov and Trotsky dragged on into the night. Finally, a representative of the left SRs demanded a break for fractional discussions, threatening an immediate left SR walkout if a recess were not called. The question was put to a vote and passed at 2:40 a.m., Kamenev warning that the Congress would resume its deliberations in half an hour. By this time, the march of City Duma deputies to the Winter Palace had ended in a soggy fiasco. At around midnight, Duma deputies, members of the executive committee of the Peasant Soviets, and deputies from the Congress who had just walked out of Smolny, together numbering close to 300 people, assembled outside the Duma building on Nevsky Prospect, where a cold rain had now begun to fall. Led by Schreider and Prokopovich, the latter carrying an umbrella in one hand and a lantern in the other, marching four abreast and singing the Marseillaise, armed only with packages of bread and sausages for the ministers. The motley procession set out in the direction of the Admiralty. At the Kazan Square, less than a block away, the delegation was halted by a detachment of sailors and dissuaded from attempting to proceed further. John Reed, who was standing by, described the scene. Just at the corner of the Ekaterina Canal, under an arc light, a cordon of armed sailors was drawn across the Nevsky, blocking the way to a crowd of people in column of fours. There were about 300 or 400 of them, men in frock coats, well-dressed women, officers. And at the head white-bearded old Schreider, mayor of Petrograd, and Prokopovich, minister of supplies in the provisional government, arrested that morning and released. I caught sight of Malkin, reporter for the Russian Daily News. "Going to die in the Winter Palace," he shouted cheerfully. The procession stood still, but from the front of it came loud argument. Schreider and Prokopovich were bellowing at the big sailor who seemed in command. "We demand to pass." "We can't let you pass," the sailor responded. Another sailor came up, very much irritated. "We will spank you," he cried, energetically. "And if necessary, we will shoot you too. Go home now, and leave us in peace." At this there was a great clamor of anger and resentment. Prokopovich had mounted some sort of box, and, waving his umbrella, he made a speech. "Comrades and citizens," he said, "force is being used against us. We cannot have our innocent blood upon the hands of these ignorant men. Let us return to the Duma and discuss the best means of saving the country and the revolution." Whereupon, in dignified silence, the procession marched around and back up the Nevsky, always in column of fours. It was now well after midnight, and the situation of the cabinet in the Winter Palace was growing more desperate by the minute. The steady dwindling of loyalist forces had by this time left portions of the East Wing almost completely unprotected. Through windows in this section of the building, insurgents in increasing numbers were able to infiltrate the palace. In their second-floor meeting room, many of the ministers now slouched spiritlessly in easy chairs or, like Malyantovich, stretched out on divans, awaiting the end. Konovalov, smoking one cigarette after another, nervously paced the room, disappearing next door from time to time to use the one phone still in service. The ministers could hear shouts, muffled explosions, and rifle and machine gun fire, as the officers and cadets who had remained loyal to them fought futilely to fend off revolutionary forces. Their moments of greatest apprehension occurred when the artillery shell from the Peter and Paul fortress burst in the room above and, somewhat later, when two grenades thrown by infiltrating sailors from an upper gallery exploded in a downstairs hall. Two cadets injured in the latter incident were carried to Kishkin for first aid. Every so often Palchinsky popped in to try to calm the ministers, each time assuring them that the insurgents worming their way into the palace were being apprehended, and that the situation was still under control. Malyantovich recorded one of these moments. Around 1 o'clock at night, or perhaps it was later, we learned that the procession from the Duma had set out. We let the guard know. Again noise. By this time we were accustomed to it. Most probably the Bolsheviks had broken into the palace once more, and, of course, had again been disarmed. Palchinsky walked in. Of course, this was the case. Again they had let themselves be disarmed without resistance. Again there were many of them. How many of them are in the palace? Who is actually holding the palace now? We or the Bolsheviks? Contrary to most accounts written in the Soviet Union, the Winter Palace was not captured by storm. Antonov himself subsequently recounted that by late evening, the attack on the palace had a completely disorganized character. Finally, when we were able to ascertain that not many cadets remained, Chudnovsky and I led the attackers into the palace. By the time we entered, the cadets were offering no resistance. This must have occurred at close to 2 a.m., for at that time Konovalov phoned Mayor Schreider to report, The Military Revolutionary Committee has burst in. All we have is a small force of cadets. Our arrest is imminent. Moments later, when Schreider called the Winter Palace back, a gruff voice replied, "What do you want? From where are you calling?" To which Schreider responded, "I am calling from the city administration. What is going on there?" "I am the sentry," answered the unfamiliar voice at the other end of the phone. "There is nothing going on here." In the intervening moments, the sounds outside the room occupied by the provisional government had suddenly become more ominous. A noise flared up and began to rise, spread, and draw nearer, recalled Malyantovich. Its varying sounds merged into one wave, and at once something unusual, unlike the previous noises, resounded, something final. It was clear instantly that this was the end. Those sitting or lying down jumped up and grabbed their overcoats. The tumult rose swiftly and its wave rolled up to us. All this happened within a few minutes. From the entrance to the room of our guard came the shrill, excited shouts of a mass of voices, some single shots, the trampling of feet, thuds, shuffling, merging into one chaos of sounds and ever-mounting alarm. Malyantovich adds that even then the small group of cadets outside the room where the ministers sat seemed ready to continue resistance. However, it was now apparent to everyone that defense was useless and sacrifices aimless, that the moment for surrender had finally arrived. Kishkin ordered the commander of the guard to announce the government's readiness to yield. Then the ministers sat down around the table and watched numbly as the door was flung open and, as Malyantovich described it, a little man flew into the room, like a chip tossed by a wave, under the pressure of the mob which poured in and spread at once, like water, filling all corners of the room. The little man was Antonov. "The provisional government is here. What do you want?" Konovalov asked. "You are all under arrest," Antonov replied, as Chudnovsky began taking down the names of the officials present and preparing a formal protocol. The realization that Kerensky, the prize they sought most of all, was not in the room, drove many of the attackers into a frenzy. "Bayonet all the sons of bitches on the spot," someone yelled. Malyantovich records that it was Antonov who somehow managed to prevent the cabinet from being lynched, insisting firmly that the members of the provisional government are under arrest. They will be confined to the Peter and Paul fortress. I will not allow any violence against them. The ministers were accompanied from the Winter Palace and through the palace square by a selected convoy of armed sailors and Red Guards and a swearing, mocking, fist-shaking mob. Because no cars were available, they were forced to travel to their place of detention on foot. As the procession neared the Troitsky Bridge, the crowd surrounding the ministers once again became ugly, demanding that they be beheaded and thrown into the Neva. This time, the members of the government were saved by the apparently random firing of a machine gun from an approaching car. At the sounds of the shots, machine gunners at the Peter and Paul fortress, believing themselves under attack, also opened fire. Ministers, escorts, and onlookers scattered for cover. In the ensuing confusion, the prisoners were rushed across the bridge to the safety of the fortress. The ministers were led into a small garrison clubroom, lighted only by a smoky kerosene lamp. At the front of the room they found Antonov, seated at a small table, completing the protocol which Chudnovsky had begun preparing at the Winter Palace. Antonov read the document aloud, calling the roll of arrested officials and inviting each to sign it. Thereupon, the ministers were led to dank cells in the ancient Trebetskoy bastion not far from where former Tsarist officials had been incarcerated since February. Along the way, Konovalov suddenly realized he was without cigarettes. Gingerly, he asked the sailor accompanying him for one and was relieved when the sailor not only offered him shag and paper but, seeing his confusion about what to do with them, rolled him a smoke. Just before the door of his cell banged shut, Nikitin found in his pocket a half-forgotten telegram from the Ukrainian Rada to the Ministry of Interior. Handing it to Antonov, he observed matter-of-factly, "I received this yesterday, now it's your problem." At Smolny, meanwhile, the Congress of Soviet session had by now resumed. Ironically, it fell to Kamenev, who had fought tooth and nail against an insurrection for a month and a half, to announce the provisional government's demise. The leaders of the counter-revolution ensconced in the Winter Palace have been seized by the revolutionary garrison, he barely managed to declare before complete pandemonium broke out in the hall. Kamenev went on to read the roll of former officials now incarcerated. At the mention of Tereshchenko, a name synonymous with the continuation of the hated war, the delegates erupted in wild shouts and applause once more. As if to assure the Congress that there was no immediate threat to the revolution, Kamenev also announced that the 3rd Cycle Battalion, called to Petrograd from the front by Kerensky, had come over to the side of the revolution. Shortly after this encouraging news, the Military Revolutionary Committee's commissar from the garrison at Tsarskoye Selo rushed forward to declare that troops located there had pledged to protect the approaches to Petrograd. Learning of the approach of the cyclists from the front, he reported, "We prepared to rebuff them, but our concern proved unfounded since it turned out that among the comrade cyclists there were no enemies of the All-Russian Congress." The protocols record that this comment triggered another extended burst of enthusiastic applause. When we sent our commissars to them, it became clear that they also wanted the transfer of all power to the Soviets, the immediate transfer of land to the peasants, and the institution of workers' control over industry. No sooner had the commissars from the Tsarskoye Selo garrison finished speaking than a representative of the 3rd Cycle Battalion itself demanded to be heard. He explained the attitude of his unit in these terms. "Until just recently, we served on the Southwestern Front. In the telephonogram, it was indicated that we were being moved to defend Petrograd. But from whom, this was not known to us. We were marching on the people blindfolded. We didn't know where we were being sent, but we generally guessed what was up. Along the way, we were bothered by the questions. Where? Why? At the station of Peredolsk, we held a short meeting in association with the 5th Cycle Battalion in order to clarify the situation. At this meeting, it turned out that among all of the cyclists there could not be found one person who would agree to act against brothers and spill their blood. And we decided that we would not obey the provisional government. We said, are people who do not want to defend our interests but send us against our brothers. I declare to you concretely, no, we will not give power to a government at the head of which stand bourgeois and landowners." A bit later, the unwillingness of front soldiers to defend the provisional government was further confirmed by Krylenko, who informed the Congress of late reports from the Northern Front. A military revolutionary committee had been formed there to counter attempts to send military forces supporting the old government to the capital. Krylenko also announced that General Cheremissov had already recognized the authority of this committee, that Kerensky's commissar on the Northern Front, Wojtyński, had resigned, and that, one after the other, delegations from those units already in transit to the capital were reporting to the Military Revolutionary Committee to announce their solidarity with the Petrograd garrison. Apparently at this point at least a portion of the Menshevik internationalist fraction re-entered the hall, and its spokesman, Kaplinsky, tried to turn the delegates' attention to Martov's idea of recessing the Congress while a delegation was sent to sound out all socialist organizations about the creation of a representative democratic government. Before long, many of the delegates who now either ignored or booed Kaplinsky would regain interest in seeking an accommodation with moderate groups. But for the moment, in their initial ecstasy over the apparently painless triumph over the Kerensky regime, they were in no mood to do so. For the Bolsheviks, Kamenev summarily dismissed Kaplinsky's plea with the claim that the moderate socialists had only themselves to blame for the fact that Martov's proposal to search for peaceful ways of dealing with the crisis had not been implemented. At the same time, he proposed that Trotsky's resolution condemning the Mensheviks and SRs be tabled, thus leaving the door partly open for the resumption of relations with them. As the Menshevik internationalists again walked out of the hall, Lunacharsky rose to present, for the Congress's immediate adoption, a manifesto written by Lenin to all workers, soldiers, and peasants, endorsing the Petrograd uprising, decreeing the transfer of supreme political authority into the hands of the Congress and of local Soviets everywhere in Russia, and, in the most general terms, outlining the immediate plan of the new Soviet regime. This historic proclamation, ultimately the source of Soviet political authority, read, "To all workers, soldiers, and peasants, the Second All-Russian Congress of Soviets of Workers and Soldiers Deputies has opened. It represents the great majority of the Soviets, including a number of deputies of peasant Soviets. The prerogatives of the Central Executive Committee of the Compromisers are ended. Supported by an overwhelming majority of the workers, soldiers, and peasants, and basing itself on the victorious insurrection of the workers and the garrison of Petrograd, the Congress hereby resolves to take governmental power into its own hands. The provisional government is deposed and most of its members are under arrest. The Soviet authority will at once propose a democratic peace to all nations and an immediate armistice on all fronts. It will safeguard the transfer without compensation of all land, landlord, imperial, and monastery to the peasant committees. It will defend the soldiers' rights, introducing a complete democratization of the army. It will establish workers' control over industry. It will ensure the convocation of the Constituent Assembly on the date set. It will supply the cities with bread and the villages with articles of first necessity. And it will secure to all nationalities inhabiting Russia the right of self-determination. The Congress resolves that all local authority shall be transferred to the Soviets of Workers, Soldiers, and Peasants' Deputies, which are charged with the task of enforcing revolutionary order. The Congress calls upon the soldiers in the trenches to be watchful and steadfast. The Congress of Soviets is confident that the Revolutionary Army will know how to defend the revolution against all imperialistic attempts until the new government has concluded a democratic peace which it is proposing directly to all nations. The new government will take every measure to provide the Revolutionary Army with all necessities, by means of a determined policy of requisition from and taxation of the propertied classes. Care will be taken to improve the position of the soldiers' families. The Kornilovites, Kerensky, Holdin, and others are endeavoring to lead troops against Petrograd. Several regiments, deceived by Kerensky, have already joined the insurgents. Soldiers, resist Kerensky, who is a Kornilovite. Be on guard. Railwaymen, stop all echelons sent by Kerensky against Petrograd. Soldiers, workers, employees, the fate of the revolution and democratic peace is in your hands. Long live the revolution! The All-Russian Congress of Soviets of Workers and Soldiers Deputies Delegates from the Peasants' Soviets. The reading of this historic manifesto was interrupted again and again by thundering waves of delirious cheers. After Lunacharsky had finished and a semblance of order was restored, Kamkov announced that, with a minor change, the left SRs would support its adoption. The change was immediately accepted. A spokesman for the tiny Menshevik United Internationalist fraction declared that if the proclamation would be amended to provide for the immediate organization of a government based on the broadest possible elements of the population, he would vote for it as well. However, when this suggestion was ignored, he announced that his followers would abstain. Finally, at 5 a.m., October 26th, the manifesto legitimizing the creation of a revolutionary government was voted on and passed by an overwhelming margin, only 2 deputies voting against and 12 abstaining. A misty gray dawn, typical of Petrograd in late fall, was breaking as Congress delegates drifted slowly out of Smolny. Upstairs, exhausted military revolutionary committee leaders stretched out on the floor of their crowded command post to catch some sleep, many of them for the first time in several days. Lenin had gone off to the nearby apartment of Bolshevik to rest and draft a decree on land reform for adoption at the next session of the Congress. The Bolsheviks had come to power in Petrograd, and a new era in the history of Russia and of the world had begun. Epilogue. About 9 p.m., October 25th, a few hours before the capture of the Winter Palace by the Military Revolutionary Committee, Kerensky reached Northern Front headquarters in Pskov, 175 miles southwest of Petrograd. Earlier, the Pskov Soviet had passed a resolution forbidding the dispatch of front detachments to Petrograd to defend the provisional government. As Krylenko soon reported to jubilant deputies at the Second Congress of Soviets, a military revolutionary committee formed by the Pskov Soviet assumed control of local communications and transportation facilities and began monitoring the actions of the military high command. General Cheremissov, commander of the Northern Front, recognizing the futility of opposing the troops in the prevailing circumstances and cognizant of the provisional government's hopeless position, now revoked earlier directives authorizing the shipment of reinforcements from the front to Petrograd. He further ordered that troops already en route to the capital be halted. When Kerensky arrived, Cheremissov warned that he could not guarantee the Prime Minister's personal safety and urged him to leave Pskov at once. Later that night, Kerensky, still in Pskov, met with General Petr Krasnov, the late General Krymov's replacement as commander of the Third Corps, the sizable military force that had been moved toward Petrograd and slated for occupation duty there by General Kornilov in late August. Krasnov, an arch-reactionary in politics, disapproved of Cheremissov's decision to halt the transfer of front soldiers to Petrograd and was receptive to an attempt to mobilize his own Cossacks for the pacification of the capital. At this time, however, Third Corps personnel were scattered over hundreds of miles and, by and large, were no more prone to support the provisional government than were most other troops on the northern front. Hence the force that Krasnov was able to muster on Kerensky's behalf was meager, consisting of 12.5 70-man Cossack squadrons, some light artillery, an armored train, and one armored car. On the morning of October 27th, these units occupied Gachina, where Kerensky established a headquarters. The troops then paused briefly in the vain hope of acquiring reinforcements and began preparations to launch an early assault on the capital. In Petrograd, meanwhile, the Second All-Russian Congress of Soviets had approved Lenin's decrees on peace and land. The peace decree promised an end to secret diplomacy and proposed immediate negotiations to secure a democratic peace, without annexations and without indemnities. The land decree, borrowed in its essentials from the popular agrarian program of the left SRs, abolished private property in land and provided for the transfer of all private and church lands to land committees and Soviets of peasants' deputies for distribution to the peasantry according to need. Prior to dispersing on the early morning of October 27th, the deputies had also elected a new Central Executive Committee, to be chaired by Kamenev and consisting of 62 Bolsheviks, 29 left SRs, 6 Menshevik internationalists, and 4 representatives of minor leftist groups. The Congress also endorsed the appointment of a provisional revolutionary government. Members of this new, at first exclusively Bolshevik administration, formally named the Council, Soviet, of People's Commissars, were Lenin, Chairman; Trotsky, Foreign Affairs; Rykov, Internal Affairs; Miliutin, Agriculture; Shliapnikov, Labor; Nagin, Industry and Commerce; Lunacharsky, Education; Antonov, Cinco; Krylenko and Dybenko, Army and Navy; Lamov, Justice; Ivan Skvortsov, Finance; Ivan Teodorovich, Food Supply; Nikolai Avalov, Post and Telegraph; and Stalin, Nationalities. Among the new commissar's first acts was an announcement that elections to the Constituent Assembly would be held on schedule on November 12. Initially, fierce resistance to the Bolshevik regime coalesced around the so-called All-Russian Committee for the Salvation of the Country and the revolution organized on October 26, primarily by Mensheviks and SRs in the Petrograd City Duma. This committee included representatives of the City Duma, the Presidium of the Pre-Parliament, the Old Central Executive Committee, the All-Russian Executive Committee of Peasant Soviets, the Menshevik and SR delegations that had left the Second Congress of Soviets, the Railroad and Postal and Telegraph Workers' Unions, Centroflot, and the Menshevik and SR Central Committees. In the first days after the Bolsheviks came to power, the Committee for Salvation called on government employees and citizens generally to refrain from recognizing or obeying the Council of People's Commissars, claiming for itself the right to reconstitute a provisional government. Leaders of the Committee for Salvation also drew up plans to coordinate an uprising in Petrograd with the entry into the capital of Krasnov's Cossacks, expected momentarily. But their intentions became known to the Military Revolutionary Committee on the night of October 28, before Krasnov was ready to attack. Consequently, the Committee for Salvation was forced to initiate open military action against the Bolsheviks the next morning. Cadets from military schools in the capital seized the Petrograd telephone station, the Hotel Astoria, and the State Bank. They then prepared to oust the Bolsheviks from Smolny. Among military personnel in Petrograd, however, only cadets joined the insurrection, and they were no match for the forces quickly mustered by the Military Revolutionary Committee. The points captured early on October 29 by the cadets were easily regained. The military schools involved in the insurrection were quickly isolated, blockaded, and, in one case, bombarded with artillery fire. Before nightfall, all the military schools had capitulated and the premature revolt had been effectively suppressed. Also actively opposed to retention of the exclusively Bolshevik government formed on the night of October 26 to 27 was the moderate socialist-dominated All-Russian Executive Committee of the Union of Railway Workers, Vikshel. Vikshel now sought to act as an intermediary between the Military Revolutionary Committee and the Committee for Salvation, and to further the creation of a homogeneous socialist government including representatives of all socialist groups, from the People's Socialists on the right to the Bolsheviks on the extreme left. In pursuit of this objective, Vikshel called a conference of socialist parties for October 29, threatening a nationwide rail walkout at midnight on October 29 if its efforts to obtain a ceasefire between the warring sides and to initiate negotiations regarding formation of a broader government were unsuccessful. The threat of a railway strike was ominous. by interrupting communications between Petrograd and the rest of the country, and by withholding food from the capital, Vikshel could create an untenable situation for the new government. Partly for this reason, the Bolsheviks agreed to participate in the Vikshel-sponsored conference, which began on schedule the evening of October 29th. While successful in stimulating high-level political talks, Vikshel was unable to bring about a ceasefire. The key battle between Krasnov's roughly 1,000-man Cossack force and a motley army approximately 10 times larger, made up of workers' detachments, soldiers of the Petrograd garrison, and Baltic sailors, took place October 30th on the Pulkovo Heights north of Tsarsko Selo, 12 miles from Petrograd. This struggle, aptly termed the Valmy of the Russian Revolution, was confused, disorganized, and bloody, with both sides suffering severe casualties. By late afternoon, the offensive of Krasnov's demoralized forces had been halted. The Cossacks, running low on ammunition, were in danger of being outflanked and cut off from the rear. Forced to fall back on Gachina, the Cossacks agreed 2 days later to end their resistance and to turn over Kerensky for arrest and public trial on the condition that they be given amnesty and safe conduct home. Forewarned of the Cossacks' capitulation, Kerensky, disguised in a sailor's uniform and automobile goggles, narrowly evaded capture and went into hiding. Under continued pressure from Vikshel, whose appeals for compromise and an end to civil war were echoed by the left SRs and Menshevik internationalists and by such mass organizations in the capital as the Petrograd Trade Union Soviet, the Central Soviet of Factory Shop Committees, and several district Soviets, discussions regarding the formation of a broad socialist government dragged on for several days. At the start of these talks, representatives of the Menshevik and SR Central Committees had been more concerned with mobilizing military support to defeat the Bolsheviks than with reaching an accommodation with them. As initial confidence that the Bolsheviks would be overthrown with ease proved unfounded, moderate socialist leaders became somewhat more amenable to serving in a coalition cabinet with the Bolsheviks. They remained adamantly opposed, nonetheless, to participation in a government that included either Lenin or Trotsky. Additionally, the moderate socialists insisted on a variety of safeguards aimed at ensuring that any future government would not be Bolshevik-dominated. Between October 29th and 31st, when it seemed that Krasnov's forces might take the capital, and at a time when the new regime was encountering great difficulty in consolidating its authority in Moscow, the Bolshevik leadership appeared ready to make significant concessions on these fundamental issues. During this period, Lenin and Trotsky, preoccupied with pressing logistical and military matters, did not attend either the party meetings at which the Bolshevik stand on the government issue was formulated or the sessions of the Central Executive Committee and the Vikshel Conference at which the character and program of a new government were discussed. In their absence, the views of Kamenev, Zinoviev, Rykov, Miliutin, and other Bolshevik moderates carried particular weight. Kamenev and his associates were firmly convinced that the only hope of defending and preserving the gains of the revolution and of achieving an early convocation of the Constituent Assembly and the conclusion of peace lay in the creation of a broad socialist coalition government, which had been their position all along. Hence, they insisted mainly that any new cabinet not include representatives of the propertied classes and that it be pledged to pursue the general political and social program endorsed by the Second Congress of Soviets. It is ironic that at the time the Bolshevik party leadership was inclined toward compromise, the Mensheviks and SRs displayed little interest in coming to terms with the Bolshevik regime. After Krasnov's defeat, when moderate socialists became more amenable to agreement with the Bolsheviks, the Bolshevik Central Committee repudiated the position of its more moderate members and adopted a significantly harder line in the Vikshel negotiations. This was in part because the immediate danger to the survival of the new regime in Petrograd had passed and partly because Lenin and Trotsky now returned to the party's inner councils, where their outlook prevailed. Party representatives were instructed to participate in the Vikshel talks solely to expose the impracticability of coalition with moderate socialist groups and to bring the talks quickly to an end. In public institutions such as the Central Executive Committee, Bolshevik moderates continued to press for the formation of a government in which all socialist parties would be represented, even after the moderate position had been voted down in the Central Committee. Indeed, on November 3, Kamenev and Zinoviev secured the Central Executive Committee's endorsement of continued efforts to form such a government. For Lenin, who a week and a half earlier had urged that Kamenev and Zinoviev be ousted from the party for their public opposition to an insurrection, the moderates' readiness to sabotage the party's work and once again to jeopardize the revolution was maddening. On November 3, Lenin drafted an ultimatum which was subsequently signed by 9 other members of the Central Committee. Either the opposition would observe party discipline and support the policies agreed upon by a majority, or steps would be taken to expel its members from the party. Lenin's ultimatum was presented formally on November 4, after which Kamenev, Zinoviev, Rykov, Nagin, and Miliutin resigned from the Central Committee in protest. Rykov, Nagin, and Miliutin, along with Teodorovich, also withdrew from the government. A few weeks later, the Viksheld discussions having foundered, the left SRs agreed to enter the Council of People's Commissars, and several left SRs subsequently accepted government portfolios. Not long after the formation of the Bolshevik left SR coalition government, Kamenev and his associates ended their open opposition to the Bolshevik leadership. In time, all reassumed positions of authority within the party and the government. The participation of the left SRs in the Council of People's Commissars proved to be short-lived. In mid-March 1918, they resigned in protest against the signing of the onerous Treaty of Brest-Litovsk, which ended Russia's involvement in World War I. Ahead for the Soviet regime lay a 2.5-year civil war against anti-Bolshevik armies, domestic and foreign. This unprecedentedly bitter and devastating life-and-death struggle was followed by an economic and social crisis, the dimensions of which far exceeded what Russia had gone through in 1917. During these tortured years, the democratic character of the Bolshevik Party was lost, the independence of the Soviets was destroyed, an oppressive, centralized bureaucracy was reimposed throughout the country, and Russian political and economic life became harnessed to the dictates of the Bolshevik leadership. These events, however, belong to another chapter in modern Russian history, no less portentous than the preceding one. The central question of why the Bolsheviks won the struggle for power in Petrograd in 1917 permits no simple answer. To be sure, from the perspective of more than half a century, it is clear that the fundamental weakness of the cadets and moderate socialists during the revolutionary period and the concomitant vitality and influence of the radical left at that time can be traced to the peculiarities of Russia's political, social, and economic development during the 19th century and earlier. The World War also inevitably had a good deal to do with the way the 1917 revolution in Petrograd turned out. As it was, a major source of the Bolsheviks' growing strength and authority in 1917 was the magnetic attraction of the party's platform as embodied in the slogans "Peace, Land and Bread," and "All Power to the Soviets." The Bolsheviks conducted an extraordinarily energetic and resourceful campaign for the support of Petrograd factory workers and soldiers and Kronstadt sailors. Among these groups, the slogan "All Power to the Soviets" signified the creation of a democratic, exclusively socialist government, representing all parties and groups in the Soviet and committed to a program of immediate peace, meaningful internal reform, and the early convocation of a constituent assembly. In the late spring and summer of 1917, a number of factors served to increase support for the professed goals of the Bolsheviks, especially for transfer of power to the Soviets. Economic conditions steadily worsened. Garrison soldiers became directly threatened by shipment to the front. Popular expectations of early peace and reform under the provisional government dwindled. Concomitantly, all other major political groups lost credibility because of their association with the government and their insistence on patience and sacrifice in the interest of the war effort. In the wake of the Kornilov affair, among the lower strata of the Petrograd population, the desire for an end to coalition government with the cadets became very nearly universal. That in the space of 8 months the Bolsheviks reached a position from which they were able to assume power was due as well to the special effort which the party devoted to winning the support of military troops in the rear and at the front. Only the Bolsheviks seem to have perceived the necessarily crucial significance of the armed forces in the struggle for power. Perhaps even more fundamentally, the phenomenal Bolshevik success can be attributed in no small measure to the nature of the party in 1917. Here I have in mind neither Lenin's bold and determined leadership, the immense historical significance of which cannot be denied, nor the Bolsheviks' proverbial, though vastly exaggerated, organizational unity and discipline. Rather, I would emphasize the party's internally relatively democratic, tolerant, and decentralized structure and method of operation, as well as its essentially open and mass character, in striking contrast to the traditional Leninist model. As we have seen, within the Bolshevik Petrograd organization at all levels in 1917 there was continuing free and lively discussion and debate over the most basic theoretical and tactical issues. Leaders who differed with the majority were at liberty to fight for their views, and not infrequently Lenin was the loser in these struggles. To gauge the importance of this tolerance of differences of opinion and ongoing give and take, it is enough to recall that throughout 1917 many of the Bolsheviks' most important resolutions and public statements were influenced as much by the outlook of right Bolsheviks as by that of Lenin. In addition, moderate Bolsheviks like Kamenev, Zinoviev, Lunacharsky, and Ryazanov were among the party's most articulate and respected spokesmen in key public institutions such as the Soviets and the trade unions. In 1917, subordinate party bodies like the Petersburg Committee and the military organization were permitted considerable independence and initiative, and their views and criticism were taken into account in the formation of policy at the highest levels. Most important, these lower bodies were able to tailor their tactics and appeals to suit their own particular constituencies amid rapidly changing conditions. Vast numbers of new members were recruited into the party, and they too played a significant role in shaping the Bolsheviks' behavior. Among these newcomers were many of the leading figures in the October Revolution, among them Trotsky, Antonovchenko, Lunacharsky, and Chudnovsky. The newcomers included tens of thousands of workers and soldiers from among the most impatient and dissatisfied elements in the factories and garrison who knew little, if anything, about Marxism and cared nothing about party discipline. This caused extreme difficulties in July when leaders of the military organization and the Petersburg Committee, responsive to their militant constituencies, encouraged an insurrection against the wishes of the Central Committee. But during the period of reaction that followed the July uprising, in the course of the fight against Kornilov, and again during the October Revolution, the Bolsheviks' extensive, carefully cultivated connections in factories, local workers' organizations, and units of the Petrograd garrison and the Baltic Fleet were to be a significant source of the party's durability and strength. The importance to the Bolshevik success of the dynamic relationship that existed in 1917 within the top Bolshevik hierarchy, as well as between it, the ostensibly subordinate elements of the party, and the masses was illustrated immediately after the July uprising. At the time, Lenin believed that the provisional government was effectively controlled by counter-revolutionary elements. Overestimating the government's capacity to damage the left, he was convinced, moreover, that under the influence of the Mensheviks and SRs the existing Soviets had been rendered powerless. Hence he demanded that the party abandon its orientation toward a possible peaceful transfer of power to the Soviets and shift its attention toward preparations for an armed uprising at the earliest opportunity. Other leaders, many of whom had particularly close ties with workers and soldiers and were also active in the Central Executive Committee and the Petrograd Soviet, refused to discount completely the Mensheviks and SRs as potential allies and the Soviets as legitimate revolutionary institutions. While the slogan, "All Power to the Soviets," was officially withdrawn by the Sixth Congress in late July, this change did not take hold at the local level. Moreover, the Congress did not de-emphasize efforts to win the Soviets, and they continued to be a major focus of party activity throughout the month of August. As it turned out, the impact of the post-July days reaction against the left was not nearly as serious as originally feared. To the contrary, the repressive measures adopted by the government, as well as the indiscriminate persecution of leftist leaders and the apparently increasing danger of counter-revolution, served simply to increase resentment toward the Kerensky regime among the masses and stimulated them to unite more closely around the Soviets in defense of the revolution. The Bolsheviks, working in cooperation with Mensheviks and SRs primarily through revolutionary committees created by the Soviets, played a leading role in the quick defeat of Kornilov. In the capital, the Petrograd Soviet, distinctly more radical in composition and outlook, emerged from the Kornilov experience with its power and authority greatly enhanced. In response, the Bolsheviks in early September formally resurrected their main pre-July slogan, "All Power to the Soviets," probably the clearest example of the importance and value of the party's relatively free and flexible structure, and the responsiveness of its tactics to the prevailing mass mood, came during the second half of September, when party leaders in Petrograd turned a deaf ear to the ill-timed appeals of Lenin, then still in hiding in Finland, for an immediate insurrection. To be sure, on October 10th the Bolshevik Central Committee, with Lenin in attendance, made the organization of an armed insurrection and the seizure of power the order of the day. Yet in the ensuing days there was mounting evidence that an uprising launched independently of the Soviets and in advance of the Second Congress of Soviets would not be supported by the Petrograd masses, that the seizure of power by the Bolsheviks alone would be opposed by all other major political parties, by peasants in the provinces and soldiers at the front, and possibly even by such mass democratic institutions as the Soviets and trade unions, and that in any case the party was technically unprepared for an offensive against the government. In these circumstances, tactically cautious party leaders in Petrograd, headed by Trotsky, devised the strategy of employing the organs of the Petrograd Soviet for the seizure of power, of masking an attack on the government as a defensive operation on behalf of the Soviet, and, if possible, of linking the formal overthrow of the government with the work of the Second Congress of Soviets. On October 21st to 23rd, using as an excuse the government's announced intention of transferring the bulk of the garrison to the front and cloaking every move as a defensive measure against the counter-revolution, the Military Revolutionary Committee of the Petrograd Soviet took control of most Petrograd-based military units, in effect disarming the provisional government without a shot. In response, early on the morning of October 24th, Kerensky initiated steps to suppress the left. Only at this point, just hours before the scheduled opening of the Congress of Soviets and in part under continuous prodding by Lenin, did the armed uprising that Lenin had been advocating for well over a month actually begin. The argument has been made that the belated uprising of October 24th to 25th was of crucial historical importance because, by impelling the main body of Mensheviks and SRs to withdraw from the Second Congress of Soviets, it prevented the creation by the Congress of a socialist coalition government in which the moderate socialists might have had a strong voice. In so doing, it paved the way for the formation of a Soviet government completely controlled and dominated by the Bolsheviks. The evidence indicates that this was indeed the case. A more crucial point, however, is that only in the wake of the government's direct attack on the left was an armed uprising of the kind envisioned by Lenin feasible. For it bears repeating that the Petrograd masses, to the extent that they supported the Bolsheviks in the overthrow of the provisional government, did so not out of any sympathy for strictly Bolshevik rule but because they believed the revolution and the Congress to be in imminent danger. Only the creation of a broadly representative, exclusively socialist government by the Congress of Soviets, which is what they believed the Bolsheviks stood for, appeared to offer the hope of ensuring that there would not be a return to the hated ways of the old regime, of avoiding death at the front and achieving a better life, and of putting a quick end to Russia's participation in the war.